And welcome everyone, we're back to Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you by chess.com and FIDE. On your screen, right here, right now, Keti, I'm here, I'm Wouter Big, people know me as Bikfoot, I'm the chess.com esports producer, as well as commentator from time to time, but I'm joined here by the lovely, the talented, the amazing Keti, Tsatsalashvili. Keti, welcome back, did you sleep well?
I slept really well. And I'm rested and ready to see new games. How about you?
I slept like a big fat baby and it went really well. So I'm definitely woke up with a good mood. I walked the puppy. We're here. We're gonna chill. It's gonna be a 14-hour day for me. Again, 3 days in a row. But it's gonna be great.
Ooh.
I'm excited. Then we're gonna get 4 days off. So what do we have here today for you, ladies and gentlemen? The Online Olympiad. If you would quickly go over what we're always going over the format and stuff. It's a two-stage event, the division stage and the playoff stage, where you can see the division stage is the most important one, where the playoff stage is just bracket. Simple as that. The top 8 will play there. It's 55 minutes. Structure-wise, we're now in Division 4, where the top 3 of each pool, which is 5 pools, will go on to the next round. So we get 15 participants going to Division 3. And from there, the same thing, the top 3 of the 5 pools will go on to the next round, which is Division 2, so on, so on, so on. And then at the end, we will have the top of the pop. Now, what are we standing in here with today? Pool A is what we're going to look at right now. Hong Kong, 13 match points. We have Nepal and Lebanon. So Hong Kong won every game, but drew one. Against Nepal, which is interesting to look at, and Lebanon and Maldives are all in the way to do it. Maybe Fiji has some type as well, we don't know, but we will go for all these pools today. It's going to be a 12-hour round today, and let's have a quick look at the pairings where Keti will tell you who's playing who right now.
All right, so we have round 8 today. And here we have Pakistan against Laos, Brunei against Cyprus, and Fiji against Lebanon, Oman against Guam, Hong Kong against Bahrain, and Maldives and Nepal will also play this round against each other.
Yeah, that's very important that the Maldives are playing Nepal, which is the number 2 versus the number 4. Mm-hmm. And Lebanon will be playing Fiji, which is the number 3 against the 5. So, yeah, I think
that's what I was thinking. Fiji has really hard task to get in top places to qualify next stage. And here in the round 8, they are playing against Lebanon, one of the strongest team in this category.
Yeah, they did really well last year, and they are off to do pretty well this year. But first, let's look at the games. Let's jump into it, and let's have a swell time. We have Toonveer MD from Pakistan. Pakistan was playing Laos with Charlie Porter, and I'm not sure. Is this kind of? Oh, what is this kind of open? Keti, what is this?
What? With E6. All right. I have seen it with C6, this kind of lines when queen comes, like in Caro-Kann, but never seen in French, because I'm not a French player. If somebody in the chat is French player, please tell me that that's that's the line and it's possible to play so. But as a result, White got an isolated pawn on D3.
I'm thinking like there must be a relay error, because why can't you just take this knight?
Yeah, maybe
Probably D4 has been played. Makes more sense. So there's a pawn on D4 right now.
But now the rest of the moves make sense, and then the latest move, White played D4 here, which gives White an advantage because there was a pin and Black can't get over it. So now we have extra pawn for White.
An extra pawn. Yeah, that's really weird that there wasn't a free knight to be taken. But let's jump on to another game. This one looks very similar, but it is different. Johnny Antonios from Lebanon playing Fiji. So this is going to be an important matchup for Tyone. And this is the same kind of opening where we have I like white here because of the pressure on the king side as well. Roll over the d file. You're a fan of white?
This is Caro-Kann defense, and I play Caro-Kann defense, so I'm team black here.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see who's gonna get there.
But to be honest, I like the positions where black also long castles. If black is not going to long castle and that just does like this short castle, there are some plays like g4, g5, which is a bit unpleasant. So for these reasons, black really fast played c5, and now black is trying to trade the pieces. And if the pieces are traded, then this g4, g5 is less dangerous for black, and we're gonna have some endgame, and that looks quite okay for black.
Perfect. Yeah, this seems like a good start for the black pieces here. Absolutely. This is an interesting one. We're missing a g pawn, and I'll take it that is on purpose. It says a 76% probability for black to win, but I don't really see any advantage for him. Let's see what happened. It was a London system. Going against... Oh, this is a... How do you call this? With c6 instead of d6? Out of the opening? Is there a name for that?
c6, d6, and g6. Yeah, there is, but I don't know how it is in English.
Okay. We'll just call
That's
it
the name of
delayed purge. Call it that. The knight goes out. You have this kind of... Oh, look at this. All right.
Ah.
Right.
That looks okay for white.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, yeah, because of this now. Okay, so this was just a bad... Well, not a bad move, but, you know, it's not a great move because it gave g4 and g5, and you have to take, like, you can push back, but this is just really strong for white. Obviously, I'm gonna go rook g1. I'm gonna start bouncing on
sort of
places.
similar position, but the knight on h7 is a weird there. We like to bring the knights in next to the center, close to center.
So this is the position right now. I don't hate white.
How about h4, h5?
Yeah, I love h4, h5. Let's do it. All right, h4. I have to think about something for white, for black here.
To stop that pawn, maybe knight h5.
Knight h5 is an idea here, yeah. Oh, but then bishop e7 and I'm losing a pawn.
Oh, yeah.
That's not an option. Maybe I'll start with rook e8 then.
Yeah.
You go h5?
Yeah, let's go. It's not our game. And then take it.
I think I'll take that.
Yeah. And long castle.
We have a game at hands. But still, I'm pretty okay with how black... I mean, I always have knight of 6. Break over the center. 5b4 real quick, where I'm going to take your a2 pawn. I'm not too worried about this for black, but it is fun, you know. There are some big threats. Right, but... Let's see what happened.
Yeah, for blitz, it's comfortable to play with white, but now we have a rapid time control, so the opponent has enough time to find all the defensive ideas that, like, they can get rid of the threats that you are creating when you have some initiative. So
exactly, Jen. I try to focus my inner Yasser there. Exactly. There we go. That's good. Let's move forward. I see... All right, look at this pawn structure. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Are you ready to be amazed? Look at these white pawns. It's all flowing towards this knight.
I like white's position here.
That's pretty sexy. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty sexy.
But,
let's see how this happens. d4. d3. Okay. So,
b5.
Yeah, the black kind of stopped these Catalan ideas with c4, which I've never seen before, but it's not a bad move. Like, it really throws you off. I cannot play c4, so the Catalan in me will say, like, okay, then I'll just play c3 at some point.
Yeah. They play b5 there to avoid c4, because white delays c4. So for this reason, black goes with b5, and here the line goes with a4. b4, and anyway c4. So black takes this, pawn b takes c.
I think so.
Knight can take, pawn can take. Yes, this is the line, and then white is trying to get the knight on c5 because there is all over there. Yeah.
So you might just push
So
a5 here immediately afterwards.
a5, yeah, a5.
Unless you get like a bishop here, then it could be a little bit awkward with like c5 afterwards, and we have like a lot of pressure on this.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is pretty cool. I like it. I'm gonna add that to my repertoire. You play b5, I play e4. That didn't happen, however, and now we have this kind of position. This knight went here to like defend here. I kind of like the knight on c5. I mean, there are two gaps here, and c5 is the most prominent. I might even consider to push this one back and then help him defend c5, but it's always hassle. f5 here is very strong for white. But we do see... Alright, so this is the current position.
Yeah, also black's perspective, like, it's nothing bad for black either.
No, black is very, very, very solid here, very confident. Yeah. I've seen whites playing on the queen side a little bit too much. In my suggestion, you're either gonna go full out, but you're already losing there. So you might as well start pushing f5 and go for the center attack, because you're gonna get attacked on the sides, crush in the center. Is that correct, Keti?
Yeah, that's the best defensive way. Active defense.
Exactly.
When your opponent attacks you any side, always open the center, because it brings a lot of complication, and your opponent divides the forces to control both sides. Yes, and you're getting some counterplay.
Yeah, I don't like a3, however, because after c4, I can't really go here because getting another pushback, and I'm almost losing my knight. So I kind of need to go to f2, and then I'll still play this. Like, it's giving me free tempos. I don't care what the bar says about winning chance. Yeah, it says the win percentage is 77% for white, but the evil is -1.
Is that a computer perspective?
Yeah, it's
probably,
computer
right?
perspective. They still like white's position here on the long term. I don't. I really like black here. I would love to play black here.
I like black as well.
We'll see what happens. A3 is the last move. We're gonna continue on to some other games. Try to get some spicy games, maybe. No. Oh, a game finished. Top board that we were looking at. Okay, that escalated quickly. Let's see. Ooh, oh, this is just completely one for black. Black is up a queen.
Yeah,
always good. This one, black is also up a queen. Also good. This one, black is not up a queen. You can finally have a look. But it's up a pawn. Where did this go wrong? Why are we missing a knight here? How did this happen?
seems like the blunder.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a typical blunder where you play h3, think I'm gonna kick away the knight or the bishop, but you just lose this one for check. Then you lose this one as well. If you ask me what else do I do here, your only move here actually is to stick with the bishop. After e takes, you can either go knight e2 or knight e4, but I think knight e2 is a more prominent one. Pressure on d4, knight maybe to f4, and all these goodness. So it's an unfortunate blunder that happened. What's going on here, by the way?
There is a question if that's my dog.
No, that's my dog in the back. She's being a little bit. Take this one over while I go tend for her. What's going on in this position?
She's walking in. I don't have a dog here. I don't have a dog. I have a dog in Georgia, and he's not allowed at home. He has his own home. Because every time he comes inside the house, he's breaking things.
She just watches other dogs running around on the field, and then she gets jealous, and she also wants to go there. But I keep her inside 24/7 because I'm a bad dog owner. No, I'm kidding. I'm a great dog owner.
My dog never comes at home because since he, now he's 2 years old already, and he's really big, And every time he comes in the house, he breaks something. And we're not happy.
We're not happy, so
we
you're
built up
like,
his own
you're not
home.
getting anymore. You're not getting in anymore. Wow. Okay. So if I go to your house and I break something, I'm also not welcome anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Wow. Please don't break something.
I'll try. I'll try. Well, let's break down this position. Do the transition.
All right.
What's going on here? Let's actually start from the start, if you'd like.
Let's
E4,
go.
D6. This is a kind of a perch defense. Lion, kind of. Not really a perch. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, it looks spirits. Black is trying now to get B5. This is the way how some top guys are playing, like Anish Giri and so on. So they are just not developing the pieces up to 5th rank. They are just standing 6th rank. And at some point, they're attacking with B5.
Yeah. I'm looking at the opening database, and it has been played. H6 has never been played. Like, this is already nearly a novelty. Only 3 games have been played where H6 was played.
It's transposes. I think he just don't wanted bishop G5 to allow bishop G5. That's why he started with H6. She started it. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because after E6, it's after, what was it? Yeah. After knight f6, we're already a novelty. 4 moves in. Hey, that's something. That is something. All right. So we're gonna continue. They refuse to move the pieces. I don't. Oh, I hate this. I mean, I hate this for black. What is this position for black?
Yeah, exactly. That's also what our chat says, that space is good in chess.
Yeah, just go.
You have more chances for your pieces. They have.
White's playing this perfect, by the way. Just very cautious. No need to rush. E4. Queen here. I don't know why the knight's going back. I feel like we could do something.
He wants to mana ring to F4 at some point. There are some sacrifices on G6. That's what she's hoping for.
That's true. I just dislike this bishop now because it's kind of stuck between these. So I'd rather just push my bishop
This bishop
here.
will come on G3, King G2, Rook H1 to use H file. For the moment, Black controls this H file, but White has 2 rooks to come here, and Black has only 1 rook to come on H file. So Black will lose this fight.
Put it on G1 instead.
Yeah, I don't like this A3 B4, to be honest, of White.
Yeah.
Because it gives some counterplay for Black. A4 is not the best one. Maybe 8x B4 to create B4 weakness is the best.
Look at these knights. Cannot go here, cannot go here, or here, or here. And this knight only has 1 move, which is to go here. And after that, he cannot go here or here. So what a mess. You need to go like bishop here, knight here, king f8 probably, and then you'll start running.
You just solved the puzzle.
We solved the puzzle. We did it. Let's go to another one. Not this one, because this one's nearly over. This one caught my attention. What is going on in Keti, and who's better?
Well, Black got the pawn on B2. That's is that extra? No, it's not extra. But I kind of like White's position. White has really nice play on the king side and some initiative with H5. There can be some mana ring with the pieces. Knight H3, Bishop H6, or Bishop G5, Knight F4.
Yeah,
and this is quite common idea to play also with Bishop F3, King G2, and Rook H1 if you open up H file. So the first move which comes to my mind is H5 here for White.
Well, it's Black to move. And
it's Black to move. Yeah, maybe Black will push H5.
Either push H5 or maybe Knight D3 to get this bishop off. But then again, maybe this knight on C4 is stronger than this bishop on F4. That's it. Okay, that's a good question for you. What will be stronger? Would you trade this knight for this bishop, or would you just place it back on C4 and make it feel good again?
I don't like. I would trade the bishop because knight on C4 is not really attacking anything. It's a beautiful piece, but it's like has not much targets. And here, black's idea should be to attack the weaknesses, right? So this knight is not really helping us to attack the weakness.
I mean,
and on the other hand, dark square bishop will be very dangerous if knight comes on h3, bishop g5. This dark squares of black is really weak because of the pawn structure that you just.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, all your pawns are on light square, so the dark square bishop is very strong. So I would love. I'll probably play something like this. The rook will go. I don't know.
E2 probably to defend c3.
Yeah.
And now taking bishop d3.
I take. You probably queen.
If queen takes, then what? f7 is hanging, right?
Yeah. Rook on 7. So either rook back or queen 8.
You can also take the knight. Yeah.
I don't really care about the knight. I think my bishop will be stronger in the endgame, especially because I have the bishop pair. So I'll probably just.
Yeah.
I'll probably move this one back, kick h6, put my king on g7, and then I'll start playing like rook c4, rook here, and start piling up on c3, which would be a good idea. So, also rook c4 is very strong because we're eyeballing a4 with a queen here.
Right.
We're gonna see what happens. This is the position. Knight d3 has been played, so we're gonna see this trade, and we're gonna see a very nice position by black. By the way, I love what's going on here. Checkmate. Oh, you hate to see this one. You ready?
Yeah. Ooh, it's impossible to defend this GT.
Cannot defend it. Very unfortunate. We have some more spies on the board. What about this one? White is.
What about this?
White's up a piece. Okay, that's not that important. White's just up material. That's no fun.
Yeah.
Alright. Dogs are going crazy in the back. Queen b6 has been played here. White has a very strong attack on this f6 bishop. You can't really take because then this will become a terrible position. Just to show that this is very this will be very nasty in the future. Maybe king g8. He tried to take rook f5.
The bishop on c8.
Oh, there's bishop on c8. Okay.
Maybe something like queen g3 to get on queen h4.
Yeah,
Exactly. This is just very hard to guard.
Very hard to defend this pawn. You have to play something like f5 at some point, I think, to defend this h7. But still, that's just ruthless because I'm not even gonna en passant. Probably, I'm probably take with the knight. Let's go. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care, Bar. You show me what you got.
You know what? It's different. Computer sees a lot of moves how to avoid some checkmates, and people can't. We can. So these kind of positions are just very, very hard to have with black, right? When you know that your opponent is attacking.
Yeah, I'm gonna play f6 and g6, and you're gonna feel bad. You're gonna feel sad. That's what you're gonna do. All right. So let's see if any moves. Queen f3 has been played. Oh, queen f3 was his last move. Okay, yeah. Why queen f3 though?
He wants to keep the pressure on f-file. Why not knight h7?
Knight h7 here? Okay, I'm gonna take.
Queen.
Oh, then take f6.
Yeah, there was knight d3. There was knight d3 instead of queen f6.
Oh, okay. You say
knight.
Oh, knight d3. Yeah,
pawn,
I see.
King takes pawn, queen takes bishop, knight takes d3, and now we have knight queen e3 with a check. So he wanted to avoid that.
But still, we're down a piece. But first of all, the rook is under attack, and if you defend it, I'm just gonna play h5 and I'm gonna mate you. So I don't hate your idea here, Keti. I don't hate your idea here. This could be something. Like, is there a way to queen h6? I also play h5. Well, I'll just take your rook. You need to defend your rook first. That's the thing. This comes really fast. This is cool. Look at that. Keti with the moves. Knight takes h7. Good work. I love it. All right. Let's keep her going. Keep her steady. This one looks very nasty for black as well. Oof. But is white's down material? Hold on. Where's your rook?
Was rook sacrificed? I think white sacrificed rook.
What's missing? Probably for the knight on
the master.
Let's check it real quick. So e4, d4. This happened. Quick h4, h5. Oh, the bar shut up here. Did we missing something?
We're gonna dismiss bar today.
We're gonna miss the bar today.
The bar doesn't agree with us.
So, oh, okay. But you could have taken him with check first, right? Or
you could.
Oh, it's still defended. Never mind. Yeah, he just lost a piece. Instead of just defending it, he just went. Okay, it's for me. So here, so where do we lose the rook? Oh, yeah, then that's gonna go to g3. 100%. There it is.
Oh.
Yeah, from the start, this looked really good for white, but if you're down a rook, that's
that doesn't look very good anymore.
a bit problematic.
Yeah, the thing is that after knight f7, for instance, and after some trades, you know, the rooks will be connected. So
yeah. And now I'm even threatening to take here and get some jazz going. Okay. Unfortunate for white here, but fortunate for white here. We left it in this position, and now we're in this position where the pawn structure still exists. They're still strong. Has a very nice attack here on the king side.
Very nice. I like the e6 weakness that white is pressing there. There are some ideas with bishop g5, knight f4 to increase more pressure on e6.
Yeah.
And there might be some sacrifices, maybe not sacrifices, but g7 pawn is also targeted by the rook. So
Absolutely.
if queen gets on g5 or then h5, h6, that pawn will be also under attack.
Absolutely, and just for a weird move, let's go white here. You can never put your king back because, like you said, there's just a lot of pressure here on the G square, and I could go queen h6. Seems very good. H5 seems very good. Everything's just. Would this lead to a mate?
Yeah. Check. Is it? Oh, beautiful. But if king comes on e6.
E6. Okay. Then
there's a checkmate. Yeah. And knight f4 as well. There's a checkmate.
Knight f4 as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a.
In the game, knight f5 was played, right?
In the game, knight f5 was played, and white starts. I love the little clap there. Look at that. I'm so excited. When I find mates, Keti gets excited. That's what you want to see.
Yeah. Now white's idea is to take the bishop f5, it takes f5, and then h6.
Yes.
And that's it. That's game over actually, because after whatever black does here, just bishop f6 is the next move, like h takes g and then bishop f6.
Or maybe.
Yeah, you can do this, but there's knight f4, knight h5, knight f6, and I don't really know how black is avoiding that.
True. Or maybe instead of taking here, maybe you can go bishop here immediately. With the idea that if you take, I might get my rook in. But this is maybe a little bit too enthusiastic.
You need to calculate this.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to calculate this.
So Rook of 8 has been played. Trying to defend the knight on f5. I like it. And we're probably going to see a white victory here. We're also having a chess 960 game, which is this one.
Oh, wow. What's happening here? Wow.
We're playing FIDE random. Holy moly.
White is doing just fantastic, and black is doing a bit weird things. But this is once again a good example what space advantage means.
I've never seen such a pathetic position. I'll tell you that. I've never seen such a pathetic position. Holy moly, what happened? Okay, you're going for d6. Pawns are pushing. This is still okay. This is where things are a little bit annoying. Oh, you hate playing bishop f6 and then the next move bishop e7. You're just wasting a lot of time there. Yeah, this is I don't know what happened
okay.
here.
In these pawn structures, you have to push b5
Yeah.
to stop white. But I think black was waiting for that for long. He could do it earlier. So white managed to do a lot of things on the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what's gonna happen. We're gonna play knight b3. We're gonna take. We're gonna take. Hold on. No, this is not the one.
Maybe knight a5 immediately.
Also, yeah. Well, the thing is that there's such a battery here on e4 that I want these two knights gone, so I can start hammering down on e4 and almost checkmate you. But it's not gonna happen. Look at this bishop. Look at that bishop. Can we talk about the bishop real quick?
Bishop is a bad bishop.
That is
bad bishop.
That is a
very bad bishop. Yeah, but neither a8 is a good bishop. So
no, this is rough. There's so many good moves here. Probably. Yeah, this is
okay.
good.
There are sad bishops and there are bad bishops. E7 bishop is bad bishop, and the a8 bishop is sad bishop.
It's a very sad bishop here. Yeah,
Yes.
he has potential. No, he's eyeballing,
Yeah.
but colleagues are in the way. Oh, this is a fun one to look at, but we're gonna move forward. We're gonna look too much at this one. This is kind of sedge. We're gonna look at an endgame with pawn f6. So I do like white here, even though I think 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 6. Wait. Okay, correct. 2 pawns down.
All right. This is interesting.
3 pawns down.
Yeah.
Do you know the band? 3 doors down.
3 downs.
Three doors down. Do you know the band?
Yeah.
Kryptonite and stuff. Well, this is 3 pawns down. Almost the same band. But this is horrendous. What is he
If
doing?
you take that, no.
I'm just gonna take a pawn. All right, you show me.
I thought rook b1, rook b7, but after rook b1, you will come queen d3 and attack on f1 rook.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah. But even then, if you take here, I'm just gonna move away. I'm gonna start running.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Exactly.
very, very strong, and I don't really see a good way for white. Maybe you go also. No, I kind of want to go to this pawn with my queen. That's my ultimate goal. To get this pawn, but I don't know how I do that. This is the Messiah. But
Why you are taking h4 pawn? You can come queen f4, queen h6 immediately.
listen, okay, it's not about the destination,
Easy.
Keti. It's about the journey, and I want that pawn. All right, me and that pawn, we go way back. I don't like him. He doesn't like me. We gotta remove it from the field.
Wait, it's too early. I need to get in shape. No, I'm not ready for it. Here's a question. Here's a question. Oh yeah, he's going for that. How come that this candidate master with black pieces has a photo and no one else has in this category?
The candidate master could have uploaded the photo themselves, or maybe he did it
Really?
himself, which is a big thing. He could also be a player that played in previous events where we did add him. So that's why. So he's one of the few that's there.
Nice.
He also
Earlier they asked somebody asked in the chat the question some other day, like how come that there are only photos of top people, and I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why
So
you
he's
asking?
from our just.com/players, and that's only for high-profile players, and not that this gentleman is in particular a high-profile player, but he participated in the 2021 FIDE World Cup, and everyone who participated in the FIDE World Cup, we got a picture of. So that is why. And we have rook e6. Obviously, rook h6 is not a possibility. Because we're going to take here. You're going to take here. And I'm going to have a nice little check.
Wow.
Cool little tactic. So the queen went to g5. And you have to be a little bit careful. But I still think queen d4 here is fine. I don't think you can ever do this. So, and I can always just play. Well, yeah, I can always play king h7 and also be safe. So.
Yeah, you know what? After queen d4, if queen gets on this diagonal, I don't think white has any counterplay there. Black is going to push the pawn, and if queen or rook leaves f pawn, black will simply capture that.
Yeah.
There's no checkpoint anymore.
See what happens. We did see. Oh no. Oh, this is the position. Okay. This is the current position. Doesn't look like there's much to look at. Black is just going to vaporize his opponent. And we're going to move on to other games. We have 2 rooks against a whole lot of minor pieces. And I don't know who I like more here. Keti, what's your call? What's your take?
It's white, but it's usually happens on the activity.
Yeah.
Depends on the activity. But in this position, white has this fast pawns here, connected fast pawns. But they are not as fast as black's pawns. This is a problem here. Usually 2 rooks are better than 3 pieces, but here black also has extra 2 pawns. So that's why bar shows that black has advantage here, material advantage.
I might even go bishop e6 here to defend. I'll start. Oh wait, why did you play that when you could play this? Oh, there's a check here. Okay, maybe bishop b6 first to defend.
Yeah.
I don't want to get the king closer to my pawn, so I wouldn't give that check. Okay, that helps. Never mind. Yeah, that's good.
That helps. Maybe bishop b6 now, and then f4, g4, or f5, f4.
The black is really fast with his pawns.
Oh,
okay. I don't know why you would do that. What?
Oh, what? There was so many blunders.
FIDE master has
now,
only 20 seconds.
Now.
Yeah, that is a disaster. That is a full-blown disaster, and white is definitely going to win this. Going to win another piece as well. Yeah, this is a unfortunate. So I'm thinking even here. There's no place for this knight to go, so you have to go here, and you get in another pin. So even that, trying to get the rook back, not a possibility. So knight b8 doesn't work as well. Knight b8 has been played. If white is sharp, he knows that this is just winning the knight back. Let's see what white does. No, he plays rook a7 and goes for that. I like my version more.
A lot of blunders in this game at once. But I'm sure black played really well before, because here we had winning position for black.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but we do have an endgame here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns against 4 pawns opposite color bishops. There's no way for the king to enter. This is a draw. I can simply just move my king here and here, and there's nothing you can do.
How come that black the bar says that it's better for black, or black has better chances?
Well, the bar says it's a 0.00, but it's a new just.com feature where it's taking in rating, it takes in the position, it takes in past, it takes in like a lot of stuff. That calculates the amount of win percentage for black. So because black is the more experienced player, the only person that could win here is black. That kind of.
That makes sense. Yeah, if there is a side, it should be black, because there is h5 breakthrough if bishop and king leaves the place.
Yeah,
like this center. And there's also some ideas with king c7, king b6, king a5, king b4, just to get in.
Yeah. To get in.
And white doesn't have any practical chances here. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
No, there's no way to sacrifice. But I mean, white only has to play b4 once, and then they're also locked away, and then just get the king here. So this is a complete and utter draw, but who knows? We will see. A lot of games are finishing up. Wow, a lot of games are finishing up. I thought we just started the rounds. Time flies.
Yeah, time
This one,
flies.
this one should be over soon. This one is over. So never mind. This is an interesting one, but I'll save this one for later. Let's look at this one first. This should be a clear-cut win for black. Should be a mate here somewhere, right? Check. 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 Okay, it's not mate. Check. Where's the mate? I feel like there's a mate here.
Check, check, check. Check here. It's a checkmate, yeah. Bishop
Oh, here,
C2
rook
and...
d1. Yeah, you're correct. So here rook d1 because this.
No, bishop C2 for... Okay, yeah.
This is the mate as well?
Yeah. It's in mate in 1 and I wanted to mate in 2, so...
And then here, also possibility.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, it didn't happen. But this is still completely winning for black, obviously. The bar says -10 for black, so that's going to be an easy sweep. This one should be a win for white. Black.
Yeah, because f2 pawn is wins here.
Yeah, I mean f2 pawn also just.
Yeah. Now black is going to grab d5 pawn, but it takes a lot of time. I don't know about d6. It's just this pawn.
Yeah, just giving up your pawn.
Promote.
Like, why bother?
Yeah. King g4, king f4, king d4. That's it.
Just gotta sweep it all. Yeah, this is an easy win. Let's see if we can get the tactics. But this is the game that I was waiting for. We had this position, and now it is this position. Or black is okay, I would say. Black is about to mate.
Oh no. Bishop fb5 now? Oh yeah, it's checkmate. What's wrong with me today?
Oh, okay. Whoa, bar, are you
what?
okay?
What is this?
100% win for white, but it's a mate in 9 for black.
I'm confused with this part.
I'm gonna screenshot this. An interesting one.
You can choose which evaluation you want to have on the bar.
I don't think so. All right, let me go back a few.
What was the move there? What was the blunder there?
No, there wasn't. There wasn't a blunder. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Sure.
Let me just get this one real quick. 100%.
Yeah, sure. But we had this yesterday. I think yesterday we had a different bar. It was helping.
Right.
Lower rating player will never find the mate in 9 muse. It depends.
Oh!
If it's checks, they can. Why not?
Wait! Is this a straw?
It's the same game?
This is the end game. What happened? Okay, so 95. Oh my god, he blundered his rook.
Oh no.
He blundered his rook. Wow.
Oh wow. Is it last position, the final position?
This is the position that's on right now, yeah? Okay, so you cannot take here because you will promote. So you have to go back to h1. You have to
but
move
now
to knight
you're losing h2, then you will lose f3, and then maybe you will lose the knight as well.
So the bar was correct, ladies and gentlemen. How can you guys? How could you guys?
Oh, I like knight d2.
Probably rook b8 to start
now
checking.
f2 f1 is coming. f2 now.
Yeah, but still, I just think.
Okay, I was too dramatic. Yeah.
You. It could have been an interesting set for sure. I'll probably just go king here. Oh no. Oh no, Morocco. Okay, so it is a draw at the end. Wow.
I'm happy that this game ends because we were suggesting such an incredible moves.
That was incredible. This is the final game ongoing. It's gonna be a check here, and then we're gonna see a checkmate on the board. Yeah. All right. So this was the first round of Pool A. There's going to be 4 rounds. There's also the final day for Division 4. So we will have our winners today. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to have a lot of cool stuff happening. Keti, ready to take our first break?
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. And we will come back with more crazy games.
Yes, the boss says so. So we're going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have round 2 of... No, not round 2. Round 9 of Pool A of the Online Olympiad Division 4, brought to you with chess.com and FIDE. See you guys. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your favorite commentary duo, Robert Hess and Danny Orange. I'm not kidding. I don't know who your favorite commentary duo is. Mine.
I'm Robert. I'm Robert.
I'm Danny. I'm crazy dad Danny. Dad bod Danny. No, he doesn't have a dad bod. He actually has a pretty good body. What's up, everyone? This is still the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021 Division 4 Pool A. Round number 9 is about to start. We just saw the end of Pool 8. Let's have a quick look at the results. And Keti, let's talk a little bit about what happened there. Well, how did the standings change for Pool A?
Yeah, but we don't have the results in 9 round. We have results in round 8.
Yeah,
because
round
it was
8.
round 8. All right. So Pakistan won over Laos with 5-1, and here we have another 5-1 against Brunei and Chas, and also Hong Kong against Bahrain. And we have Thai, Oman against Guam. And the other 2 matches, Nepal won against Maldives and Lebanon won against Fiji. These 2 matches were something that we were talking right before the start of the game. And here we have Lebanon managed to win over Fiji. Does it mean that Fiji has less and less chances now?
So Fiji has 3 more rounds to go. Round 9, 10, 11. So that's a maximum of 6 points. But there's already a gap between them and the number 3rd place of 4 points. So number 3 only has to win once. Then they probably already win on tiebreaks, because that is Lebanon versus Fiji. They won on tiebreaks against each other. So I think it's already kind of over. I think the top 3 is already set, but maybe the Maldives can fight back. We're going to see if there's going to be some big names. Hong Kong and Nepal are like through already. I'm not too worried about that. So Nepal against Pakistan, not too much to worry about. We have Bahrain versus Maldives. Big game for Maldives. They need to win. Guam versus Hong Kong. Hong Kong is just going to crush. Lebanon versus Oman, which is number 3 against the number 5. Stages against Fiji. Fiji obviously needs to win that. The strongest team, Laos versus Brunei, is also one of the games that is about to start. So let's take a look at the standings. As we were discussing that, Hong Kong is the number 1 at the moment. We're not to worry about that. They should be the first ones to go towards the final phase. I think it's already set. Yeah. Even if the Maldives still get 6 points. Okay, they can be. So technically it is possible that they're not going to go through, but it's kind of over. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. It's possible, but tough task. For today, I would like to choose Maldives for the country that I would visit today.
Okay.
And what's your choice? Which country would you like?
So I'm just gonna. Oh my god! I almost said something really stupid, so I'm gonna look it up first before I'm gonna say something stupid. Hold on. Okay. Yes. All right. Nepal, ladies and gentlemen, is not somewhere in Italy, which I thought for some reason. Maybe it's because one of the cities is called Nepal.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they have. I know.
That's true, right? Yeah,
they have city there.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not that crazy. But I think I will go to Fiji. Sounds very. It just sounds very, touristy. Hey, where are you gonna go? I'm gonna go to Fiji, the Fiji Islands. Yeah, I'm going to go to Fiji.
Fiji. Okay, you wanted to visit an Italian part of Nepali.
Sure.
I think.
Sure.
One E is missing there. Yeah.
Listen, I'm just gonna move to Fiji.
Close to India. Yeah.
I'm just gonna move to Fiji. That's what I'm gonna say. What language do they speak there? Someone looked it up for me. I'm gonna look it up right now. Quick facts. In the South Pacific, there's a Fiji museum. The Victorian era Thurston Gardens. Look at that. Now, I'm gonna go. Which language do they speak there?
I think English.
Did you speak English there? Yo, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, like that's what they're
Fiji
like.
Fiji language. I'm gonna move to Fiji. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Wait. There is it's the Indian language they speak there. Oh, it's a little bit more difficult, but I'll manage. Don't worry about it. The games have started, so let's actually go to the games. Now, in all honesty, I am 100% open to move from countries because Netherlands is great, but my my girlfriend is Asian heritage, and she also wants to move at some point in life. So the countries I'm looking at right now to move at one point is either South Korea, Australia, or New Zealand. So that area is gonna look pretty.
Oh wow,
okay
you
to
want
me.
to be far away from
Far away from Europe as possible. Absolutely. So we'll see. See how that's gonna impact us. But first, we're gonna see how the games are gonna treat us today. The games have started. I'm a bit confused about his opening, but of course, Keti is gonna explain to me what is going on here.
That's Rosalima with bishop b5. Queen b6 is not very common because of the same principles, because we're not developing queen very early. Because as you can see now, it's hanging, and if you dare to capture that bishop, then after knight c7, this queen will be just will be gone from the board. So
Yep.
queen has to go back, and at this point, look at this. White's 3 pieces are developed, and black has not even developed yet. So
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure about queen h5 though, if that was
That's
really necessary.
I don't know. It's kind of cool. Knight f6 is kind of the only move. Well, what else are you gonna play? G6. The problem is that queen e5 is. This is the idea.
Okay, I got your point. Yeah.
And let's say h6 for something. Trying to go check here. You cannot. I mean, this is just a bad move. You're probably gonna get mated. This doesn't help because I'm gonna do this. This doesn't work because it's pinned. There are a lot of maybe a6 here helps. Still, I'll go queen e5 and I'm gonna mate you. This is such a weird position. I love queen h5. The more I look at it, the more I love it. So knight f6 is kind of the only move, and we're just gonna probably trade it off. And there are no more ideas. Maybe e5, maybe castle, but great start by white here.
Yep, and we have this. This is the last moves we have on the board.
Yes, firm position.
Right.
So knight takes f6 has been played. They take with the g pawn, also makes sense. Might as well make some room, and you might want to develop your pieces. How about that?
Yeah. Well, black has to do it. Black, I think we'll go with e5, and then we'll try to push this bishop backwards with a6 and then d5.
Yeah,
thank you.
I agree. Sorry, I was clicking on stuff that I shouldn't. Put my hands behind my back.
That's okay. I'm in better shape now for our second argument. So
yeah, you're
bring it.
You're down to clown. There you go. All right, let's look at this one from the start. It is a King's Indian attack. The double fianchetto. Is it fianchetto? Is it fianchetto? Is it fianchetto? What is it?
I call fianchetto, but I actually checked it how it sounds, and they say fianchetto.
Well, you just
but I still say fianchetto.
Of course, your name is Keto, so it makes sense. Yeah, I do get that. I also call it fianchetto. I also call it the perch instead of the perk, or
yeah.
I don't know.
Look, listen. You heard it?
I do it again. All right. I'm gonna close in. Do it again. Fianchetto. Is that British?
Yeah.
See, that's how the British say, and British is not a real language. So I'm just gonna go for the English one. Fianchetto. Here we have these standard on. I don't know what kind of pawn formation you do, but usually you see this a6 so the bishop.
It's a Slav defense.
Slav defense. Yeah, h6 so the bishop can move back. And here we have some aggressive maneuvering. Queen to b6. I love this, by the way. If the bishop is gone from to f5, b7 is weak. This is a very common idea. Start here. There are also some sacrifices usually on e6 when these kind of positions occur, which is very common.
Instead of queen a6, there was knight bd7 also possibility, or knight a6. Yeah. And if you take that, then after rook b8, the bishop on b2 will be struggling.
I thought maybe you trapped the queen as well, but I'm not sure about the. Oh, you can go to a4.
Queen a4, okay. Yeah. We can take bishop.
We'll just take the free bishop. Yeah. All right, so that's a good point. Queen a6 has been played. So now e4 with a tempi, and now it's more like, do you push one of these pawns, or do you just play h3 or rook here, or what would you play here?
I would play 95 here, just to try to you know, control more the
Yeah,
center.
I like it.
But about your question, which pawn to push, because you can push all these pawns.
Yeah.
That might be e5. That might be e5 with the idea of knight e4, c5, knight e6, just to get this knight on d6, and that's
I like
it.
that. So, e5 has been played. The rook is defending this pawn now. Again, you can play knight e4 as well, because the bishop defends d4.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate something like, let's say a weird move, a4, and then bishop a3. Try to trade these off and then get the knight on d6. Whenever you can.
Yeah, but don't be afraid of that to close the bishop on b2 with structure with c5 e5, because this bishop will have some weight, like bishop c1 attacking on h6 or bishop c3 coming on a5 in the future in the endgame. So yeah, for the moment it's important to squeeze as much as possible our opponent and attack the weaknesses, and then you can take care of this bishop, like unless it's stuck in behind the pawn. So now it's fine.
All right, good point.
Yeah, I also like your idea of the trading the bishops and then these, but it takes time. That's my point.
That's true. You're impatient. I know you. You're an impatient soul.
Yes.
I
don't have patience or something.
Now we're just actually. I do want to push d5 now. It just feels good. You know, everything is on it. This is a weird clunk of, you know, what is this? Apart from the Windows logo, just weird. So I really like this d5 push right now. We'll see.
Yeah.
See what happens. I hope he plays d5. This is the current position. We are going to move on towards some more extent. Let's go to the bottom boards. What has happened here?
Okay, this is endgame. We can at least calculate really quickly that black has 2 extra pawns. Though the pawns on the C file are doubled, and they will be the target. And how many pieces? 4 pieces. Yeah, okay. We have to calculate first the pieces.
What happened here?
White has an extra piece, yeah, for 2 pawns.
Go from the start. This is a
nice.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, bishop e6. So we can talk about this bishop e6. It's just so not right move in chess. Like bishop comes on in front of the central pawn, and that leaves d5 pawn unguarded. And besides that, it delays the castling of black's king. Like now the bishop is in front of e pawn, and bishop cannot develop that side, and only chance here is to play g6, bishop g7, which delays the castle with 1 move, because black has to play also g6 and that.
I mean, I don't hate this here, because I think I'm going to just take here and then win our pawn. So
that g5.
Okay, can I just take here on d4?
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. But can I now capture it? With the queen, sorry, no, queen captures, queen captures. Yeah.
Tricky.
Oh no, I wanted to play 93, but I can't now. Yeah.
Tricky. Yeah, this is a. Even if you do this, yeah, I can just win a piece here. Wow. Yeah, I think taking on e4 here was just a good move.
How about d5? How about d5?
So the problem with d5 is probably I'm just gonna take. And then which one do you take?
I think queen f3 is fine.
Queen f3.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Bishop g4.
Oh damn it! You're finding so good moves.
There we go. So yeah, and here if you just take one of these, I'm just gonna take on e6 for example. I'm just gonna take the castle first, and then I'm gonna take on g2 or here. Or in any case, I'm up with one.
This is not good. This is not good because king is just badly replaced.
All right, but he played c4, obviously the wrong way, and now we're just down a full piece. But interesting opening. I do be loving that.
Yeah.
This one, one's kind of over. A little bit, just a little bit. trying to find some spicy stuff. Here's an interesting one. Black is up a full piece, and it's probably the best piece I've seen in 4 years. That is a very nice bishop.
Yeah. Controls the whole diagonal.
And now the idea is simple. I'm just gonna play queen d5. You have to play a free, and I can double up. Which you probably should, because I also defend g6 then. Yeah, this is really good. So not much to look at there, unfortunately. This is more to look at. Bar says
just came on d3 now? Because knight on e2 was hanging.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Right, okay, so the tricky question, where the h2 pawn was?
It was taken by the bishop. What do you think?
King h1 and bishop gap back. It was a Greek gift, I guess. Attempt of Greek gift, yeah.
What do you think? I haven't looked yet. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Bishop. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah.
So one here.
Makes sense.
Specified as a Greek gift. Okay. Here bishop takes h2, and then check here, and then you win this. Yeah. Good point. Look at that. Then here. So just to showcase everyone, you cannot take here because of this check. After king g1, you win this bishop. This is not possible, or not entirely possible, in this position, because now I can take my knight. I'll just take with the queen.
Yeah,
so the queen being blocked is a very big thing with the Greek gift. Why is it called the Greek gift again? Is there a reason?
It comes from the player Greco, I guess. It's more.
And he's a Greek?
He's Greco.
Well, it's called the Greek gift, not a Greco. Okay, I gotta look it up. Greek gift.
I'll check that. I'll check that really quickly.
That's not entirely clear. It's something like a Trojan horse. That makes sense. But that's about it, yeah. Okay, interesting.
It's also called as a classical bishop sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Trojan horse kind of idea, which does make it a lot cooler, because I like Trojan horses. Unless there's viruses. I don't like them then. Queen 7, and black is doing A-okay. It says, the bar says -4 for black, and I do tend to believe that, because you're just up a pawn. You're in good spirits.
Oh, because it's a pin on e2. That's that's the main point here.
Yeah, you cannot.
You cannot really guard this horse over here.
Because after rook e1, I was just about to ask.
I wanted to say 94. Maybe g5 first. F takes g and 94.
Or very position for sure.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. I like it. Not much to do there, so I do like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. I had a different idea, but that doesn't work. I want to go like queen e3 and then take here and then do something like this, but there's still a bishop here, so not a thing. All right, good move. Rook ab8 has been played instead. So g5, the queen goes away, and now black does need to capitalize on this pin somehow, or it's all been in vain. So let's see how that's going to work out in the future. Let's ask ourselves, where's the h pawn?
h5, h6, g, h6, I think. That was it. Looks like a close to Celine position.
You think like this, in here.
But then where is the f pawn?
We'll find out. A mystery. Okay, so I do see this kind of setup. Does make sense. Yep. Oh, you take with. Took
And
with the
then
F.
he lost it.
Oh. Oh, that is horrible. That is a
Yeah.
horrible position. Yikes. You just manually castle back. You don't see that very often. You usually see the manual castle on the
By
other
the way,
side.
this tool, what White just did, it's very powerful.
Yeah.
With White, and you guys can remember it. Like if you play close Sicilian, or if you play these kind of positions, just like make sure that you can bring the bishop on h6. Just try to trade the dark square bishops and then push h4, and you have a win there.
Yeah, this
Like
is way too slow. What you need in these positions is that the knight is on f6, because this is very popular, but it doesn't really help. You take with not with the h pawn, with the f pawn. So if we check now, your knight defends it all the way. In a lot of times, let's just play some silly moves. In a lot of times, your rook also defends here. Play rook e7 with all these pawns out of the way, and you are golden. And if this pawn ever moves too far, let's make some silly moves. Pawn ever moves, sorry, you just play knight h5. Are pretty set to defend here, even though it can look a little bit tricky and a little bit scary. But that didn't happen. We start with the pawn push, and this is just a very nice position for white. Black already castled. Gotta go anywhere anymore, and I think this will be a white victory. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Black has no reason to win here. like Black cannot win here.
Yeah.
With that king. What's the idea? Maybe something like e5 breakthrough in the center.
Yeah. Well, again.
Or something like g4, g5, just to kick this knight backwards.
Which one do we take here, Keti? Same question.
I would calculate e5 first, because there's knight f5, and that's something that I would be worried, because I don't like when I'm giving some counterplay, and that's why g4 g5 came in my head next.
Yeah. Okay. So it is black to move.
Yeah, I will go still e5. It's more sharp.
Let's go one move back. You say e5, or you say g4 g5, right?
e5. I will go e5.
You go e5. Okay. Well, I'm gonna run over here. And then
we can trade that knight. And then we can play something like queen g5, let's say.
Oh, look at that. Going for that pawn. Sneaky little devil. Yeah. I like it. You can't really defend that, and the rook's coming in here as well. Yeah, that's very strong. d5 also an idea. Just want to look.
Can be with the idea of 94, 96.
Yeah, exactly.
But that gives queen e3 sneaky check.
Oh, look at that. Resignation. No, I'm gonna continue. I'm still gonna go 94.
It's too good position. Even knight b5 was a move.
Yeah, knight b5 is also one of these knights here. It's just too good. See this? I trapped your queen. There. It's useless now. Haha. All right. So e5, I love that move. a3 has been played, and now we're waiting for black to move. The sun is shining in my face, so I'm going to lower the curtains. I'm going to give you a new position, and you're going to tell me all about it. Go.
Bring it. Okay. So here we have it. The bar says that black has here more chances to win. Oh no, black has the very small chance. You can see the dark point over there on the top of the bar, and it says that it's more chances of draw than white to win, which I totally disagree, actually, because white has very strong pawn on d7, pair of bishop, and black's king is exposed. There are some checks over there, and the question is how black is going to stop the pawn. I don't see, to be honest.
Okay, 1 second. I have to send this over to someone else. Now, this is going to be over. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Let's do a little bit more of a balanced position. This one was pretty cool. White does seem to have the upper hand here.
This looks cool. So what do we have over here? We have opposite side castle. So this is always tense positions, but seems like white is fully dominating here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, white is fully dominating. Now the threat is bishop e7, knight e7, and queen d6. So this pawn on d6 is a weakness. And if black captures bishop g5, then pawn takes on g5, opens h file, still the pawn is hanging. I think black is losing right now d6 pawn, because f6 is also impossible because there is a pin from d5. This is really good position.
Really strong here for white. Yeah, absolutely. And there are already 30 tricks as well. I'm trying to check. Can we play something that is So this is the last move, but could we have taken on c5 here?
Oh wow. Yeah, why
Our
not?
last move was g5, but I think we could just take this pawn, right?
Yeah.
If our queen takes.
This wins a piece.
Wins me. Well, you win a pawn, but that's not too shabby. Yeah, I feel I saw this. I was a bit confused of why bishop g5 here was the move, but okay, we have this position now, and a takes g5. And we're going to see how this is going to transpire. The bishop has been traded, so d6 will fall. There's absolutely nothing black can do about that, and there's no attack on the queen side here on the king. So I think white's pretty comfortable. Look at another pretty comfortable position for white. White's been winning on a lot of these. Look at this one. Are we down material? Yes, we're down a piece. There we go. White wins? Question mark?
Yeah, absolutely. Now the rook comes on h file, and then queen will get on h file too, and that's a checkmate.
Sorry, come again.
Rook h, like queen has to move now.
Yeah.
Let's say queen e7, bishop is hanging too. So rook h5, check, king goes backwards, and f5. Yeah, f5.
Yeah, and then we'll try to maybe throw an f6 at some point. Or...
f6 or queen h3, just do some mating ideas. Why not?
Yeah, the problem is I can always play f6 and I'll always run away.
In that case, we might have something else because we can stay diagonal on a2 g8.
Yeah, you want to like play queen here at some point.
Yeah. Queen d5 is now a move, but there's queen f7, and we're not happy to trade the queens.
No.
It's difficult. Yeah, queen h3. Queen h3.
Queen h3. Okay, I'm gonna ignore you.
Thank you. Please do it. Now I'll checkmate you in 3 moves maximum.
Okay, I'm scared. I'm running away.
Oh, come on. It's not ignoring. You're running away.
Nowhere to run to, baby.
No, you're running away. Not ignoring. Ignoring is a6 or I don't know, a5.
All right, I'll ignore you. a6.
Yeah, then it's a checkmate.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Oh wait, that's the one. So we're looking at rook h5. Maybe there's something better after. Is queen e7? Queen e7 was played. Oh, we could just win a piece with queen d3 check.
Beautiful. We could see
Not
that
too bad as well.
We could see that too.
Look at that, Mr. Profile Picture, really showing off how to play chess. A queen d3 check. We're gonna win that bishop. So.
Well, he's a candidate master. He has played some tournaments and he has experience. So
Elmer's good. Elmer's good. Put on some more aggression here.
Let's do it.
Bishop goes here to e5. A lot of aggression. White is really, really strong here. A lot of ideas. We just want to take her on f6, obviously. The knight can come in. The rook can go to e1, and black is just trying to get all his pieces on the back rank. So bishop d7.
d7 was played.
Yeah, can we take on f6?
Yeah. Bishop f6.
Well,
queen c7 check. Intermediate check. So take f6, queen c7.
7. D6 is not it. This is not a good move. Okay, so that's not an option. What else do we have? We could just simply move back and keep the pin. I think that's the
Yeah,
most
queen somewhere, queen f3 or queen f2.
Queen f3 or queen f2. Matter.
Oh, then knight g4.
The knight g4. There we
It's not
go.
that simple, right?
All right, it's not that simple. What do we do here for white?
It's not that simple as we thought.
My brain capacity is low now. There we have a check. We don't have d6. We don't have bishop e5. Once the queen's go d7. If I go here, we're gonna lose that one. Oh wow. Bavarian gives it -2 for black. Really? We're just gonna lose material. We're just going to lose material. It's easy as that.
Yeah, after 95, white was losing already.
Yeah,
Because you couldn't take with the queen either.
No. Then
Oh, 95 was a blunder. 95 was a blunder.
95. No, it's still.
With white.
Ah, here, yeah. Queen f5 was apparently.
Queen f5 was a blunder, yeah.
All right, unfortunate. And let's see, this is the current position, and it seems like white is going to lose a piece, which is not that great. What is great is this position. This one looks really, really good.
Yeah, sometimes you are getting that lucky because most like this, you cannot really predict. Like queen f5 is such a natural move in the previous game, and after bishop d7, you're just losing. And there is some moves, some checks like queen h7, queen c7. That you are just lucky to have it on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta be lucky sometimes. Probably we're just going to move the rook back. I didn't really like this one that much.
Why not?
I think I'm just gonna take and probably. I don't have king f7. Never mind. Thought I had king f7. Not too bad. I thought king f7 and you don't have anything anymore, but the knight's defending it. If I go king here, it's gonna go queen c2 or queen d3. I do like it. I changed my mind. I do like it, and this is now the position.
Yeah, because this bishop was guarding the king, and there's no bishop anymore, so you can do some attack there. We're gonna take this with a pawn for sure.
Probably gonna take first. Yeah, knight goes to f4. And I don't know.
Right, black has also some counterplay on the king side, right? So because of the king is a bit exposed as well. White's king.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I like black actually. This d6 knight seems very strong, but it doesn't control that much. In retrospect, where black is having a fantastic attack, maybe queen h4 afterwards, trying to go to h3. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah. Yeah, queen e3 maybe to guard this.
Yeah, and even after this, you take on f2, so
yeah,
can do that as well. So what happens? Now queen e3. Yeah, all right. Queen has been played, and now Tucky. Maybe I'll bring my other rook in.
Or you can just create a pass pawn. That's really annoying. b4, a5, a4.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna start running. That might be just the case, you know. Keep it close. This knight is fantastic, way better than this knight.
It is, yeah.
So maybe just pin this one, keep it simple, and then start running these.
Yeah, you can also play queen h5 at some point, attack the rook and threat knight e2.
Yeah. Look at these, knight e2. I love queen h5. Beautiful move. Throw it on the board. Yeah, still have the pin on h3. How you defend all this? E5
rook
is
e1, I guess. Yeah, rook e1 is on the move, but now every white's piece is in defense, and this is not good.
Exactly. No bueno. All right. Good stuff. Look at us. We're learning. At least I'm learning. You already know all this. I'm learning. This is a low-rated pleb commentating with Keti. The bar says 99% win. So I do be believing that. This is a pretty decent position. The amount of material is the same, but there's going to be a really strong move quickly, but I'm trying to find it. What's the killer here?
Okay, this is the same position, right? So it means that white pushed d5 as you predicted.
Yeah. Was it this game?
Hmm.
I think, yeah, this is game. Yeah, he pushed d5. This is the position
Yeah,
right now.
still very good for white. Still very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to see what the push is. Probably g5 and maybe go over there.
G5, bishop G4, just to weaken E6.
Exactly. Where do you place this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's the problem. I don't know where to place that.
G8 maybe to control A7.
Yeah, probably G8.
And bishop G4 here.
Or yeah, you might even starve this.
Yeah, actually.
Can't really do this because I'm gonna hunt you down. The G5 here is very strong, and also bishop G4 here. Just at this large, like you can't really take. Now E6 is also under attack.
F5 is also coming, but once again, mate in 2 is even better. So H1 was...
everything is very dirty here. So G5 has been played, and it's more worrying on the place is knight. It's bad everywhere. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff here by white. Slowly pressing out. Knardik Muradian versus Anet Al-Aisai. Yeah, knight G8. And do we see bishop G4 or rook H1?
Let's see what white will play.
What do you think?
It's a woman player. We like to attack. So she will choose your move.
Okay. There we go. To change seating all the time. I don't know why. We'll do another. No, we're gonna stay on this one. 1 minute, 50 seconds left. Where will we see the knockout?
Another move, which there's so many moves. There's also rook E6 move.
Ooh, I do. Oh, Queen H2 is the move. Also very strong. King G7 will do a rook. But I do like rook E6. That's a funny move, obviously. I'm just gonna take, because I don't know how to play chess. And if you take here, would you go... Which piece will go to d5? Will you go to g4 first? Like, what's your...
G4 first. That stops the king to escape on d7.
Bishop or the queen?
Bishop is good. Then the queen comes on d5.
Yeah, you cannot go here because the knights go to d5. You cannot go here. So this is your only move. Pretty much. And even then... Trying to find the knockout blow here.
Rook
Or
H1.
Queen H2 is also enough.
Rook H1.
It's still rook H1, yeah.
Yeah.
See what happens. Queen H2, and black will probably have a bad day. Sure.
Oh, she plays Queen H2?
Yeah, Queen H2 hasn't played. This is also a pretty bad day for black in this position. 5 seconds left. Where do we see the mate?
There should be a mate, knight G6. Yeah, it's a mate. It's a mate.
That's the mate, yeah. And after you take here, you just lose your rook. Unless there's something stronger, well, you could stick with the queen in here. You're gonna win anyway. But here we have a beautiful mate, by the way. Very nice. We can just remove these pieces. They're not existing. It's still a mate.
Yeah, if you don't have rook, queen, another rook, and the bishop, it's still checkmate.
Yeah, like we'll go here, then we'll go here, then we'll go here, then we'll go here. Still checkmate.
Checkmate. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to.
Nice.
Very nice. All right. That was that one. Here we have a pawn endgame, and this one's pretty over. I would give a check first. I wouldn't give a check. I would just take.
Yeah, just take it.
Oh, whoa! Look at that. White's winning. Me.
No.
Go on another print screen.
White went so up.
Yeah. No, that's that's a drunk bar. It's a drunk bar.
Bar is not in shape today.
Yeah, the bar is pretty sad.
Still awake.
Yeah, look at that. 80% draw chances.
if stalemate, how it's a draw, right? It's stalemate? I don't know.
All right. I've bullied them.
Drunk Bar. Yeah, Bar had some party yesterday, and it's a hangover today.
Yeah. He had a party. He raised the bar too high, and this is what happened. All right, so this is a resignation. See what else we got. We have a bishop endgame here. This one's this is the it's not this one. Game was this one. Oh, it's the f5 queen to5 one. Yeah, let's see what happened here. Okay, I'm in it.
Oh, White decided to sacrifice a queen or what?
No, this is where the relay stopped working properly. They're in the bishop endgame. Right now, it seems like it's a draw. Yeah, this is a draw position. This one doesn't play anymore that correctly. Sometimes it happens with the players or their connection or something like that. This one is correct. This one has.
Okay, the opponent's game might be even losing for White because Black King is closer to the pawns, and then pawn is on g7, and when the pawn is at the starting position and White can't manage to get top position quickly, it's losing. So for these reasons, White is keeping the queen on the board, and probably next move he will capture on g7.
Yeah.
And Black can also capture on h5 with queen e2 check.
Yep. Right here.
Yeah. And queen g5.
I'm gonna start running and trying to hide behind a queen and stuff. Yeah. All right, this should be a interesting ending for sure. This is the last, not the last game. Of two other games, this is one of them. Where White is doing okay.
A pawn up. White is a pawn up. The king is safer. But there are some counterplays with e4, e5 pawn.
Yeah.
Wow, I like this blocking move, queen e4.
Nice blocking
you know
move.
what?
You cannot take.
If you capture this, yeah, there is a rook h1. You're losing a queen, and even if you are not losing a queen, it's just bad to open up the king.
Yeah. Would you push c4 here and start running? It's already the rook is already behind it.
Yeah, I would do a4, but I'd like c4 now more. The rook is already just...
Yeah, and this is just completely losing, obviously. Even if you try to start grabbing this pawn, we're going to be very quick. There's an interesting look again. Do you want to keep this pawn just a rook g1? Or do you say like, well, I don't care, I'm going to start running something like this?
I think not care. Now h6, rook has to come on h7 and before b5. Before b5. And b6
yeah, and this is way too fast. And this is the current position. We're going to see before now. This should spell the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
But Elmar, hey, look at that. Prudent. Is he from Fiji? Oh, he's from Guam. Okay, okay. So this should be over. Let's look at this game real quick. This is a end game where equal material. It should be a draw. I mean, both sides are just going to check at any point. And keep checking at any point. I'm going to go back to that rook game. I was going to develop. It seems like b6 is just going to be fine. You're not going to be on time at all. So,
if rook e6 here, then b7 is winning.
Yeah.
c7 is a bit tricky, but yeah.
Winning, and even if you start... but even if you start running here and try this, even if I didn't have any checks, I have a check right now, but even if I didn't have a check, I could also just take this and go for the next one. So yeah, this is all she wrote. All she wrote. This game is over. Over Range Rover. This game is going to go on for a bit. White is trying their best to make this work.
Oh, there are 2 pawns.
Yeah.
This might be winning if there are 2 pawns.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you put the king, because Black is going to keep checking like this. No, this is going to be the last check, but again, there's no way forward.
Queen d7, let's say.
Yeah, Queen d7.
Yeah, with white. I thought it was white's move. Queen g7.
Yeah.
And now king h7. King g8. King
Sorry, I don't
f7.
get. Sorry.
Yeah, king f7.
It's
yeah,
difficult.
queen e7.
So the problem here is that in this position, it's black to move, and I'm probably just gonna keep your king off of here. So I'm gonna go here because I want to stay on the light squares, and of course, so far away as possible. I might even go queen c7, just to make sure that I stay as far away, so I can keep checking you on these diagonals. Let's see what happens. Queen e7 was played. Yeah, 2 checks, and here you can just move back and forward.
Yeah, it's better to keep the king as far as possible, so there will be no checks and trades. So we're not bringing king closer to the pawns. In this case, king is not really helping to black.
Yeah, I think they're gonna repeat moves. That is a draw, and that was final game. It's still ongoing. But what do you think? Is it gonna be a win? It's gonna be a draw?
I think it's going to be a draw because black has 1 minute and he clearly knows what he's doing. He's keeping the king on the first, second ranks. So seems like he knows that he has to have a king far away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this one's going to go on for a while. We're going to let this one play out, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final game of Pool A. Next round, we're going to have round 10 of Pool A. And round number 8 of Pool B, because Pool B is also going to start. But we'll have our pairings and results. The standings will be updated in just a bit. But for now, I'm going to work on my lighting, because it looks like I'm in a dark cave, which is not the case. Actually, I have a pretty view. Keti, you saw my view, right? Do you like it?
You asked me what?
You saw my view earlier today, like the view.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful, beautiful.
There we go.
Yeah, if I work here, I would also try to go out.
Yeah, I have a nice good to show. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in a bit. Enjoy your Sundays for us. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm glad everyone is here as well. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is the Online Olympiad Division 4, brought to you by Chess.com and FIDE Chess. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're still here. My name is Wouter, also known as Bikfoot. I'm the esport producer for chess.com, and I'm joined here by women grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Her last name makes you want to dance. It's Guramashvili with a little tsatsa, and I do like that a lot. Keti, how you doing? We're still here. We're still rocking it. There are a lot of great games that we saw with a lot of intricacies. Are you having a good time?
I'm having a very, very good time. Let's see what's happening. And thanks, Rick. I think it's hitting up. And we're having here round 10 already. So we're gonna see what is going to be changed, or maybe we will not have any change.
Yeah, let's talk about round 9, which just finished. We have obviously a lot of games going, and we see that Hong Kong drew the game. So it did not win the game. It's a 3-3, where Nepal lost and Lebanon won. So we have a shift in the standings, which is always a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a kind of upset that Nepal is one of the favorite team right now, ranked third position, and did not manage to win this round. So maybe we might have some change. At least some other countries will have some hopes after that result.
Yeah, absolutely. Nepal was second, but lost, so they dropped down a place. Let's look at the standings real quick before we go to the pairings of next. So we saw Hong Kong. Hong Kong drew the game against Guam. We see that Lebanon won against Oman with 3.5, 2.5, which is a very small victory, but a very important one. And Nepal lost against Pakistan. So Pakistan also grabbed some points. So now the Maldives are really good. And Fiji also getting closer and closer. With 3 points behind, Maldives points behind. So what are the pairings for this round? Very important. We have Pakistan against Brunei, Fiji against Laos, but the most important one, Hong Kong is playing Lebanon, the number 1 versus the number 2, where Nepal is playing Bahrain, which is somewhere along the bottom. So that's very important. But not only that, ladies and gentlemen, we're not only playing round 10 of Pool A, but we're also playing round 8 of Pool B. And what's going on in Pool B, Keti?
In Pool B, we have Kenya leading for the moment. And then we have 2 teams showing first and second and third place, Malawi and Palestine are sharing the places, and Namibia is very, very close to top 3.
Absolutely. So let's have a look on which of these powerhouses can play against each other. We see that Kenya is playing Somalia. Somalia is at the bottom of the list, so not a very exciting matchup. We see that Malawi is going to take on Saudi Arabia, also at the bottom of the list, and Palestine, the top 3 player, is playing against Lesotho, which is 5th place at the moment. So number 3 versus the number 5. I think Lesotho really wants to win in order to see again forward. But the games have started. My arms are ready.
Yeah. What I was thinking, like this online Olympiad is also good for those countries and those players who are just not as higher rated as top players and the countries. And now we have a chance to know them better, and they have a chance to show their best, and being a bit popular in chess world as well.
Yeah, this is going to be their big day. Maybe one country like Rwanda will make it to the top division. Disney will see it. They'll make a Disney movie out of it. They did it with the Jamaican bobsled team, so why not with the Jamaican chess team? We don't know how that's going to pan out, but I'm excited either way. Let's look at the games. They've started. They're gonna go, and I'm gonna go through. The starting positions is always like a little bit for me. Like, I want action, I want blood. But like I said, we have not only Pool A, but also Pool B. Have you ever played for the Olympiad, Keti?
No. I've never played. I was doing some commentary and some interviews when it was for the last Olympiad. So yeah.
Okay, but don't you miss it? Because they say that those who can't play teach, and those who can't teach commentate. But I feel like, you can play, you can get out there, you can get your hands dirty, you can win some prizes. Like, why do you like commentating more these days?
Oh, at Olympiad, I wanted to play because I was number 2 rated player in the second team, which was also quite strong. Like they were in top 10.
Yeah.
But when it happens in your country, they just wanted me to do this work, like all the heavy works on the background. I really wanted. I fighted for it. They said like, we want you to do this. And I was like, okay, then you can provide this.
Yeah, but you pay me double.
And they agreed, and I agreed too. So that was it.
There we go.
We had 3 teams at Olympiad, so I really wanted. Yeah, and probably that was my one chance, the first chance, and the only chance to play at Olympiad. And it's a great event. It's just it's absolutely. Sort of celebration of this. Of the sports, I think, all kind of Olympiads.
Celebration of chess and love combined. Look at that. So why aren't you playing in this Olympiad?
Online Olympiad?
Yeah, because there's still
online Olympiad is a bit it's a bit different format, right?
Yeah.
You can only have two female players and 2
yeah, but are you still not the top 2 in Georgia?
Oh no, I'm ranked 6, so
okay, yeah.
I'm not a top Georgian player.
Okay, can you play for Poland? Probably not, right?
If I change my federation, yes, but I have not changed my federation.
Okay, awesome. All right, so here we are then. She was the best, but now she's like the number 6. I mean, kind of low. Like I'm like the number 432 in the Netherlands. Probably not even that. All right. Let's see what we got here. We got some games ongoing. We got some aggression here on board 1. I love this. Johnny Antonios is playing Luke. And we have some aggression on the king side. What happened here? What's the opening?
I don't like that. Because it creates so much of weaknesses. Then bishop e7 can be, or queen e7, queen d8. Oh, queen d8. That's double attack. But it's white. It's always.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's white to move. Maybe it's not that dramatic in that case.
Let's see how it happened. The Scandinavian. See, that's where it went wrong. Played the Scandi. And now we have this position. I don't hate this. I kind of like this for white. I mean, like you said, maybe queen d3 and castle long, and we have a beautiful position.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah, if white managed to castle on the long side, that's fine then.
How do you feel about
space advantage, knight? Oh.
How do you feel about this?
I like that.
The bar says -10, so there's queen here now. Okay. That's why. Yeah, but this is still maybe castle here, and we have something to play with. I don't know. What's
We don't have to. Like your first plan was so good, queen d3 and long castle, and then you can see because black cannot do much. This f7 pawn is hanging anyway.
Oh, I love this. And if you move the knight, let's say, well, I almost have queen f5 check because of the spin. So there's a lot to work. Let's say I'm gonna go ham. I want to start hunting you down. Okay, there. Now you're just gonna trap your own knight. Okay, so queen e6 is probably the move here. And now we're like, okay, what's the plan? I'm probably just gonna move back and castle long. And
maybe f5 instead. F5. Knight takes
go f5 here, yeah.
F takes e6. King takes e6. And
we go here. Yeah, this is. I like it. Knight takes f7. Will we see it on the board? No, he's still thinking. No, he's still thinking. No analysis.
I thought he went for it.
No. Unfortunately not. But yeah, it's very.
First version, queen d3 idea.
Queen d3 as well. The queen d3 is the best move, but this is the most fun move. Queen f3, same idea. Same idea. I don't know, I probably play knight. I don't know. It's okay. I'm just amazed by it. Okay, we're gonna go for this, and instead of here, we're gonna go here.
Okay.
Up your nuisance.
Then
Do we
F5.
go F5? Nah, I don't want to trade queens. Maybe not. Because after this, how bad is this really?
It's bad.
Why?
Queen G2 and 95.
Ah, okay, you're gonna stop me like this.
Yeah, white king is also in the center. That's the problem.
That's true. Okay, so 95 is pretty annoying, and I don't want to trade queens.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm down a piece. So I'd rather keep the queens on the board. Yeah, maybe in this position we're still gonna castle, and we'll keep it open. I might go G5 and then F5. Like there are a lot of good moves here. I'm curious to see what the engine thinks about this position after knight takes f7. So knight takes, king takes. This queen e3 best move. Let's say knight f6. All right, it does say castle is the best move here to keep the edge going. So we do agree on that. All right, cool stuff. Look at us, just having fun, Keti. You know, we're getting paid to do this. We're doing some chess. We're having a good time. Like I'm living the life. Like I'm doing my hobby as my job, and I'm very grateful for that. Not a lot of people that can say that.
That's good. That's good. And then you will move somewhere that you want to live, and you can still do your work. That's amazing.
I can do it anywhere in the world. I have to work at nights now because I'm doing European stuff, but I don't care. We'll make it work. Look at this one. This is an Italian. Oh, look at that. The fried liver attack. D5 with D4. Okay, I don't know this D4 line at all. Are you familiar with this?
No, but I have seen knight F7, right? And queen F3.
Yeah. So this is like the most...
King D6. Knight F7,
one.
king takes, queen F3, king D6, and knight C3.
Yep, and if you go here, you just play bishop back. Or you castle, doesn't really matter. But this is a pretty damn good position. I don't know why this wasn't played. This is like the D move.
Yeah,
so
like you played
confused.
knight G5 for this idea.
Yeah, I'm so confused why D4 was played. But okay, this is now they're gonna take.
Second now. Nice.
I feel like this is a lot less good. Maybe there it is. This is still pretty good for white. Don't get me wrong. This is still pretty dominant position. Where we're gonna see a rook on e1 and a bishop on g5, and
yeah, and the problem is that black's king has no safety, neither on the king side or the queen side. So in long perspective, when white ends the development, it will be a very tricky position for black.
Yeah, but still very weird that you run into this kind of on this level. You run into this like after d5, you play knight a5. The main theory where you have like stuff like queen f3, where you have extra pins. Are you looking at this? After h6, you're still gonna go here. Like there's a lot of theory in this one, but you do not take on d5. That is a blunder. In my that's a question mark. But the reason that he plays d4 is also very conspicuous. Anyway,
yeah.
This position
and the comment is, we have one interesting comment that you make people jealous because of your.
Sorry. Whoa.
You are so satisfied. The question is in our chat: how many of you are satisfied of your current situation with the life and with the work? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, myself, I'm happy what I'm doing, but I'm not happy because I cannot travel and cannot see my family. So I'm not happy with that thing only, but with the work, I'm happy.
No, that is pretty sad, and I do get that, but yeah, it's just get your family to Poland, easy. That's how we do it.
I miss my dog as well.
Yeah, well, he or she just destroys everything in your house, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, I really hate what white did here, by the way. Let him escape.
Yeah.
Knight a3 was the move here. Right? I don't know why he just play rook e1 and then either go here or here. That seemed very, very strong. I don't really see a good place for... Well, maybe you can go... Maybe bishop f5 is a decent move here. But But still, I'm just gonna hunker down on e7. That's my entire plan.
Yeah, bishop g5.
Yeah, and bishop
Next.
g5 afterwards. Yeah. And queen d7, bishop g5. Like, how are you gonna... Maybe I have check here. I'm gonna take on h7. Like, there's so much I can do with white here. So I don't know.
Yeah, but what happened in the game? Why you are so unhappy with that?
So knight e3 was played. Rook went to f5, and now suddenly the king is out.
Oh, hold on. Can we play bishop h6 immediately without knight a3?
Sorry, here?
Back.
Here, bishop h6.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The idea is if after this we have queen g8, so rook cannot come back, bishop has to cover the king. And now rook e1.
Yeah, very strong.
Game over.
That is game over. So rook f5 is not a possibility. You have to go like rook f7 or something.
Rook e1 here. I like this idea of yours.
Yeah. This is very
now
disturbing as well.
Now we want to take, let's make some like careless move, a6 or a5. The idea here is to capture the rook bishop on e7. So if queen captures, if rook captures, there's a checkmate. If queen captures, then there's a queen e8 with a check. That's important to be with a check, otherwise
or else
anyone. Yeah. So if king takes, in that case, we have bishop g5.
As well, bishop g5, queen e5. Actually,
maybe now knight d2.
Yeah, probably just knight d2 here. Keep the pin. Keep the love.
94 is next idea, so even after bishop e6, we can play the queen 94.
Anyways, this is the position now. White's still better, but definitely lost a lot of advantage here. The computer gives it plus 1.2.
Wait. When I said I miss my dog, you said it doesn't matter?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's maybe good. Sometimes I don't hear you properly. Maybe it's good that I don't hear you.
No, you said he's not allowed in the house anymore because he's always breaking stuff. So, you don't miss him because he only costs you money. There you go. You're welcome. I said what I said, Chet. I said what I said. Of course, gotta see our pets. Most of the time. Actually, I'm going to fly a lot, by the way. I'm going to go to the Dominican Republic next month for a few days. Team meeting from just to come. After that, I'm going directly to Riga. Because there is the Grand Swiss. No more Isle of Man. I'm going to go to Riga. That's where we're going to have the Grand Swiss, obviously. And then I'm going to fly to Utah for the World Championship. Where I'm going to work with Danny, Robert Hess, Marwana, and a lot of other people. So, a lot of cool stuff happening.
Wait, what? You will work with Keti? I cannot hear you well.
I'm not properly. So Robert Hess is going to be in the commentating team. Fabiano is going to be in the commentating team. Yeah. Danny's going to be in the commentating team. I'm going to go to Utah for a month.
Utah.
Yes. If America allows. Yeah. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see how it's going to work out. How it's going to pan out. In any case. This is the current position. Queen is on h4.
I'm going to get my headphones right now because you are telling some things. You are saying some things that I can't hear. I want you to. I want to hear you well.
You want to hear me? That's a new one. People usually want to block me out. So.
Okay. Okay, let's not mess it. Oh damn it. And be careful when I will do that.
All right. I'm just going to keep going while you set up.
Okay.
Look at some games.
I'm good.
There we go. All right. We have a knight here on f5. A lot of pressure on d6. How are we going to defend this? Probably knight e8 is your only move. That seems kind of nasty. This does not look like fun.
d5?
Yeah. 5. Trying to go for some pawns, maybe some sketchy check to get your rook as well.
Yeah, that is really annoying endgame for black.
Yeah, I don't know how to play against that.
We can take a5 pawn immediately without capturing on b4.
That's true. Yeah. We can do this one. And there's always these kind of tricks that if you go here, I'm gonna check here. And if you go here, and maybe this is not that great because it's still well defended. Okay. So yeah, we can just take on a5. Yeah, I don't know how to defend the pawn on b5, to be honest. But it's black who plays d5, which makes a lot of sense. Capturing doesn't...
Has it?
Yeah.
Can we play knight d4 now, check?
Of course,
King can only move on d7, otherwise there's a fork. So king d7.
We're king 7 with here. So we're
King
going to
d7.
go to king d7 and king f7.
King f7 possible, but not good after knight c6.
Knight c6 as well.
Yeah.
Rook
Rook
here is going to
d6,
take.
we take, yeah.
Yeah, so king d7.
And over here, can we go with knight? No, we can't. Knight b5 is not enough. Knight b3 then.
Wait, can we go knight b5? Oh, you can go knight
No,
b6
no,
first,
no.
yeah.
Because knight d6, yeah.
Knight d6. The idea is everyone that after take, check here, we have a double attack, or win the knight back. However, also king c6 doesn't work because you lose your rook. But knight d6, and we don't have this e5 move. But even then, this is not the worst because I'm getting a lot of pawns.
Yeah. White will not lose this one.
But we want to win. This has happened actually.
Oh.
Knight d4 has been played, knight c6 has been played, and this is the current position. And I expect to just take, even though you can take here. And
knight a5.
Knight a5, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Unpleasant endgame for black for sure.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant. All right. Let's keep her going. Let's look at this position. It gives big advantage for black. Try and find out where it is. Oh, it's up a piece. Okay. Oh, yeah.
What?
Queen f2.
The bishop on h6 was blundered.
Wait, where? Which one? Why?
Bishop was on h6 of white bishop.
Oh, here. Queen h4. And if you move your bishop to wherever, this is pretty annoying.
Yep.
Now this is the position with the king goes to f8. Let me press the board real quick. Could we have... Thinking about this, but maybe that's not enough.
Rook e2 maybe.
There are a lot of threats here.
Oh, queen a. Oh, rook e2 is a checkmate, is it? No, but it's not good. Yeah.
Maybe this works. Maybe there's something else. But king f8 was played. Yeah, how do you stop this?
Rook e2, I think that's the only move I see. Rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2, check.
King f1.
f1. There's no checkmate because of the queen. Can take here or ever. And then probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Okay, so it's a draw's position. So we don't want that. King of 8 has been played. Now we're waiting for white to move, but black obviously has a lot of pieces. Go for it.
All right, bishop takes f7 right now. Queen takes c5. No, he's going for queen d7. That's attack on c8 rook, and also c7 bishop is there.
Yeah, there are a lot of. That's a good move. 4 is hanging, but nothing we can do about that. Really a move. Do we just give up?
Can we do a queen f4 and sacrifice that rook and king g7?
So what are you threatening?
Bishop d5.
That's a big threat. So I'll probably have to play the queen e2 again.
Yeah.
And then
this also pins my bishop, so I cannot really take knight on c4. Yeah. There's check on queen h2. Yeah, let's take that.
This is a
Now
mate,
it's a
probably.
checkmate. Yeah. No. Bishop
I have to
H2.
go here. Yeah, I'd say this is
Probably here.
I'd say this is
Yeah,
okay for
here
white.
white is winning. Yeah.
Run away. But I like the idea, and I was thinking also like instead of that, can we just play rook here?
Can I take that? And queen takes on c7.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, I'm trying to just move the rook here somewhere, which sounds really weird. Rook a8 sounds really weird, but if you take here, I'll just take here. But then again, there's a lot. Yeah,
extra piece.
Yeah, but there are a lot of annoying checks. Sure, but I think we'll run out of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
This could spell disaster for black. For actually, the more I look at it, the more I hate it. Like one of those old school pictures of myself. That's what I'm kind of vibe I'm getting.
Hi.
But yeah, probably just check here, and I'm gonna win your piece here, and your king's too exposed. Yeah, actually, everything's forced.
Wait. How you were looking when you were a kid?
Dashing, absolutely. No, this is a small, blunt, small, blunt little Dutch guy. Didn't have a lot of friends because I play chess, and yeah, it's just the way it is. Actually, this is very annoying because after you go here or here, I take care of check. You're gonna lose this rook somehow with another check. If you go here.
You take the pawn first.
Probably take the pawn first. I was also thinking maybe here, but I don't see a mate. But yeah, this is disastrous. Anyway, we're too long in this. Let's see what happens. Queen d7. A lot of moves have been played. No. This is still the position after queen d7. So black's gonna take a long think, as they should. And we're going to continue to another game where we friend mate a 1.
So after knight f5, what's white's move?
Ooh, I like that. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
That's a nice one.
Nice.
Knight f5, we take away the defender, and if you take back. Checkmate. Very nice. So, what do we do? h5 probably?
h5, okay. In that case, can we do something like
maybe we can go here and then
bishop d4? Bishop d4? d4.
d4, okay. What about just take?
And h3.
Okay, you're okay.
No, there's a g3 move, and it's ugly.
Well, g3, I think I always have f6 and king g7, and I'm also pretty much okay with Rook going to h8. You're a little bit too enthusiastic there, Keti. Gotta calm you down there. I like the idea of, like, let's say this and we play a random move. Doesn't work quite, but if you take like with the bishop, at least a perpetual. Well, then you're gonna take the queen. If you take here, you take here, and you're gonna win this bishop. So there's like a lot of ideas, but we don't have enough pieces, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem.
And after here, now black is fine. So
yeah, black can save.
Hey, okay, I might just sacrifice the bishop to get some attack going in here, but it's not even necessary. All right, so we're gonna wait. What happens? h5 is the move. I'm expecting knight e5, but maybe Keti, maybe h3, Greek gift. How about that?
Greek gift.
Yeah. Oh, it's not what you call it. This is a fish hook. How do you call it?
Fishing pole.
Fishing pole. It's a Greek gift for me. It's a Dutch gift. You think you can take it, but it's disastrous.
Yeah.
All right, so interesting game. I like h3 because I'm gonna go like knight e5 and g4 after. So I think h5 is a very weakening move. I think it's the only move that it was, but I like h3, g4, and trying to do it that way. Okay, cool games.
Yeah, I like h3.
Thank you. Thank you. How about this one? Knight goes to c5.
Black to move, right?
It's black to move.
Okay. Yeah, the end game is good for white. Like if all the pieces are off the board and then queen d6, that's better for white.
Yeah.
Because of the pawn structure. Or maybe not. Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Yeah, I think this
So,
is very.
how about
good
queen
point.
a7 here?
Queen a7. Okay,
Yeah.
probably
Or
just.
queen d6.
Oh, there's a
queen d7.
pin here.
Oh my god! I thought I was pinning the king, and there's the bishop.
I'll probably just take your on d6 or something. Like I don't know.
Okay, take it back. Yeah.
Let's not do that one. Let's not do that one. Okay, what else? Even if you're pinning me, I can also just play this. It's also very annoying.
No, we're pinning ourselves with queen a7.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. How about just to take with the knight like knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and king f7.
King f7. Yeah, that was my first instinct. I'm just gonna start being annoying.
You're giving me f4 pawn.
That is annoying for me. I'm gonna go here.
Yeah. So in this case,
I have full faith in my pawns here.
Yeah, you should have. You have good pawns. Oh yeah, and rooks cannot really get into the open
Bit
files.
annoying. Yeah, I don't think maybe that is the best way. I just hope it works. Let's see what happens. We saw this. Kind of the same idea. And now I would. Well, the thing is that this is kind of ideal because after a check here, you have your king on c5, and that might be a big game changer.
Big what?
A game changer. So this could be very, very good for black. But even then, the rook will come in, and we don't have to take, obviously. We have to take once, but you can also see how this one develops. I think this is forced, right? Taking on d6.
It's sort of forced, yeah. But queen d6 is not forced. Maybe queen b7 first.
7. Rook doesn't work. 6. Yeah, and then still have f4. We defend it. And this will come in now, so.
Yeah, it's not safe for white.
And I think we should take. I think this is fine. It is check. Then we're gonna go here, and I think this is still pretty clearly winning. If you dare to take, I'll probably just start running as well. Or just give a check first, then start running, and then this could be.
You can also take G7, H7.
Yeah, exactly.
Create another possible.
Now we're gonna. Yeah, this seems pretty good. Seems pretty good for white, but I don't know. It's always a good question. Like, let me ask the engine. Like right here, queen takes d6. He also says queen takes d6. He also says rook to check. He also says rook d7. And here he just says rook b1. Okay, I'm just gonna start running.
Yeah, good. And also it cuts the king to get on a4 pawn.
Correct. King is completely stuck on this file, so good stuff. Let's see what happens. This all happens, but I don't really like this.
That's the wrong rook. That's the wrong rook. Then king comes on b4, captures on a4, and black has some counterplay if there is a pass.
I mean, still, this should be fine.
King b4.
Yeah, but the thing is that whenever you leave, I'm gonna start running, and now I have 2 pawns.
Yeah, that's right.
Or yeah, the engine says just put your rooks behind the pawns and start running. The king is completely cut off. That's a really cool idea, actually.
But what happens after king rook c5? How you're pushing the pawns?
In this.
Yeah, after rook c1.
b6.
Rook b8.
And king 3.
King comes.
Yeah, cutting this off is like really genius of the engine.
Yeah,
That's something I would have thought of. But that's really cool. All right, so that's the idea. And let's see what happens. Rook to e1, king b4. Okay, so this is not working. This is not working. This could be working. Or just b6 here.
Yeah. Oh, the bar drops down. Why?
I don't know why. It's not like you can take this. I can still do that, but maybe king here, and I could be losing something somewhere. All right, it's interesting game. I like the idea of what the engine had, but Black is definitely getting back into the game here. So continue to another game.
It's quite hard to find the best moves when you have already 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah.
And White is not having also a lot of time. So
when you don't have the engine, it's a very, very difficult position. This one looks pretty dope. There's a 93% chance for Black to win when it's a 0.00. So I'm happy to see what's going on here. That's to be like some kind of perpetual, I think.
Black has an extra exchange, right?
Yeah.
Bishop a4 that pins the knight, but after a6 it's very easy to unpin the knight with a6 b5 idea, or just to play something like king f7. It's also a possibility.
Yeah, I think the idea is, I think after a6 you don't really have knight e5 because we'll just do this and this is still well defended. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the this is what happened, by the way. No, bishop a4 is the final move. Yeah, I wonder what to do after a6.
White can go b5.
Yeah, you're right. And what if I play? There you go. Here, of course. It's a good move.
Yeah, you have to take it. You have to take it, and bishop takes.
Why?
Back.
I don't have to do anything. I go knight d8. What do you do?
Rook sounds suspicious. I will take the rook.
Okay, that's true. We'll do that first. But if you take here, I'll take here. And if you check me, I'll just go out of the way, and then my rook is free.
You can also take that knight. Oh, I didn't see that knight was hanging. Okay, how about b takes a6?
Okay.
a7.
Ooh, you dirty
and
dog.
Knight
e5. Look at you. Look at you.
Dirty
You're so proud of
dog.
yourself. You're so proud of yourself. Okay, I'm gonna go knight c5 then. Who's laughing now, huh? Who's laughing now?
Wait, I have still bishop b5.
Yeah, that's true. Now I need to. Doesn't work. We'll just go king here. Such an interesting position. I don't know why.
Yeah, interesting. Indeed.
Maybe you have check here.
Wait.
Sorry.
You will make me lose. You will make me lose.
No. Okay, look at this.
I have
check.
d4.
You have d4.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll go here. Oh, yeah, it's defended.
Rook is in.
I just have to.
It's quite complicated, yeah.
It's very complicated. I just have to run away then. Whoa! The bar went to mate in 10. Okay.
Mate in 10?
Yeah.
For who? For white?
For white.
For black?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, plus 10. That's an interesting one. Here it's still.
Because white is queening. White is
probably
queening
just
after
queening,
bishop c6. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, let's see what happens. It's a fun one. King went to f7. And this went in a completely different direction. And I feel like this is a mate somewhere. I feel like this is a mate in 1. I feel like white missed weight in 1 on 2 different locations with 2 different pieces.
This is
But
the current
instead went
position?
This is the position.
Oh.
But
Oh,
Grace
yeah,
didn't do it.
96.
Now we're in this position, and now
You know, after 96 and rook e6, there was still checkmate knight f7.
yeah, still have a checkmate, but okay. Still good for white. Still good for white. Probably can. I mean, he's white's up material anyway, so gonna be a clean sweep. Knight went to d6. Trades off some pieces. Yeah, this is pretty much over.
That's a win. Yeah.
Okay, what was that game that we stood on for so long? Oh, this is an interesting one. We looked at this game.
Yeah.
With the sexy opening, where the queen went on f3, or I wanted to take an f7, but we didn't get that privilege. And now we're in this position, where we have 4 pawns against a rook and 2 pawns. I like white.
Cool to move, white. Mm-hmm.
Okay. White just played f6. And
yeah, it's good position for white.
Sure, probably. I think rook to g1 was the move here. You're gonna lose one.
Rook g1, f7.
Ah, f7. Yeah. But okay. I can go back, but you're right. 1. And now it's kind of in a stalemate, both of them.
Now it's rook a2, bishop a2.
A2. Can I just do this?
And king f5. That's good. That's good
I
stuff.
think you have to keep the king away.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
It's probably a draw.
You think
But,
so? How
yeah,
about bishop h7? The thing is that white can also start to push the king on the queen side.
Okay, I'm still gonna do this. All right. I'm gonna do this. Then you have, of course, this. Okay, so that's not an option. Then I'll probably have to run here.
Then we have bishop. Oh, you have this king a5. That's so annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what happened in the game. I think something similar happened, but instead of bishop h7, he went with bishop d3.
Yeah, so here we just play king f5. Oh, I hate this. I just bring him to a better position. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, bishop e2 is not the best one.
I don't know about that one, but this should be a pretty clear draw anyway. But you know, it's 28 seconds against 30 seconds. There's a lot. There's a lot to take in while I open up my blindness.
And clearly, it's white to place here for a win.
Yeah, exactly.
And black has to find all the moves. I think if bishop goes with like after rook f3 and bishop h7 here, white is ready to draw.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's a very difficult position, where both sides could lose at the instant. So
yeah,
I don't hate it that much.
Yeah, true. If you risk too much, you can lose with any color.
Okay, it is a draw, but it's a very, very complex position, obviously. But this is a draw's position. We have 3 games left in the A group. Let's actually jump to the B pool, where we haven't really looked at anything yet.
We have not seen that. Yeah,
and there's only 2 games left. This is one of them.
Good timing. And this one is already checkmate.
Queen b6.
Yeah, on queen c7.
Like the meme of you know, this one where it's like queen g7, queen h7, and Geary says queen g6, where it's
I love it. I love it. I love it.
All right, so this one's over.
One of the best chess memes.
I agree. Here we have a very active king, where probably I think it's a disconnection or something.
Very active pieces for white, but black is having extra 3 pawns.
Yeah, but the counter says 0, so I'm going to assume that there was.
We have the result already, or
no, it hasn't been updated yet. But I'm going to assume it's it's already done. Now this person has a lot of trouble mating. For those who want to know, just play your queen here.
Cut the king.
And then
Bring
just
the
you can get the king in. You can also get some fancy knight moves, but maybe let's do fancy. Do fancy knight moves. And here. Well, even then, this is not that.
Yeah,
not
to
that
bring
easy.
the king is easiest, so you
Yeah,
will not. You
bring
will
this, bring the
never
king.
stalemate the king.
But black's trying to be sneaky. What? Oh, it's a stalemate. You played knight c5. No.
No,
He
that's,
still made
oh
it.
my god. That's why you should not bring too much of the pieces.
So get your king in.
No.
That is so.
Can you imagine how much Black tried here in this game to win, and then that's ugly. Stalemate.
Listen to us. Huh? You get it? Listen. She had to listen.
Listen.
Yeah. I'm not sure where her mental was, but she had to listen. Got him. There we go. I'm gonna get cancelled. Doesn't matter. That's all the games for round B, for Pool B, and that's all the games for Pool A. So we're gonna go on a quick break. We're going to update all the standings. We're gonna update all the results, and then when we're back, we're gonna have round 10. No, this is gonna be round 11. This was round 10. So round 11, the final round of Pool A is gonna come up, and the 7th. Oh my god. 11th round and the 9th round of Pool B. There, you're welcome. I got it, chat. Don't worry about it. Let's just move forward. We'll be back in a bit, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. We're going to continue with the Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you by chess.com and FIDE Chess. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wouter Big. I'm the esports producer for Just.com. Also your commentator for today, known as Bigfoot. With me is Keti Tsatsalashvili. Make sure to follow her. Twitch.tv/Keti Tsatsalashvili. And myself, /Bigfoot. If you enjoy this kind of commentary, if you enjoy this kind of hype, but especially if you enjoy chess. Because we both love chess. We'll show it to you today. And not only us are enjoying chess, Keti. Also, I keep calling you Yeti. I saw a comment calling Bigfoot and Yeti, and now I'm just completely I'm messed up. You're my Yeti. In any case, let's see what happened. Let's see what happened in the final round. Can you talk us through what the results were of Pool A, round 10?
Yeah. So in round 10, here we have some results. So Pakistan won over Brunei, and Fiji won with 5-1 against Laos. That's a big number, as well as Hong Kong against Lebanon. Wow, these two leader teams played in this round, and seems like Hong Kong is was leader in that match. So here we have Guam against Maldives. Guam won with 4.5 to 1.5, and Nepal won against Bahrain. So let's see the situation now.
Yeah, let's see the standings real quick. We see that Hong Kong is placed already no matter what. Nepal was placed already no matter what. But Fiji can still win if Lebanon loses and Fiji wins. So that's the most important one. Who is Lebanon playing and who's Fiji playing? They are the only ones that are fighting for that third spot. And let's look at that. Fiji is playing Brunei, who is not very high up in the ranking, so that's a good pairing for them. And the Maldives, Lebanon is playing the Maldives, and the Maldives is a very strong team that we already saw, and they could play for spoilers. That's very interesting.
Yeah, indeed. Maldives are actually the team which is coming after Fiji and has some chances also.
No, unfortunately, they don't have any more chances.
They don't have more chances.
Yeah, you get a maximum of 2 points. So their max is 14, and even if Lebanon loses and Fiji loses, they will still be. I mean, they could if they win. I mean, since in the third division, the best fourth spot is also very important. Since Afghanistan withdrew, so the best fourth spot of this division will also continue to the next division because Afghanistan withdrew in the next division. So we need one spot. So every win is important. The Maldives know, and they're trying to win against Lebanon, obviously, get as much points can and move forward. Now, not only round A was going on, also round B was going on. What happened in Pool B, round 8?
Yeah, in round 8, here we have a tie against between Lesotho and Palestine. Then we don't have any more ties. We have Malawi won over Saudi Arabia, and Rwanda won against Eritrea with 6-0. This is the first time I see 6-0.
There we go.
Have you ever seen this kind of matchup?
Not yet.
Yeah, this is the first time. So then we have Kenya won against Somalia 4-2. Kuwait also won against Uganda, and Namibia won 4-2 against Qatar.
Yeah, and what does that mean for our standings? We see that Kenya, Malawi, and Palestine are all in the lead right now, and Namibia and Lesotho are close to follow. So let's see what we have. Some exciting matchups. We actually do have one right off the bat. We have Namibia, who is 4th place against Lesotho, 5th place, which is very important. Kenya is playing Uganda, which is important for Kenya to keep winning, obviously. And Palestine is playing Malawi, which is the 2nd and 3rd place matching up against each other. So we will have some fun for the whole family, as they would say. We're going to look at the A pool the most, because that's obviously the most important one, because that's the one coming too close. And let's jump into it. Get into it.
Let's do it. Let's jump directly to King's Indian position.
King's Indian position, yeah, absolutely. Let's see what's going on here from the start. I already love white here with the rook coming to.
Yeah. I like this setup with g4 when white goes against f5 because, you know, in King's Indian, f5 is the main idea for black to try for some good chances to win. And white played g4 to stop it. Black anyway went for this f5. So no, I want to go to do that. And as a result, here we have open g file and very strong pieces of white. White will do long castle here. That's not a question about that. And white will bring another rook on open g file.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very strong for them, for sure. I was trying to see, like, what would you play here with black? Instead of f5, there's not too much that you can. Your whole idea is f5, so this is a very strong a matchup. I think f5 is still the best move in this position. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course. There are some ideas with a c6 here. C6 is possible then to open and bishop d7, rook c8, but that's usually we have this kind of positions with knight on the board, but black already traded the knight on d4, and usually this knight is going around knight a6 or knight e7, knight c5, a5, and black has some play also on the king side. But now this is weird because there is no knight and there's no point to start play on the queen side either. So you have to do it. That you're right. You have to do it to f5.
This is what we got. We got knight g6, and this is the position at hand. Probably see a queen h4 afterwards, which is a pretty common move. Trying to trade everything off, and black is all right.
No. Maybe we're not trading that. Maybe bishop g5 just to trap the queen.
Ah, bishop g5 to trap. Well,
queen takes, and
perpetual.
Okay.
It's a perpetual, right?
Yeah. There's queen h3 there, but I don't know if it's worth to try.
Yeah, queen h3 is a move here, but bishop f. Then I'm gonna go for my second perpetual. That's my second perpetual. Yeah, that's a funny move. Okay, so what happens with the bishop? Okay, so the tree squared off this way, and this is a pretty standard position for both ends. So
yeah, endgame interesting. It's interesting.
All right.
We have a check. There will be some positions with knight b5, so white has to use this move really in a clever way. Let's say knight b5 here. Rook f7. This is the only way to guard that.
Yeah.
And rook somewhere. Rook g5.
Okay, and I'm trying to double her up. Yeah. If we play a6. If I play a6 first, you're still going to double up. So what if I play? If I play h6, you go here. Also very annoying. What if I play a6 or so it's a6 double up knight g6.
Yeah, we can do that, and now we can
move back.
Go back. Just go back.
Yeah, and then it's more like, do I play f4? Do I take?
You have to be careful with bishop h5.
Yeah.
With black, yeah.
That's true.
Somehow I have a feeling that white has risk-free position right now.
Yeah, it's a very, very good position for white, but still, I'm not too worried about bishop h5 because I can always play king g7 and I think I'm fine. And I can always just play bishop d7 and then the rook here, double up, or it's. I don't know who I prefer. I prefer black because I'm a King's Indian player. There, I said it. That's my my go-to. So, all right. Let's see what's going on here in the next game. Just had a long castle. The bar's shooting up, but it's still a. It's because of the rating difference. Not too much going on in the position. All right.
It's sort of like betting thing, right?
It's like a betting thing. That's a good way. Yeah, your odds. What are your odds? All right, so this is the position. Castle long. We might see h4, knight g5. Going for the f7 pawn. You don't want to trade queens that often, and this pawn will be superb on this position. Just a few There's a few weird moves. This pawn would dominate really, really well, even though it does
Another
block your own
knight will
bishop.
come on e4, knight e4,
Exactly.
knight f6.
Now we're gonna start. Be really annoying.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Like whatever black does here, maybe next white's move is a3 to kick this knight back, and then knight e4 or knight e4 immediately. Just I don't know if black will capture that knight, that pawn on a2. It's a pawn, but you know, maybe not
Yeah,
not
even,
the
even if
delicious pawn.
even if a weird move, let's say a5, I'm trying to be aggressive. You could go
Knight
knight
e4.
here, because if you take with check, you go back. Oh, actually, you can do this because this doesn't work now because the rook is undefended.
No, you can't do that, but you can do knight g5, maybe.
This one, yeah. There are a lot of cool ways to make this work. Then the bishop here.
If
and
you don't want
still
this kind of complication, you can first play a3, kick this knight back, and then play knight e4, of course.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what happens. This is the position right now, interestingly. Is
Could we catch this queen? Bishop e3? Queen f5.
What about this?
Nice.
That's what we're going for. So does this work? Where do you place your queen? Take your rook, probably.
Yeah, just a take rook.
Kill 7 or something, but I like the idea. Can you appreciate the idea? I think we can appreciate the idea.
I would
This is bad.
appreciate your idea.
Thank you, thank you.
You're just showing your knowledge of chess.
Okay,
us.
okay, no need to be so condescending, all right? Wow, all right, you're
No, you're sharing your knowledge to us. That's
Yeah. Right. Okay, Keti. Do my best, yeah.
Okay, well, you played Queen G5. Of course, you're well educated. That's my point.
Of course. Let's put it like that.
Is it checkmate here? Yeah.
That was a checkmate. Yeah, that one was already over. This one looks kind of interesting. Let's see what happened here. Again, a Scandinavian. Don't play it, guys. Don't play your Scandi.
I want to say that, but yeah,
I
agree with you.
Yeah, I'll say it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's a free pawn.
Nice.
Do you have a better move there? Probably not. I think taking there is the best, but still. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I don't know who will like more here. I think I like black because this a3 pawn looks so weird that if you move back, I might do something like this. And this just looks very, very disturbing. It's okay for
Maybe
now.
Queen A5 or Queen B4. Oh
Yeah,
no, Rook E1.
Yeah,
It's not time to play 95.
I don't know. I feel like there's something here, but I.
Oh yeah, we can go crazy and take the bishop on D3.
Ooh. You like it? Yeah, if you take with the king, well, obviously, I don't know. There's a rook here. There's also a knight here. I don't know which one is stronger.
Oh yeah, knight also nice.
Take with the queen, you go here. Take with the pawn, well.
Could be 2.
Can be 2. Look at you, Keti. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us there. I appreciate that. That's cool. Rook takes d3. Will we see it happen? No, c6. Is this a bad move, Keti?
I like this move.
I think it works, right? Especially with rook takes d3. I love this move.
Yeah.
All right. See, this is where I do the dumb sacrifices and you make them work. I love that. That's literally what's been going on for the past few
okay,
days.
it happens the other way to you. It happens the other way when I'm getting tired. I do a lot of sacrifices with you. You are making it work.
All right. So back to the next one. This looks like a headland gone well. Let's see what happens. It was an English opening. I think this is called the Botvinnik variation or something. I don't know. But yeah, very
to close Sicilian, and White has closed Sicilian, in English, and black has totally different opening. Like both sides are playing something different.
And this is an interesting one. This is a wild one. Are we gonna lose this pawn? The answer is no, not yet. Two major pieces on them, I would say.
Yeah, and then f4 is also hanging just to trap this knight. Maybe not trapping, but soon to be.
Yeah, making it very awkward. You're right. You can always just take it and make sure this is full survivor. Because I kind of like the idea of take, and then pushing here so my knight can go either here or to c5. But this does put a damper on it. But still okay, you know. It's a very... I wouldn't mind giving up that bishop. Because you're going to close this off anyway. What'd you say?
Oh, we can do that. But I really like this f4 move. Just to... And you're get avoid of...
All right.
And then h3. And then g4.
And then g4. Wow. So aggressive.
And yeah, black can survive here, is not losing a piece, but it's just worse situation for the knight.
Yeah, you're not losing a piece because you're sacrificing it. So there we go. Now the mate is coming. Nothing you can do about it. Okay. Maybe a few things. All right, that doesn't work. No, I like it. I like a4 as well. A4 has been played. I like that as well.
I like a4 as well. Like there is a weakness as he's getting rid of the weakness with all the comfort. Like if black takes on a4, knight takes a4, and then knight comes on b6.
Yes, very strong.
Although there is some tactic, knight d3, that white has to take into the consideration.
Like what?
Knight d3.
Knight d3 right here. Okay. Good point. Probably just take here. Still play this. Oh, you take care of check. Okay.
I was thinking about bishop b6. Maybe it's working.
6.
And c7. We just crop.
Wow, look at that.
Nice.
That is sedge. Good move. Okay, so that doesn't work. And let's say weird move. Knight here. And I had a plan. Yeah, it would be really cool to play something like this. Cannot take, obviously. The rook on it. Knight is looking at e7, so you have to go back. Then c7 works. And if you take...
Yeah, queen is very badly replaced. Like queen is the worst piece to block the pawn.
Very awkward. Very awkward. Rook a5 has been played. And we are waiting for further instructions. There we go.
Yeah.
I might just take it and go knight c4.
You can take it. Or we can do this, your idea. First take the knight and then take the pawn and knight c4 comes.
Yeah.
Here and knight c4.
Pretty okay, I would say, yeah. Then this knight will come in here, and the queen will get out. Yeah, this is a pretty decent position for white. Knight c4 played immediately. No, rook a5 was the final move. And white has +4 in this position, so it's definitely something to look at.
There's also queen b3, is it? Queen b3?
Right now?
Yeah, queen b3. That attacks the pawn.
Okay, yeah, good move. And I'm just gonna take.
Take and take with the knight.
Yeah, queen b3 is a pretty decent move. Though it does get out b6 with the tempo.
Yeah.
That's the only downside. So maybe queen b3 is a bit too rushed because of that.
Then yeah, bishop comes with the tempo, and then rook comes into the game. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We don't like rooks.
Oh, there's bishop c3 as well.
Bishop c here. I see your bluff, and I'm gonna race you with your right. That's a good move. Yeah.
I think this is easiest, right? So you just attack the rook and go back, then just take the pawn.
No, honestly, I would just give up that rook. Probably. I'll just do something like this. Yeah, I'd probably do something like this. Because this bishop will be a beast, but I do lose my a4 pawn as well. Yeah, everything is pretty pretty bad. Pretty bad. And bishop c3 is a brilliant move by you. So rook f5 is a dumb move. There, I said it. We'll see what it is. Pretty interesting stuff, at least. You have another one. A meaningless check, but you gotta do it. You know, it's one of those checks where you just gotta annoy your opponent a little bit.
Oh yeah, this is quite typical in Queen's Gambit positions. You're just going with this because it's not too much sharp there, and you are playing some positional games and moves. And bishop h7, you're kicking this king in the edge, and then you're coming back on f5 to trade. And this is for endgame. Like in any endgame, the king is on h8. Like it needs more time to get into the center. But yeah, by
exactly.
the way, White's king is also on h1. So
they're waving at each other.
Equal time to get into the center.
Yeah, would you just play g6 here, or is that too much weakening?
It's not too much. Like you have queen f6 and bishop f8, bishop g7 as well.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
Because I'm not gonna take, obviously. That's just spells horror.
Yeah, then f and h pawn are hanging both.
Some wild moves. So I'm probably just gonna play g6, and I can also just leave it in and say like, well, what are you doing? Nothing. But I think g6.
I like that.
Okay, so I probably play g6. So we're gonna see bishop c8. I don't like. Probably want to reroute to a6. No idea.
Knight d4 then, attacking on c6.
Yeah. Good move.
Oh, here we have FIDE Master with almost 2300. So yeah, that actually makes sense. He knows all this little nuances here.
Yep. That's why I didn't know him, because I'm not a FIDE Master.
You're not? But you're a Grandmaster. I
am a Grandmaster, yeah.
Our Grandmaster.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite obvious, right, with my superior vast knowledge and strength in tactical and positional. No, I suck, Jeff.
No. Hands up of your tactical vision. You're really good at tactics.
I do my puzzles. You do puzzles.
I know.
Here's the interesting one. No, it's not. He's down on rook. So, not interesting. Here's the interesting one. No, it's not. We're having a party on d6. And black is not happy about it. Already down a piece anyway, so. How about this one? Bar it up, and the bar went down. So this one's pretty interesting. We have 5 pawns against 4 pawns. Black has the bishop pair and a pawn up, but white has the d6 pawn that's holding on for dear life.
I like black's position here.
Yeah, especially these pawns.
Yeah, because also now queen is hanging, and then knight on f3 will be hanging too. Depends where the queen goes.
Yeah. You take that? I think I would.
Yeah.
That's maybe
bishop f8.
Yeah. There we go. Geniuses think alike. This is just a good move. And after, let's say here, you can go bishop c6. And you can't really defend this pawn anymore. Well, maybe 95. But then
you could do bishop c5 instead. Oh, it's not working either. Okay.
Yeah, this is also pretty losing. Well, there's some tricks on f7, but I think after this I'm fine. Yeah, I think you're winning here as black. But white might have a trick here that we're probably I don't know. Who's better here?
Who?
Yeah, who's better here? I don't know.
Black, I guess. Like too many pins and too many pieces are hanging.
I feel like there's something here, but I don't know. I don't know what. What if I just take here?
Yeah.
And I go bishop takes.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about this.
About what? Huh. h4, queen c3.
Yeah, h4 will Well, I could just take.
You can also
Sure,
take, yeah. You can also take. And there
Wow.
will no, there's no checkmate probably there.
No, there's no back rank. But I don't think you can take only 5. It's either checkmate or I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna go for the checkmate.
That's fine, checkmate, yeah.
Go
King
here, you
F6.
go here, Queen F7, you go here, F4, maybe.
Maybe H4
no.
instead?
H4 maybe.
Yeah.
And if you take
If you take then G3.
3, go back, have F4. If I go here, probably something here. Three C4.
Yeah. There's one more check. I didn't see that.
And
King
King
F3.
F3, we'll take this with check, so that's not it. And if we go here, I could just mate you. If we go up, then we have F4. There we go, we found it. Woo! Easy.
We managed it. 20 moves.
20 moves. But he took, so we're not going to see any of that. But that was a fun little line. I did like that.
Yeah, but sometimes when you sacrifice something, you just feel that it's right and something will
exactly.
happen. You really don't need to calculate so much.
And this should be a lot easier. I'm just going to trade this off. And now I'm going to go... Probably go bishop here. Because I want to move this way. And go F6.
Yeah, to bring the king to control that pawn.
Yeah.
And the black can start to roll the pawns on the queen side.
Exactly. Yeah, we're just going to start running this baby down the board. Cool. It's a cool little game. Very funky. Very funkalicious. Let's keep her moving, keep her steady with a...
Oh, this is the same game, but color.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it's reversed all of a sudden. And this is not the position. They're already way ahead. So let's move on to another one. That was a weird one. This one is where the bishop moved back. But this is one where we wanted to sacrifice on A3. Well, I wanted to sacrifice on A3. We did make it work. Moves ongoing. Ooh, black is had some nice positional ideas there with queen check, the taking, and just lost this knight. Can you just you've played somewhere else on this?
Oh, knight e4 was losing the queen.
Yeah.
Took me some time to understand what happened.
You probably should have done something like this, but still, it's this just loses a.
Oh, that's nice.
Full piece.
Nice.
Oh,
wow.
100% win rate for white, even though it's a -14 eval. Just giving the guys at the feedback bar some stuff to go feedback on.
Yeah.
All right. So this happened. Very nice. Winner, chicken dinner. And this is where we're at. So pretty impressive game. Pretty impressive style so far. And I think black's gonna win this one.
Yeah, that's gonna be quite easy for black.
What else we got? To a lower board. This one's over. This one is over for sure. Oh, we're gonna see another stalemate. This one is tricky because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. White's up a pawn, but black has the passed pawn. So it's probably better for white if you can maneuver your knight here. Yeah, if you just put your knight there, you're fine.
Yeah, because the bishop on d5 is so bad bishop. It's like all the pawns are at the same color as the bishop and has no target.
You could probably just play this weird move, knight b1. Then we'll go rook a3, and I'll place my knight here on c3, and then we're golden, and I can just start harassing. Or you put your king here. That's also really good. If anything, you want to blockade the square is what we're trying to say. What teacher Tsatsalashvili and Bik are saying is we're trying to blockade.
What I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're trying to educate the folks. Trying to educate ourselves.
Georgian. You asking Georgian?
No, no. Never mind.
I don't understand.
I'm saying that Mr. Big and Mrs. Tsatsalashvili are teaching you the ways of locking in this grade.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move forward, backwards in between. We still have a lot of games left in this particular one. We have white, very strong here. And Evil Bar went absolutely nuts. So there has to be like a good move, just f5. Oh, then bishop e5.
Yeah. Bishop e5, queen takes c6.
Queen takes c6, yeah. Take.
Take.
Go. Great. I thought this would be a problem on c3 then. Oh, you're taking this one. Okay, so that f5 is a possibility then.
Oh yeah, but it has extra piece, right? For
yeah,
2 pawns.
Yeah, but this is pretty deadly for sure. And if you take, I'm probably just gonna take with the knight. We're looking for mates. We don't have it yet for bishop f8, but now rook f3 and rook g3 is also looking very juicy. Yeah, I think f5 has been played. So
has been played, right?
Yeah. So I expected to say bishop e5, but let's see what's gonna go up. What's gonna go out? What's gonna go in? What's gonna go in between? This one looks very weird. These are all over the board. What do you think, Keti?
White has a pawn, but yeah, I like black's position more.
Why?
Just 2 active pieces, right? Like there are so many pins and so many pieces are hanging. There should be some tactical motives here.
Yeah, I agree. Well, it's black to move now. Obviously, the queen is under attack, so we gotta fix that. Queen f5.
Queen f5 possible.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to take that.
Gonna take that, and c pawn will take that.
Oh, I'll probably take your check with check first, so you don't lose this.
Okay, yeah.
Probably do this first. Then we'll take this. I think you'll take with the pawn. And probably here, and I'm gonna try to start running. Or bishop e3. Yeah, I wanna save this pawn. Oh no, it's difficult.
Yeah, well, if the bishops are off the board, then white can stop the d3.
Yeah. Yeah. Now black has to something like this, and this should be no, not that. That easy. Probably just queen, king here, so you don't have queen anywhere.
Queen c2. Oh no, rook is hanging.
All right. So there's a lot to talk about in this position. It did happen this way. I went for bishop d4. White plays to play rook d1. And now he's just saying like, oh, you take my pawn, I'll take yours. Yeah, how it's going to end. This I don't really like. What's gonna pull here?
The idea is bishop e5 or what? Bishop e5 and trying to.
Yeah.
No. Idea is to play queen e1.
Queen f4. Yeah, I saw this, yeah, but it doesn't work at the end, unfortunately. White does take here.
This queen came from which? From h4. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I went from there to there. Okay, it doesn't trade. Okay, that's interesting. And now we're just gonna say like, okay,
White turned things around here. Now white is the one pushing.
Yeah, the pawns were gone, and pawns go. Yeah, also white has 5.5 minutes, where black has 6 minutes, unfortunately. What about this? Oh, take of the rook. Gonna have check we've made on the back rank, but
Oh,
probably
nice.
this is still working out. So we don't have that.
That's surviving, yeah.
It's not been played. This is still the last move. I'll probably just make g3, just get a hole for my king so I can just hide behind it and then get my rook behind this. Well, you actually need to make a move now. Hold on. You're gonna lose this pawn.
Yep.
And this is a draw. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shouldn't have pushed here. Should have played like rook d3 or something. The queen defends f2, so I'm not too worried about this. I can always go here. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
there's queen d8, rook h3 move. Yeah, yeah, rook d3 looks really good. It guards c3 and also is always ready to
rook lifts.
get on a king side.
Rook lifts are sexy, but now this is the position, and this should be a draw. Neither the black king is a little bit weaker, so if anyone, like black only has 6 seconds, so you gotta make it. You gotta make it interesting. You shouldn't play check here. You should play rook here, and then try to get f7 at some point. You know, that's the kind of idea that you should be putting in, instead of easy checks where the pawn can just push up. But it's been played. Rook c8. Oh, this is a draw after rook c8. Okay, never mind. This has been a draw.
They already end the game, right?
Yeah, they already ended the game. Very nice, very nice.
Do you have some more games in this?
Oh, 100%. You know it. You know it. The king here goes to h6.
There's no check.
No check anymore.
There's no check, and now black will start to give some checks. So I think queen can come on d5.
Yeah, this is a very draws position. Queen d5, and I don't know. You do lose f2 first. This could be a bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
I don't know, black does seem to have a little bit of an edge, but it's still a draw.
Oh, there is a queen h3 actually hanging. Okay.
Yeah, there is now. Or you can even check here and maybe take this bishop.
Yeah, queen g2, queen g5.
Queen g5, good point. And then draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. Queen c7, queen b6, and that's going to be a draw.
Yeah, and you cannot really do anything but there. Even though black will be the one playing for a win, is the current position. Let's look at some other games. We still have a lot of them going on. Here, we have white being up a rook against the bishop, but black has a lot of pressure on the queen side. Is it enough?
I think, yeah, because these pawns are so close now. Like if next move b takes a3.
Sorry. Yeah, it's white to move here.
Yeah.
So let's say I just take here.
We take on e4.
Oh yeah, I missed that my rook was.
And then rook on b1 is hanging with a check.
Correct.
Yeah. So
we have to
maybe
do something about that.
Queen d3. Oh, that's nice. The bishop on d4 is hanging.
Yeah, and I can even go rook c1 here now.
Mm-hmm.
That's GG.
He captures the pawn first.
Yeah.
To avoid any counterplay, and now rook c1. Beautiful.
One's over.
Yeah,
all she wrote.
rook, I think it's over.
This one's over as well. Oh, it didn't update till the end, but I can see right here that
where the bishop is gone here. Bishop was on d5.
Yeah, that's to be a relay error somewhere because there's a white is up a rook, a knight, and 3 pawns against black's 2 pawns. So that's not gonna work. Look at this position. Here we have black being very active, up a piece and about to win.
Yep.
And that's all for pool A. So this is the only game left. in Pool A. Let's quickly swap over to Pool B. Holy moly!
Again, second game with the checkmate of 2 knights.
The pony's coming strong. There we go.
Beautiful.
We're an endgame here, where white is up 2 pawns. The king is more active. Centralized, the rook is passive. I think white's gonna win this one.
Yep, it's winning. It is completely winning here. The technique can be something like either rook g6 immediately to attack on c6. He went there. Just take on c6 and just try to get b5 as well. So
yeah, I'll probably just get the king in.
yeah.
Simple. Cool. Might even throw in a quick check if it's white's move now.
Yeah, to push the king backwards.
Yeah, and then we're just gonna start running. Yeah, this is completely winning for white. White's also a very strong player, so he should be seeing that. What else do we have with this position? Where we have 4 pawns against 5 pawns. Same color bishops.
Yeah, same color bishop is most of the times winning for the one side who has more material.
Yeah. But here, yeah, you're just gonna run to c4 and you can't stop him.
Yeah. And if white creates the pass pawn on the king side, you can always sacrifice the bishop for that.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure.
Just collect all the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, this one's over as well. This one is also the same color bishop.
Almost checkmate. There will be no stalemate.
Yeah.
Here. King f2, and then e2, e1. Or bishop b7 checkmate. Beautiful.
Oh, there we go. Come on. Give it to us. You know, throw in the pawn first and then give the bishop.
King f1. Oh, e2?
Yeah, that was a... Wait, if you take now, it's a stalemate. No, it's not a stalemate. Okay.
Oh, now bishop b7.
Ah, bishop b7. No. You're gonna go all the way... Does he just miss bishop b7 for like 6 moves in a row? There we go.
There we go. She was waiting for this.
Move. Yeah. That's the killer move. Just for show, you know. For the show, we went on. This game is now here, and you can just purely play rook c5 and grab another pawn. Yeah.
Also, if you just trade b5 to c3 pawn, this is still winning because it's not corner pawn like a or h pawn. Yeah. So it is still possible to win. But easier is just to get this b5 somehow. Yeah,
it's the easiest. If you're trying to do this, stop the king from going here, you just take this one. There's no sassy way to win the rook.
Maybe king d7 instead?
King d7 instead. Here. I said this one, king d7. I still take? Oh, you're gonna take my pawn here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's a very, very smart move. But I just want to win the pawn. Hey, I want the pawn. Okay, so that's not a great move. I'll just go king here and start running this pawn.
Yeah, d5, yeah.
All right.
There are many ways to win, right?
Many ways to roam, and this one will be over quite soon. I actually played over the board. My last over the board tournament was in Dieren, and I had an opponent, and he could have gone to like a 2 bishop endgame, and I had to sweat for it, or he could have played a losing endgame, which I knew how to win, but it would take me longer. And I'm glad he chose the losing endgame that would take me longer, but I knew how to win because I don't know how to mate with 2 bishops. Well, he didn't know that. No, I don't know. I never did theory or something like that.
The knight and the bishop.
I'd have to. I'm gonna have to look into that one of these days, but I refuse.
I'll show you. It's very easy.
Please do. Yes, please do. Teach me. Teach me, senpai.
You can drop. Okay, when it's knight and the bishop, you have to choose the correct corner. But with pair of bishop, every corner is the correct one. So it's
there we go.
Double easy. Yeah.
All right. This is the final game in B. Let's see, in A, it's already all done. So we're going to update the scores for you guys. We're going to be back in just a bit. We just had the final, and once we have all the scores in, we will reveal who is going to be the winner of Pool A, who's going to move on, and who is unfortunately out. So thank you guys for being here. Stay with us. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with some more FIDE online Olympiad action brought to you with just.com and FIDE. Be back in a bit. Did you miss us? We missed you. I sure did. Keti, did you miss us, guys? Did you miss the chat?
I did.
Quick question. Of course, you always miss the
But
chat.
here we are. Here we are.
Here we are again. We are doing the... Well, Pool A actually finished. Let's jump into that because the games are already starting, I believe. Pool A. Hong Kong, Nepal, and Lebanon are the ones going through to the next round. Well done, guys. The Maldives lost again and went from 3rd place all the way down to, what is it? 7th place. And Fiji.
Yeah, and Fiji made such a good run.
Good comeback.
Here,
Yeah. But Fiji could still potentially win. Because the best 4th place will continue. However, the chances of that are extremely small because all the other teams still need to play, and I think a lot of them, it's like Pool B still, like Nambia, like only needs like 1 point to get over them, so it's gonna be a difficult one. Pool B and Pool C, that's the ones that we're looking at right now. Pool C just started. Angola, Cyprus, Jersey. These are all teams who are doing pretty well at the moment. San Marino, a small Italian country. Not doing that hot, but it's good to look at what we got. And if you're ready for this, I'm ready to just jump into the games.
Let's do it.
She says, and I listen. Your command is my obey. I don't know, what's the saying? I don't know what the saying is. Chat will tell us. I'm actually...
All right,
what's the saying?
So here we have this position. Here we have this position of Slav defense, I believe, where black starts to. Is that emoji for your dog?
That's Kira. Yeah. I'll actually show you the. I can show you the big one in a bit. Your wish is my command. That's the one. That is the one. Your wish is my command. Thank you, unknown artist XYZ. Yeah. So this is A4. Pretty, like you said, in B5 situations, you almost always see A4. So that's not a. This is not very. What's the word? Surprising.
Yeah.
But
so here the idea is with A4 is that white wants to, black to push B4. If black pushes B4, then knight comes on B, D2, and knight jumps on C4, and that's a very comfortable square. After A5, knight also controls B6 square, so white is having really nice position. And for the moment, this pawn is hanging on B5, and black should try something to guard it rather than to push B4. Maybe queen B6. Just like that. So if now A5 is very like natural move, but if white goes with A5, then at least B5 pawn is not under the danger after all, and queen can go back on C7. So the whole point of this kind of line, it's Merani line in Meran in Slav defense. The whole point is that in Slav defense and Catalan, black is suffering with light square bishop on c8. So in this line, black quickly develops the bishop and pushes b5 and c5. But the king side is not well developed yet. Bishop is still at the starting position of f8, and still there is 2 moves to castle the king. So for these reasons, white is now trying to open up a bit of the position and get the some squares that later the pieces will occupy. Oh, queen b6 was played?
No, this is the. I actually like your queen b6 because after knight c3, let's say, well, there's more pressure on it, and you can't really defend it unless you play bishop c6, which runs into other stuff.
It also like AB, and it will be hanging. In that case, here the most common move is queen knight b1 coming back. Sometimes we play this kind of moves, but once again we have this idea.
Exactly, that was exactly my point. We're trying knight c3 to lure out b4, and then we're just gonna go back and we'll do the same thing. But like you said, maybe you'll take here.
If taken in here we have 2 moves, knight take or rook take is also nice. But knight takes is with a tempo.
Nah, this is pretty good because c5 is under a ton of pressure, obviously, and I don't even have to take it. I can also go bishop a3 first. Absolutely. Because if you take, this is just very annoying to play against.
Yeah, and Black should be careful to go queen on c file in these openings because rook c1 pins the pawn as well.
Yeah. Demonstrate.
Yeah.
One is also no bueno. Awesome. That's the first game. That's the first game that we saw. Let's go. See what else we got. We have this thing is a Sicilian. I don't know which one exactly. If it's your first time here, ladies and gentlemen, I always show you this opening where I had some cool ideas of. I think this is one there. There, remember this one, Keti?
Yeah. Nice one.
Always a beauty to show.
Nice.
All these little, and it's actually a good move as well. Because what can you play here? Like King D7 is like your best move. It's pretty low. Because after Queen D7, you have a knight here. So it's a mess.
A nice trap.
It's a nice trap, but that's not what happened here. This is fun. Instead of taking immediately, he went knight out to also attack c7. So there's no way to like defend this kind of idea because you're just gonna give a check.
Yeah, you can take it, then go with the knight c7 as well.
Yeah.
So basically, white is saving f5 pawn with knight d5.
So that's what happened. We went back. We take c3 to stop this kind of idea, and now So I'm not sure if I really like the fianchetto here. I'm usually a fianchetto person, but I think bishop c4, d3 will be strong as well. But maybe knight e5, and this is just a nuisance, even though there's a lot of tricks. Do you like the fianchetto, or do you think it's unnecessary?
I like fianchetto because it blocks d pawn forever there, and mainly I like it because I was thinking about castle and f4.
Yeah.
Just to castle and to play f4 and then to push f6.
Let's see. So this is here it is. Yeah. Also pretty good idea. I agree. I think black would play f6 first, but that would really weaken the light square. So maybe that's a bad idea. There f4. I'm just think. Yeah, I mean it's not the worst because probably go 97 after e4. I'll just take. And bishop I think you'll take here with the queen or the queen.
Oh yeah, queen takes, yeah.
I'll probably punch back to either 6, but then again, you're losing a lot of material. Yeah. No, good idea. I love this f4 push. But h4 is
what is
played.
White's idea here? H4 and queen h5. Maybe g4, g5 is the next moves.
Yeah, I think
or f6 is his idea as well. F6 and
f6 is really well. Yeah.
Bishop is hanging, yeah.
Gonna be the one. So how do you defend this as black? f6 is coming. Might have to play f6 myself, but then again, this is really annoying on the light squares. Really don't want to play f6. But yeah. I might have to.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's my only move. 6. And now I can just castle. I can't castle long, or I would have. We're gonna castle short, and we're gonna feel good about the position and play it until the end game. Rook's gonna come here.
Yeah, and game should be also good because of d6 pawn.
Yeah.
Usually in Sicilian, d6 is fine because it's guarded by e7 bishop, and now bishop is on h6. It's just it is an open diagonal, but there is nothing on this diagonal. So
yeah, exactly, nothing to work with. Cool. All right, so that's this game. This one seems like gone wrong for one side. I don't know which one. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but let's bring it from the start. E4, E5. I thought it was a King's Gambit for some reason, but it's this one.
I've not seen King's Gambit for long. Oh, 95.
Yeah, your grandma would resign.
Our favorite trick.
Your grandma would resign. E4. Oh.
Yeah, after D4. Yeah.
Give me my money, Gram. All right, so taking on F2. I hate this for black. This is terrible for black. Yeah, this is absolutely terrible.
We made so many moves.
Yeah, I mean, look at development, the king safety, the underdevelopment of black. This is just pure and utter chaos. And I would just play queen f3. Just go for like, all right, I'm gonna mate you. Good luck.
I
Go,
really
do
don't
it.
see a move to avoid that. If knight h6, then bishop on c1 will capture that.
Yep.
I don't see the way.
Probably f6 is your only move.
F6 is a move, but we can capture the knight on. Okay, and also that's possible.
Yeah,
to open
I
up
thought
the-
something like this.
Yeah.
Be very annoying. And then after this, you can start maybe harassing here or playing the knight here. Yeah, this is absolute chaos from all ends.
There's some funny idea with knight a4 instead of bishop g5 and queen a5. There is these tricks: queen f6, g takes f, and
Oh, look at that.
bishop. Great.
Look, it's like my immortal game. Good stuff. I love that. This is a brutal position. All right. Well, good luck to the participants. And I think this is the last move, queen b6. Okie dokie. Whoa. Do you like your pawns being pushed a lot, or do you like them to be at least all four rank, on the fourth rank?
Well, it depends. Like if they are like supported by pieces, of course I like them to be on the fifth rank. That's fine.
So you love this one.
Okay, let's be on fourth, and then we can push it down fifth. I don't like when it's too much pushed, then the king is really exposed.
So what about this one?
This is fine, I think.
By the way, Keti, do you think this is a top board? Or do you think this is a junior board?
I think it's junior board.
Actually, don't know.
But is that a name? I thought it was just a category.
no, it's just his name. Domin. Let's see. Let's see how old he is. No, not Domino's. I don't want to order pizza. Dominguez Jr. Birth year was 2004. So yeah, he's a junior. And he's 2134 in...
Nice.
Yeah. Seems rating, yeah. But now I got
so
a
he got the
FIDE
FIDE master title for winning some national tournament.
Yeah, probably. Because he's 2134. But he's been up and down. Anyway. Let's continue with the broadcast. Yeah, this is an interesting position. White to move. Obviously, this is not that bad for black. I'm not sure black can castle here. To be fair, I'm a bit. I think black's fine here. I'm gonna call that out.
Yeah, I like black's position too. Like basically, there's no weakness. Only thing that black should be careful is g6 breakthrough.
Yeah.
And there's some ideas with knight c4 as well. Like black has very good counterplay on the queen side.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's more about that. Black's probably not gonna castle for a while because this is too much. And white's is gonna go king f1, king g2 if needed, and he's gonna be fine there. And it's all about, well, how are we gonna play? Well, knight f4 is gonna go back, and now probably knight c4. Like I said, is a very strong move. Maybe we could just take with the idea that if we take, go bishop g6 in here.
Nice trick.
Difficult. It is difficult.
Yeah, I don't see move like knight g1 is the one which guards the pawn.
Knight g1, wow, that's a
That
great
drops
move.
g5 pawn.
That does drop the g5. Yeah, this is difficult. And the problem here with white is the knight here. There's no, you cannot push the pawn, like it doesn't really do anything. In that regard, like I can always take this and go back. And so like, well, you've got a really nice pawn here, but what does it do? And this knight is just so strong, and the king isn't under. Yeah, I know. I like black here.
Yeah, there is a comment that I would say that black is in trouble here. That's actually what I would also do, that because it's so active, pawns on everything, and you feel it's like it's worse. But this comes from Caro-Kann defense, the advanced variation, and What I know from my coach is that if white starts to attack with pawns, that's not a problem. If white starts to attack with pieces, that's the problem that I should be afraid of. So after that magical words, I feel really safe whenever my opponent starts to push f4.
Yeah, you're like, oh, we don't care. I don't care.
I know that it's not good, so then I will figure it out. Why? So
oh, it seems like in this, hold on, is this like this? Yeah. All right, so this pool B still has this eval bar, but pool C has the old eval bar. So, which kind of eval ball would you like? The one that tells us what the stuff is, or the ones that keeps us in the dark?
A second one that keeps us.
Keeps us in the dark? Okay, we're gonna
complication.
Yeah, we don't want to, because we're not using the engine, guys. We just have this bar. And this is, it says 83% win rate for white, but it's only plus 1.4.
Yeah, evil bar. Yeah, evil bar or standard bar.
Evil bar.
Yeah.
Let's jump to this game. This one seemed mildly interesting. We have a rook on the second rank, the knight being strong, the bishop being strong. We do have the bishop pair, but I really love black here.
Yeah.
Until this move. This is a pretty good move.
Oh, and the bishop on d4 is also hanging.
Yeah. Maybe that's okay. If this was if this move wasn't there, black would be borderline winning. But this complicates things.
Yeah. Now the idea is to take on f5 and take on d4. Yeah. So if you go with rook c4 and guard d4 pawn, then in that case, white has rook c4 here, and white has bishop d3 intermediate move, just kicking this rook back. And then taking on f5.
Beautiful, yeah. Yeah, I think the only move, as dumb as it sounds, is probably rook c8. And say, well, even then you still take here, right? Or would you take my... Yeah,
I think rook take the rook is fine.
Well, hold on. If you take here, and we do... Yeah, you can't take now because of this...
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to take the rook. And now, I'm not... it's better for white, but you know, if I get e5 in and my knight's gonna go to g4, f2.
Yeah, I know this c1 bishop is just so bad. Bishop can go anywhere. Maybe bishop rook d2, bishop d2, rook d2. Let's say
rook d2. A good move. I'll probably just have to. I was thinking take and bishop here, but then you have a check.
Then there's a check, yeah.
So that's not it. So I'll probably just play rook c3.
Rook b2, bishop b2 now.
Bishop b2, rook b3.
Yeah. And you pinned me badly.
And I pinned to win.
Yeah.
I do be pinning to be winning. Yeah. So that's complicated. It's a very complicated position. I don't know how to get out, and I'm probably just slowly going to like go knight here and here and pretty aggressive there. But we're gonna see. I probably played
bishop
slow.
d2 maybe. Now black has here a very big compensation for sure.
Yeah, I'll just put in that. Indeed, I'll play e5 and then I'll start this journey. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Rook c1.
Rook e1.
Rook c1.
C1. Which one?
Yeah, B.
Okay, I'm gonna run. Too worried about the checks.
No. Black is really good here.
I don't know what the evil... It says 0.00, so there has to be maybe a repetition, or... I don't know, maybe you have bishop c3 here, and then we'll finally get some trades in. Anyway, none of this happened. We were here. And... See the position after h5, bishop b4 is still... Black is thinking as he should. Very strong position for white to have. He doesn't find the rook here. Maybe there are better moves. I don't know. But we believe that rook f to c8 was a...
Yeah.
One of the saving graces. I don't know. Maybe there's something else as well.
I really don't think that... Because it's very simple. Bishop f5, rook d5, rook d4, right?
Yeah. Do we have... There.
Maybe rook e2... takes
Definitely
check,
rook e1. Then rook
and
here,
rook
maybe?
c8. Rook c8.
Rook c8. Ah, even better. Yeah, yeah. I was looking for this kind of ideas, but this is a lot stronger. Cool idea. Rook e2. Wow. Keti, you monster.
But I don't know if it's worth to play, because after rook d7,
Yeah, let's say we trade.
and there are two connected pass pawns. They
Yeah,
are
that's very annoying to play against.
Hmm.
Or
Like,
maybe
I
I have
mean,
like
better to go
g5,
to
g4.
sacrifice exchange rather than to play that.
Yeah.
No, we just push b5, b6,
Okay. Probably
and
not
king
gonna work.
f1, and king is getting closer.
Yeah, I have to go here. I know. It's because I'm gonna do like this. My idea.
Tricky.
Tricky position. All right. Probably missed something because I saw the bar going. But let's continue. Not sure what happened. Oh, he took on c1. Okay, well that's definitely not a good move.
It's not the same. Now rooks are connected.
Yeah, yeah, this is not good.
And like, get rid of the bad bishop of white on c1. That was the main idea, to play on that bad bishop.
Very unfortunate. Let's continue. We have some more games to be looking at, obviously. Here we have a cool one between Mohamed Firadus against Joseph Methu at 6.5 minutes against 6 minutes. We just saw a trade of queens. We're up a bishop, so this is just over. Not see the material count, obviously, or I would not have clicked on this. This one is a rook up. I can just show you guys. This one is a rook up. Not that impressive. Here's one. We have two tall pawns instead of regular size pawns on g7 and h7.
Tall pawns. And white has an extra exchange, so that should be okay for white.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. I think the most immediate threat is king g2, rook h1. But even then, you just play bishop g6, and I don't have any mating ideas on the h file. So, what is my idea? Not on the king side.
How about to simplify the position a bit here with queen f4?
Yeah, queen f4, queen g5.
Queen g5 is queen g5 is better.
And then
the idea is to play knight d5.
Yeah. I agree. Pretty strong. Well, you have to be scared because after knight d5 here, you have bishop here. Even though, yeah.
Knight f6 and knight takes e4, but the scary one is knight g4 there. Actually.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Knight g4 is a lot worse.
Yeah.
Scurry times. So we have to be a little bit careful of queen h3 here, but probably.
Yeah, we can always come back.
Yeah. Okay. You win.
How about d5 and bishop d4?
Yes, that's a really good one. I love that. Do I have something sneaky? No, I don't have rook takes. I'm trying to dislodge the position a little bit and go knight g4, but I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Go knight g4 anyway.
Knight g4. Now we can go bishop d4.
And I gotta go knight e5.
Yes. Oh, knight f3.
Aha.
All right.
Go f4. You can take.
Yeah, there is some line like f4, knight c4, knight queen g5, but black is capturing too much of the pawns. So
I think f4 works. Because can I just take first?
You can, yeah. King takes.
And king takes, and check. Get a lot of pawns.
With the check, black will capture and take on b2, and that's 2 pawns.
We need a tempo.
1 pawn.
Can I go g4 first?
G4.
And then idea is if you go here, I'll just trade and have my extra tempo. And if you go in here, let's say go to c2, I'm probably just gonna go
Rook f2 maybe?
This seems good, yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
It is really strong. I'm gonna go f5, f6. Yeah, this is
Oh, f5, I love it. It just locks down that bishop.
we go f5 immediately, by the way. Now just say it.
93 is not dangerous.
It's dangerous. Let's see who mates first. Well, I have to check and I don't win it back. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'll play rook f2. You win. You win. You win. I'll play your move. I'll play your move. Yeah, this seems
Yeah,
pretty
and
strong.
then you play your move and checkmate me first.
Exactly. Let's go back. Queen f5's been played. King goes to g2. Also definitely not a weird move. And now knight goes to d5, and we kind of looked at this, but in a different situation. I think white is absolutely fine here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Here's an
But
interesting
still,
ending.
there are some moves that black is founding.
Yeah, absolutely. We cannot play f3. Well, it's also very annoying for multiple reasons. So yeah, what do you do here?
King g1, I guess.
Probably have to go back, yeah.
King g1 and c6.
Yeah, and I'm running to take here. Wow,
Yeah.
that's very annoying. I don't know what to do here.
Well, maybe knight c3.
Can I still go f3 maybe?
f3.
This doesn't work now. There's no check.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think this works.
It works.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Rook king g1. Queen goes to f3. Preparing bishop e4. This is very scary for white. Probably have to go back to c3.
There are always some knight e3 or rook e3 moves.
Yeah, that is true. But I don't see anything else. Oh! Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Keti, are you ready?
Yeah.
Tell me you're ready. I'm going to put you on a big screen. With a camera. Are you ready? Are you
Yeah.
ready for this move? What's this? Queen h1.
Oh.
We're pulling her back. We're winning her back in.
Wow. Nice.
And now we're going to kick this queen out. He has to go... Only move is here or here. Pick your poison.
Uh-huh.
Let's say...
Yeah, f5.
f5. Now can I just go f3 again? No, I'm gonna lose this. Yeah, but there's no bishop here now, so I'm not that worried.
Yeah, maybe
But,
rook e1 just to guard the bishop, and then f3
Yeah,
next.
or just bishop f4. I'm just gonna say like, I'm gonna take everything away from you because there's no g5, there's no e5.
Yeah.
Damn,
I like
look at that.
queen h1. You're good.
Queen h1.
Mhm. It's so hard to make backward moves, right?
I agree.
Not easy.
Queen h1's been played, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. This
Oh,
before
wow.
the trade, and now this is the position, and white should survive. I don't like rook d2. I think just go rook c1, get the bishop out, then rook e1.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you also
I still like rook e1, to be honest, there.
just rook e1 here, yeah. Yeah, this is really good.
Yeah.
Anyway, queen h1 found. Well done by Mohammed. Well done. Go to the top game. Go to the top board. We've got some spies on the way. Black has a slight edge, says the evil bar. See what it is. My first instinct is h5, h4. Or we're going to take on c2 instead. What do you think?
I like black's position. Somehow.
But why?
Yeah. The thing is that this pawn is so close on c to you.
Yeah.
To the promotion. There is also some ideas to play rook e8, rook e6, and then check back rank checkmates. And queen e4. Okay, how about endgame? If we can trade the queens, although it should not be the best one.
You're right. You're right. Trying to maybe rook f5 to go here.
But c pawn is hanging right now.
C pawn is hanging now. Yeah, but I don't want to double up. It seems way too passive. And this now is going to go to c4, block everything.
Yeah. Okay. Queen e4 was disaster.
Wait, no. You can't play this. You have this now.
Huh.
But that's not an option. I'm just trying to figure out what, and you could always go like here and here. So you know, it's okay. It's okay. Black is doing fine, but you know, after g3, the king will cut out, and I'm not sure who's better here. But anyway, queen e4 has been played. Black has. Oh, it has played. It happened. Yeah, this is the position right now.
Oh wow.
Sure about this move, but
7. What is Black's idea?
Question. It's gonna go here, but still g3. I'm not too worried about this. My king is gonna start running. Yeah. I'm looking at a lot. I really wanted to put my rook on c3, but that's not an option. Very strong.
I don't like Black's latest moves, starting from.
No, I'm just gonna start running.
All these moves are forcing white to get pieces together.
Yeah.
In the center.
Yeah, this is not.
And knight on h7 is now locked. Cannot really get out.
Yep, and I'll probably play something like rook d3, rook c3 now. Get my king to d2. Yeah, I like rook d3, king d2, rook c3 here. What do you think?
I like rook d3. I like rook d3, king d2, and this, yeah, to cover it.
Awesome.
And then to capture it.
f4, good move. Knight is really panned out, but you have a weakness now. I'm not so sure how I feel about that one. Yeah, not sure. What do we do after this?
Oh, we can go king f3.
I can give a check here now, and at least cannot take.
Ah.
So do this.
King e3.
King e3, I'll double up.
And rook d4.
Rook d4, I'll go knight here.
Wait. Knight was on g1. How knight got on h3?
No, it's still it is on h3.
You played knight
I went for a new line. Okay. So after here, you say rook f3 or rook king e3.
King e3. King f3. King f3.
Okay. And now king e3.
Yeah, now king. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
And now rook d4.
Yeah. Let me check here. Getting very frisky. I'm getting very frisky here. There. I'm a Care Bear. I don't know. Maybe rook c3 check, and if we go here, I might.
Rook c3, rook d3. Rook d3.
Rook d3. Okay. You are a tricky lady. Did you know that?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna blow your mind. 92. Good luck.
Oh, come on.
Good luck.
Come on.
For,
I can take it. I can take it.
You cannot take it.
I can take it.
Okay, you can take it. Making it. Okay.
Whew. Beautiful.
I really like 92. Yeah, we're wrong. That's a really cool.
I like it.
Because if you take here, I don't even have to take here. I'm just gonna take here and.
It's losing, yeah.
So tricky. We are so tricky. Okay, this is what happened. Rook e6.
Yeah, actually.
Knight g1.
You're tricky. I'm tricky. You are trickier.
There we go. And this is the position now. And it's kind of.
This is drawish.
Yeah.
This is drawish.
I really wanted to play b5 here. Because if you take, I play b4, and now I have an outside passed pawn.
But there is rook b5, rook a5, and he makes some time to come back.
Sorry, here.
Like on b7. Rook b5. Rook a5.
Okay. You're right. Yeah, this should be a draw then.
It's strong.
Yeah, this should fizzle out to a draw. And wow, that was a fun little end middle game that we got going on. I do like that. Oh, here we go. Winning for white, or is it a draw?
It's winning, because white can do this. For instance, bishop e3 next move, and then rook g7, king g7, and trade these two rooks for pawn and the queen. And it is just the right corner, so white can win.
Yeah, good point. I'm just gonna pick this one up and
then h5
win it, you
pawn.
get there.
Yeah.
Awesome. So this should be a win. Queen e6 is played, but we're gonna pull out and we're gonna get her in. Nice technique then. Isn't this the game that we just watched? So this is another game that looked very similar to what we just had with all the knights.
Yeah.
But,
I thought where all the pawns were gone.
Yeah.
And it's a different one.
This should be over. The king cannot go here because we have knight check. And this is the only move then. And then still gonna win this over here. So this is a win for black. Well done. Stuff. And this is what happened. No, rook e6 has been the final move, but that should be over soon. We still have some games left. Games are trickling down. We're gonna get a lot of positions ready. Here's an interesting one. We have, I think white's better here, right?
White is very good here because rook, king, and knight, and all those two pawns are creating some mating threats. Right now, bishop has to come on c1, h6 diagonal somewhere. I don't know, bishop f4, bishop d2.
Or bishop f4.
Yeah, and there is a check, which rook e7. King can't come on g6 because the checkmate in one move. King has to go backwards. And right now we can do something like
I should probably, by the way, just move this one over here. I can always give a check if I need to. If you try to go like king f6. Which I cannot do with him here, so I'm gonna start with this. And now
king
it's your
f7.
move.
King f7.
7. Still aren't any mate threats, so I'm just gonna Hail Mary it. Uh-oh. Made a 9.
g5. Or rook e8. Yeah, g5 first. Or
yeah,
rook
this
e8.
is pretty annoying to play against. Okay, so you got me there. Let's start again. I'm gonna start with bishop here. Use put me here. I'm gonna go here. You with king f7. And now, very annoying.
Yeah, very annoying for black.
You can even go like h5, knight here, and right there. What if I go back?
In that case, king f6. Check.
Yeah, I'll go g8.
And king g6.
g6, I'll check you. I always have this
King
rank.
back. King h5.
Going the wrong way. What are you doing?
Why? It's good.
I don't know, just stay on this file.
You're losing e4.
I don't mind. I'm gonna stay on this file.
Okay.
I'm just trying to trap your king.
Check e8, check on e7.
I'm sure there's a win here, but I'm just trying to get your king out. That's my only.
Yeah, you know what? After g5 and h takes, g takes, h takes, bishop g5 probably, right?
Right now here, bishop 5. Oh, like this. No, it doesn't work.
Yeah, so in this, like rook and knight against rook is draw, but in this position, king is just very passive. So maybe there are some ideas here.
No, I think we can just run. There, you are locked off for now. But yeah, I'm not gonna go into king and rook versus rook endgame. You know that those better than me. But with perfect play, black should be able to hold a draw here. But
yeah,
I'm just saying that because the eval says plus 0.8, so it's like there's no forced stuff at the moment. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see if white can find something nice.
We do lose the pawn there. We do lose both pawns there. And now this is where we are. A lot of checks. Rook d8 is mate, never mind. This is all she wrote. Okay, so that went out pretty fast. We have 3 games left in this pool. Let's have a quick look at this one, where black is infinitely better, I would say. 2 pawns up and knight for 2 rooks and a queen. Should be a win. 1 minute against 2 minutes. What else do we have? Well, this one should be over in a second. Just catching the last seconds of it. Yep.
Yeah.
And this one...
There will be no stalemate here for sure. Like black played this queen so far away, there will be no
That one
stalemate.
is over. Oh, I think that's... Yeah, that's it.
We have seen this one, right?
Yeah, this one is also over. They timed out, but the result isn't in yet. Alright, so that's for this pool. Let's go back to the other pool. And that's all the games. Now we have 1 left, which is this one, where white is just up a full piece. Where the last move was this, instead of taking the queen. Am I seeing? Okay, there has to be something wrong with the relay.
Rook was also hanging on b7.
Yeah, there has to be something wrong
I think
with
they
that.
were making this...
Oh, it's like an 800 versus a 300, so that also makes some sense.
Yeah.
So, it's not the one to look at for the entirety. Okay, well, Keti, that concludes everything.
This is
we're
the
gonna
last
go.
game?
Yeah, this is the last game.
So
this is 3 seconds against a minute. We can stay on this in a little bit. We see that a lot of stuff is moving. Do we have a cute checkmate? No. I thought maybe this could be a cute checkmate, but there's nothing, fortunately. Okay, play rook to g8. I want a cute... Alright, that's work. Just want a cute checkmate.
Knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5 is just...
You can do like this. Knight d5, rook g8, queen takes,
Yeah.
pawn takes, knight f6. Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
This is the best we can get out of it.
Exactly. Wait, does this happen? No, it does not happen. Okay. Oh, he resigned after king h8. Alright, so this is the final game. We are going to go on a long break of about an hour. We'll keep playing you fantastic videos, because that's what we do. Some Park Jams, some Starfish vs. Lila, all that good stuff. And Keti, we're going to say goodbye to each other.
Yeah, we have to say goodbye for now.
I'm going to keep the production going, and you're going to go take a well-deserved Sunday lunch. I think. I don't know. Maybe.
I'll do that.
Enjoy your Sunday, everyone. Keti, thank you so much for being here as well. You're an absolute trooper early in the morning. This is 5 hours of continuous broadcasting, and you're absolutely crushing it. Thank you so much for that. You're an absolute legend.
Thank you so much for being really, really awesome commentator. I have lots of fun here, so yeah, I can wake up early for that reason. And thank you so much to our chat, who's very supportive to us and also wakes up with us in the morning or at night.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll be back in about an hour, chat. We'll keep the stream rolling. We'll play some videos. We'll keep you entertained. Now we have a new commentary team with Women Grandmaster Jen Shahade and Women FIDE Master Alessia Santeramo. Santeramo, I believe. I don't know the pronunciation for the last name just yet. I need to make sure I get it correct. But we'll be back in about an hour. You won't see us. You'll see 2 new faces. And we're going to keep the stream going. This is a 12-hour stream. So there's still a lot of chess ahead of us. But for now, we'll say goodbye. We'll be back in an hour. And yeah, Yeah, any last words, Keti?
Yeah, goodbye. See you soon. See you
I
everyone.
like those words. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water, because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay,
All right.
got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Benji.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's gonna be the zigzag checkmate. It's gonna be the checkmate. Here it comes. Sardosh sees it. No question. He's going to do this, mate. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He is in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardosh loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardosh, no! No, the tragedy.
Not the queen.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardosh is melting. He is melting. Oh no.
Sardosh played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness, needs to see these things. And unfortunately for Sardosh, he loses queen.
He is laughing at himself. He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages. And Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like
Oh
Dwight.
wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I
Yeah, that's
literally,
true, the
dude,
coloring,
look, I
exactly.
literally
Yeah,
have the yellow tie mug right here.
Yeah.
And he,
Yeah, exactly, yeah, the
Bobby
yellow shirt,
texted
yep.
me last night and said, wait till you see my outfit. But I had no idea this was what he was going to do. This is hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah. I am
the new chess Jesus.
CA, she will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a night shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Déjate aquí.
Night
No lo
shadow,
toques,
there
Pokemon.
we
No
go
lo
with the
toques.
night shadow.
Tables. Tables.
Wow.
Tables. Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon. She gives him the
What a roller coaster!
Oh no! What is she hovering over the? Ah! Why did she want her D8?
No! Misclick. Damn it! God damn it, misclick! Misclick! No! Misclick! That's so unfair!
Right, is that better?
Not me.
Very well played.
Yes! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
Another master check. 10 minutes. So there's gonna
It's over.
Promote.
Boom. He goes here.
No,
No, it's not over. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack.
Don't be scared!
I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How
how's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. Nah, I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. Like, and it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
Sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there is actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try
Oh,
bishop takes
I
f3
just
in
know.
case
Oh, I didn't
Ludwig
even notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But
Holy
too.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again.
Oh!
Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took, it's game on.
Oh, what happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no!
Over. Like,
and
oh, and he's queen up 2. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Queen
There's
F2.
no way logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's mated!
Ludwig has mate. Ludwig has a force mate in 2.
And now he's mated!
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh,
mate.
Queen D7's mate. Mate. Rook D6,
Rook
Queen D7.
D6, Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in 2? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's going off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Fontex, he on mate.
F3 last D takes C2, and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
Mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot
Oh my
over so
gosh, I
everyone
was
sees
like,
it. Hi, everybody.
why is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
Oren,
to,
I told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the
host, but Danny,
hanging
you don't need
bats
to.
and the
You don't need to do
rafters.
this
There you go.
much. What is
There
going
was
on?
soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey, buddy, are you gonna? Don't shake your head at me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging down. He is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. The clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
The clips can only be a minute long, so do it.
Come on, Rain.
Rain. Oh, he does it! Oh my god!
Draw. Oh.
Oh man. I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Dude, Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh, he just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my god.
No, he resigned.
Why did he resign?
You don't
resign.
I literally just went over rook king endgame.
We're headed toward mate on a 7. Oh, Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Take the queen and don't look back, Nico. Yes, send us to overtime.
Whatever. Oh! And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop. No! The bishop!
Bote's Gambit. This
Oh
was
my
this was a different type of Bote's Gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece, it was hiding. It was hiding on the 18
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and knight G5, but oh, knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is his last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, he put 92 made one. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh!
Yes!
Yeah! Oh no! Oh.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with chess.com, and today we have game of the day. With the white pieces, we have Daniil Dubov, and with the black pieces, we have Sergei Karyakin. This is the Russian Super Finals, and if Karyakin is able to win this game, he takes sole first of the Russian Super Finals, guys. He's the champ. Now, of course, Dubov is not going to let that happen. He's going to play his best and say, you're going to have to get through me, says Dubov. And here we are, e4, e5, knight f3 and knight to c6, bishop c4 and bishop c5. Very easy game. Could be an Evans Gambit, could be a Gioco Piano, something like that, Italian game type stuff. But after bishop c5, there's c3 from Dubov, and then knight f6. Going smooth so far, stuff that they've seen before. Nothing spectacular. d4 is the usual move here. Intending after e takes d4, we're going to see c takes d4, you know, kind of an easy game. Sometimes you can play d3 here. But what happens is e takes d4, usual move. And here, guys, what would you actually play? There are a few alternatives. e5, castling be a move, and c takes d4, right? These are the usual moves here. But this is what Daniil Dubov played here. He played something completely different, and the highest rated player to play this move right here, guys. Can you find the move that was played right here? Here we go, guys. This is the move. b4. Can you believe it? B4, I've never actually seen this myself. So this is definitely some home cooking, some prep that he's done to throw Sergei Karyakin off here. I mean, this was amazing to play B4. Now let's watch the follow-ups here. Now after B4, there is bishop to B6, and then E5 is played now instead of earlier, which is usually played here. The best defense is offense, and just because I'm attacked, it doesn't mean I have to move my piece. So after E5, actually D5 is the most thematic way to play. Sergei did not do D5 here, and let's actually take a look at what happens if D5 happens. F takes E takes F6 is the best way to play. D takes C4, then Queen E2 and Bishop E6. And then after B5, making a threat on the knight, knight moves out of the way. F takes G7, Rook G8, we take on D4. Queen D7, and this is supposed to be what the position would look like if they went down that road, with black being slightly better and actually preparing to castle queenside. But that's actually not what happened at all. It was actually knight to E4 by Sergei Karyakin here. Now after knight E4, there's a bunch of ways to play, guys. You have castle, C takes D4. Do we play B5? Like, what are we playing here? What's the move? Like, what do we actually do here? Well, let's let Daniel to tell you guys what he did here, Daniel. Bishop to D5, actually. Bishop D5, this is the most aggressive way to play here. It's going to get pretty fun. Now, let's see what happens here. He must capture the second pawn here. He has to go into this line because there's really nothing else to do here. Now, after bishop to D5, knight takes C3 from Karyakin. Knight takes C3, D takes C3, and here we go, guys. When you're on the attack, when you gambit something, when you're down material or you sacrifice something for rapid development, gambits and things like that, you need to keep the attack up. So what would you do to keep the attack up in this move, guys? Would you castle? Would you play like B5? Would you play A4? What would you actually play in this moment? Here we go, guys. Here's the move. Bishop G5, and this is also a novelty here. Now, it seems like Bishop G5, just an easy move to make. I mean, I would play this too because, like, we're attacking the queen. It's a good move. But he keeps attacking. If Dubov waits for black to castle here, then Queen E8 could be a move. So you want to get Bishop G5 in easily. Now black must allow this pin to happen. And then Knight E7. This seems very cramped for white here. Not the most fun position. And here we go. After Knight E7, there's castles. Then there's H6 because he says, look, this pin has to go. I am tired of this pin. So the bishop backs up and says, not today. And if you want to get rid of this pin, you're going to have to play G5. And we're going to get very live after G5. And no, it's going to be messed up over here, especially if you're trying to castle on this side of the board. So after Bishop H4, we have castles. Very natural move, but now white loves the attack here. Or the engines love white's attack after these next few moves. After castles, there's rook to E8, guys. Just putting some pressure on the file, maybe even some rook lifts. Maybe E6 could be in the future. You never know. It's always good to put a rook on E8 here. But the development for black is not there. It's non-existing. A little bit for white too on this side, but we have the bishop swiping the board here. This knight can come into play eventually, maybe through E5, and maybe we can have some type of queen play. Let's see what happens. After rook E8, there is queen to E8. He says, you know what, I am tired of this pin, and Daniil plays bishop to B3, backing it all the way up. Maybe bishop to C2. This could happen too as well. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, guys. Now watch this. A5 happens and says, look, we need to make something happen. Let's make some trades. Let's do something. I need to get my pieces out. Now, white to move, guys. Make sure you're on your attacking brain today. Hopefully you did your tactics and puzzle rush on chess.com. Now, check this out. What would you play as white right here? I'm going to give you a few seconds to figure this one out. What would you play as white right now? Here we go, guys. A5. After A5, white plays this move right here. Bishop to F6. Can you believe that move right there? Bishop F6 is on the board against Sergei Karyakin. Imagine if you are Sergei Karyakin right now. How do you feel pressure-wise that I have to win this game to be champ? And I'm now getting Bishop F6 played on me on the board. Bishop F6 is a scary move. Very, very scary move here, guys. And of course, the idea here is after pawn takes, and this is pin. And not only is the king side busted open now, but you have problems. And also, I'm getting my piece back with some interest here. So Bishop F6, great attacking idea. Now, after Bishop F6, there's A4 on the board here, which was not the best move. They said that Knight F5 actually was an entry, something to do here, but he plays A4 honestly because this is a scary position to be in. After A4, there's bishop to C4. Now myself, I would have probably played bishop to C2 and play queen D3 and go in this fashion, but bishop C4 keeps the pin here is what he wanted to do. Bishop C4, then you see knight to G6 and queen to D3, guys. We're attacking this knight. This bishop is pinning the pawn. Your pieces don't exist, says Dubov. Queen to d3, actually. And after queen d3, there's d5. I have to do something here. And if this is the best move to make, you might be in some trouble here. Now, after d5, here we go. E takes d6. Your queen is hanging. Oh, and your knight is hanging. Oh, and you need something else to do. This bishop is hanging as well. Watch this, guys. Bishop to e6 is on the board. Are you ready for today? I hope you came ready to watch this video today. Now, I want you to stop the video right now and tell me what you would play if you were Dubov in this position. Hope you guys are ready. Here it is. Here it is, guys. This is the move of the day, move of the year, guys. Watch this combination. Here it is. If you said queen takes g6, bam, oh my goodness, there it is. And Sergei Karyakin, you could probably see him sweating immediately after this move. Maybe flew back in his chair like in the Matrix or something. Queen takes g6 happened on the board, and it was a loud clatter. After clapping the piece there, it was amazing. Queen takes g6 is on the board, and he just stood up and looked at Karyakin. Probably did in his head. He didn't really do that, but I'm sure he probably wanted to. Queen takes g6 is on the board, sacrificing the queen, guys. And after f takes g6, rook takes e6 to follow right after here. We have all of this eyeing him. I mean, this is very scary right now. Now we got our material back. We have discoveries against the king. Well, now he has 2 pieces for the queen, says Dubov. And we have an attack. Let's see what happens. Queen f7, he just kind of gets out of the way here. There's discoveries everywhere. So he just kind of blocks the discovery here and says, okay, cool. Yeah, you have a little bit of material. We're not going to give you everything. And here's what white does, guys. Watch the follow-up here. When you sacrifice and you do things like this, you want to wait and you want to actually look and see what's your follow-up. And you need to know beforehand before you actually get to this position and be wrong. So you want to have your follow-up ahead of time. And this is what he does, what he does here, guys. Bishop takes c3. There is no need to hurry. Black can't move the queen and the king off the a2 g8 diagonal. It's just very hard to do this. So bishop takes c3. He just gets out of the way here. No need to hurry. And then king h8, he says, look, I have to get off of this as quickly as possible. But then here we go, rook e4. Now we defend the queen here. And if you look at the compensation here, guys, compensation is very, very important. One of the hardest things to explain in chess is compensation. Yeah, I'm losing my queen. I've sacrificed it for a little bit of material. But I mean, we have our minor pieces. We have 2 bishops and a knight. And we have 2 rooks and an attack against the black king here. This should be enough compensation here, guys, especially as strong as Daniil is playing Sergei Karyakin. It could be wild here, and of course Daniil is known for these type of positions and attacking an aggressive play. So let's see what happens. Rook to e4, queen f5, attacking the rook here. You got to keep the attacks up, as white does the same thing. You keep attacking, I'm going to keep attacking too as well, says Daniil. Rook e7 hitting g7, guys. This is very scary. The bishops and the rook work together brilliantly. Now after rook to e7, here it is. Rook g8, because he kind of has to. I mean, you have to defend g7. There's all kind of attacks, mating threats, mating ideas. So he says, okay, cool, you're going to give me the rook. I'm going to take it. Now we have 2 rooks and 2 pieces, and maybe even a passed pawn here versus these pieces here, which doesn't look that good, guys. It doesn't look that good. D takes c7. Now I have almost a queen here, and I have some pieces. All I have to do is trade probably one of the rooks or a bishop, and we're definitely in the driver's seat here. After d takes c7, he plays queen to c2 here, just keeping some threats on the board because this is not looking that good for Sergei Karyakin. He understands that. So now bishop to e5, we defend the c7 pawn with aspirations of queening later on. Now after bishop e5, bishop takes f2. He just takes the pawn because it's with check. You need to do something. And then the king just steps over. King to h1 and bishop back to b6. So now after bishop b6, we have h3 on the board. King h7 and rook e1, guys, activating the last piece. Now the rooks are doubled on the file here. This is usually what you want to do when you have rooks against the queen here. And then we have some attacks. Maybe we're going for rook to e2, removing the bishop from somewhere, moving it somewhere, maybe even bishop f6, and also playing rook to e7. So there's many moves to go here, but let's see what happens. a3 was played. What he's trying to do now is take on a2 and try to have his own pass pawn of his own, because this is not looking that good. This rook is only a defensive piece on g7. The bishop's still doing the same thing defensive wise, trying to keep an eye on this. And the queen is, I mean, all the pieces that black has here, Karyakin is only on defense at this point. What a queen sacrifice by Dubov. King to h2, and then we have g5 on the board here, just trying to make some holes for the king and do something here. Maybe queen back to g6, but we're running out of moves. We are running out of moves. When on the other hand, white's actually getting closer to the king. Knight to d4, followed by knight to f5 or e6, putting more pressure on the g7 pawn. Queen to c4. Then we have knight f5, threatening g7. Queen takes b4, hitting this rook. This rook is completely defended here. What he plays is rook to c1. Hey, we're about to queen. Okay, this compensation is beautiful. If you watch how all the pieces play together, it's hard to play against all of these pieces when you don't have enough material. Even having a queen is not enough sometimes. And that's exactly the case here in this game. Rook to c1, king to g6. He's out of the way. And here it is, guys. Dubov says, look, it's time to cash in this advantage. Okay, it's time to show everybody this queen sack did work. And after king to g6, rook takes g7 check. So now forcing a rook takes here. I mean, of course, if king takes f5, which actually did happen. But if rook takes g7, we just queen anyway. So Karyakin says, okay, you know what? I have to take the knight. And then rook takes g8. Not only are we about to queen now we have two rooks versus a queen. And he only has a queen and a bishop. That's nothing. Bishop takes c7 and bishop takes c7. Now, after the dust settles here, there's two rooks and a bishop versus a queen. This is more than enough for the win, actually, for white. Let's find a few more moves here. Queen to b2, attacking the rook. Rook to c5 check. His king is getting very, very short on spaces. He goes king to e4, and then rook to d8. And then Karyakin looked up. He looked around. He took a sip of water. He put it back down. He looked at Dubov, looked down at the position, and then Black resigned right here. Black resigned right here because there was really nothing else to do. A sample line would be something like queen takes a2, and then after rook e5 check, king to f4, rook to d4 is checkmate. So there's really kind of no way out of these things, and there's other variations that can happen here. But he realized where he was. I don't have enough. My king's looking crazy in the middle of the street. I have nothing around my king. I'm probably going to be mated with the two rooks and the bishop, or if not, losing some decisive material, meaning the queen here at the end, guys. So really, really nasty game here. Let's actually go back and where the key critical moment, by the way, anyone that does play the Joko piano, even myself, because I love playing the Scotch Gambit, I'm going to try this out with this new b4 and see how far we can get here, because Dubov loves giving us something new here. And after b4, e5, knight e4, bishop d5, nice little sacrifice here. Bishop g5, I mean nastiness here. Castles, bishop h4. And let's fast forward, guys. The best move was right here. This was the absolute best move. Was here it is. Queen takes g6. Didn't even care about anything here. I mean, you would probably take here. You would look at this move. You would look at this move. But queen takes g6 is just phenomenal, guys. Queen takes g6. Rook takes e6. And now it's a party. It's a party, guys. It's a party. Look at this. This was awesome. This was absolutely awesome. Dubov put on a show here and stopped Karyakin from winning the Russian Super Final Championship, guys. Now, this was Game of the Day. I'm National Master James Canty III here with chess.com, and I'll see you guys on the next video.
Today's game is an exciting Evans Gambit played between Stockfish and Leela in the Chess.com Computer Chess Championship. Specifically, this game was played in the ECO Mega Match, which featured only Stockfish and Leela playing over 2,000 games in some of the most exciting theoretical opening positions. Now, the Evans Gambit opens with pawn to e4, and then e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, and pawn to b4. This move is the starting position of the Evans Gambit. Now, cowards may retreat and not accept the Gambit, but of course, in this exciting game, we do get the acceptance of the Evans Gambit. Bishop takes b4. White's idea is pawn c3 and then expanding in the center, getting rapid development and open lines to compensate for the sacrificed pawn. Now, the bishop needs to retreat, and the most common retreat is bishop a5 as played. And now, wherever the bishop retreats, whether to a5 or a different square, you should pretty much always play pawn to d4, and after a capture, you should castle. So this happens. Now, in this position, the move pawn takes c3 is played. And this is the end of book for this particular game. It means that the engines are forced to play through this position. Leela would not have played the greediest and most exciting move, pawn takes c3, if it was entirely Leela's choice. Both engines agree that White is now a little bit better after this move, and in practice, White scores really, really well. Black isn't lost, but Black is struggling. So, what would be better if you had full choice? Well, the most popular move here is pawn to d6. Now, this move is one that is really unclear. Both players get their share of wins and losses here. Really exciting stuff. Now, maybe the best move is the third most popular move, knight g to e7, and here Black significantly outscores White. So if you get this position, maybe play knight g to e7. But in this game, we're looking at pawn takes c3. Now, Stockfish plays queen b3, tickling this pawn right here, and that pawn needs to be defended. Queen f6, good move, but of course, the queen can be a target when it develops early, so bishop g5. The queen needs to move and also defend this pawn, so queen g6 and knight takes c3. This captures, of course, the pawn on c3, and probably more importantly, it develops the knight. Now, the next move by Leela is maybe one that might surprise humans a little bit. It is bishop takes c3. You're giving up your dark squared bishop here for the knight, but of course, you're also down in development and you want to get some pieces off of the board, especially some of the active pieces that might attack you. For example, if knight g to e7, developing, getting ready to castle, knight d5 is a dangerous idea from White here. Leaping in, and if you trade here on d5, then White has the ability to open the e-file. This can recall a famous game, Fischer versus Fine, where Bobby Fischer won in 18 moves. So you don't want to lose in 18 moves, and neither does Leela. So Leela trades off the knight on c3. Queen takes c3, and if knight f6, then pawn e5 is a little bit dangerous. So Leela tries knight g to e7, getting ready to castle and just get out of danger as much as possible. So now bishop takes e7, giving up the dark squared bishop and allowing more trades when you've already sacrificed 2 pawns in this position. But if knight takes e7, then knight e5 is a fork, hitting the queen and also hitting the pawn on f7, and White has a winning attack here. So the king needs to recapture. King takes e7. Now, the king is obviously not happy to be on e7, but also White did just trade off the dark squared bishop that would be probably the most important minor piece to help get at this king on e7. So it's not like White is going to force mate anytime soon. Black is able to get the king out of the center of the board, but that costs time, and there's a lot of pieces that need development. The next move I think is a really good one, and I'm going to try to highlight as many of the building moves as possible that Stockfish plays. The great attacking master Spielman once said of Alekhine that he can find the same combinations as Alekhine, but he can't get the same positions. So pay a lot of attention to how Stockfish builds up this position and eventually gets a combination. Stockfish starts with pawn e5, great move. This move helps get some control of the dark squares and makes moves like d6 much harder to achieve, which means that developing these pieces is also very difficult. Rook e8, of course, very natural, developing the rook to the only half-open file available to Black, and the king is getting ready to pull back here to f8. Rook AE1, I like this move a lot. I also think this is really instructive. The 2 rooks are placed in the center. Now in the game, they're going to double on the E file, which of course makes sense. But I think there are also some lines where you could imagine this knight moving and then the pawns rolling like this, and they could be very, very effective here. I think a lot of humans wouldn't play Rook AE1 because it kind of locks in this rook here on F1, but you can see Stockfish likes the move. So the king now steps back, king F8, and bishop D3 hitting the queen, and of course the queen doesn't want to give up the pawn on H7, so queen H6. Now another nice instructive attacking move, Rook E4. This move threatens Rook H4, which will hit the queen and also hit the pawn on H7. So there's an immediate idea to win material, and we have a bit of a crisis here for black. Now, at this point, Stockfish thinks that the best move is pawn to F5. Now, a human probably doesn't want to play a move like this that opens up a lot of squares against your king and also really softens the light squares. But it does seem to be the last good try for black. After pawn F5, of course, you could consider Rook H4, which is very tempting, dangerous, and might even be the best move, but Stockfish's best line, the one that it thought was best at least when it was playing the game, is pawn takes F6. Opening more lines, it makes a lot of sense, of course. Now, after Rook takes E4, Bishop takes E4, Queen takes F6, offering a queen trade. Of course, you don't want to trade queens, you want to keep the queens on the board and try to attack. Black needs to defend this H7 pawn, so pawn H6, and Stockfish's best move is pawn to H3, not a very human move, but there we go. And now you really need to develop, so pawn D5, and then after pawn D5, you have queen takes D5, and you go for a queen trade with queen E6. And Stockfish thinks this is a little better for white. So this is a long and complicated line, but at least it doesn't seem like there's a forced win for white. Instead, Leela played the move pawn to G6, accepting a very, very passive position. And immediately Stockfish goes from thinking, hey, maybe I'm a little better to, hey, I think I'm a lot better and I might be winning. So after pawn G6, Stockfish continues with Rook FE1 here. I love bringing out the rook, the last piece that wasn't contributing. The queen pulls back to G7. She feels very buried here, but there's an immediate idea of pawn D6 to try to make some exchanges and utilize this pin right here, which is why Stockfish pulls back and doesn't allow that with queen C1. If pawn D6 had been played, then there was pawn takes D6, and after a trade on E4, the bishop recaptures, and this is a problem, and this is a problem, and white's position is just overwhelming. So after queen C1, we see king over to G8. Doesn't really accomplish anything, but it's very hard to accomplish anything. Pawn H4, another great instructive move that helps build the attack. You have the idea of pawn H5 and maybe even pawn H6, and these moves are often utilized by neural network engines to really clamp in on the opponent's position and provoke weaknesses. Pawn H6, trying to make sure that this pawn doesn't get to H6 and lines are not opened. So you're getting ready to meet pawn H5 with pawn to G5 for black. Now, I think this is maybe the best attacking move in the game. Rook 1 to E3. This rook suddenly lifts, and it doesn't seem like it should have any potential here along the third rank. But as we will see in the game, it definitely does have potential. In this position, it seems like there's only one move that might not be losing. That's king F8, which is Stockfish's preference, and it definitely thinks it's much, much better here, which of course makes sense. Black can barely move anything in this position, and king F8 may avoid some of the immediate threats in the position, but it certainly doesn't give black a desirable position. However, there's at least no clear forced win that Stockfish saw after king F8. Instead, though, king H8 is played here. Now, pawn to H5, and the idea of taking here and opening things is really unbearable, so we see pawn G5, which again was the point of pawn H6, trying to keep things closed. And now, knight takes G5. Absolutely brilliant from Stockfish and definitely winning. It's only now that Leela realizes it's much, much worse. Stockfish is saying, hey, I'm basically winning here, and Leela's going, oh, I'm definitely worse in this position. Now, after knight takes G5, you can capture with the queen or the pawn. Both are losing. I'm not going to dive too deep into all of the possibilities after queen takes g5, but here's the basic idea. Queen c3 threatening pawn e6, so that pawn needs to be stopped with rook e6. But then rook g3 hitting the queen, which can go back to a few different squares. And after queen e7, you can double here. This is very strong. And you're soon going to follow up with the idea of bishop b1 and then queen c2 or queen d3, making a battery. Total control of the g-file, total control of the light squared diagonal, and it's just overwhelming. There's no way to defend against all the threats that white quickly sets up. So in the game after knight takes g5, we see h takes g5 and pawn to h6. Of course, the queen cannot capture because rook h3 pins and wins the queen right here. So after h6, we see queen back to f8. Rook g3 just getting ready to go over and win the g5 pawn and finish off your crushing attack. Here, an interesting move is pawn f5 when we can capture en passant, and after rook takes e4, this move is good and should win, but the strongest move is queen takes g5. And here, queen g7 check, making a pass pawn on the 7th rank and forcing it through in multiple different ways is absolutely crushing. So a beautiful position here that would have been completely overwhelming. In the game, after rook g3, we see knight takes e5 here, and now queen takes g5 and pawn f5, hitting this rook right here. In this position, Leela was expecting rook takes e5 when white is a lot better, but maybe white is not winning. Instead though, Stockfish played rook h4. And it's only after rook h4 is on the board that Leela goes from thinking, oh, this is a bad position, but not necessarily lost, to Leela's acknowledging, oh, I am definitely lost. And again, Stockfish has been thinking that Leela is definitely lost for a while. It clearly calculated better in this line with rook h4. So this move threatens queen g7 check. Even a move like rook e7 to add defense to the g7 square doesn't really help because you still go queen g7 check. And if rook takes g7 here, pawn takes g7 with double check, you get a check from both the rook and the pawn. And the only way to get out of double check is to move the king. Here we have king g8 and then there's rook h8. Your next turn is to capture and promote a queen with check. And obviously you're completely winning here with the white pieces. So the only try here, and evidently what Leela miscalculated, is knight g4. And the idea here is, of course, rook e1 check, and also just to clog the g-file, which is the basis of white's attack. But after knight g4, Stockfish just clears things out. Rook h takes g4, and now pawn takes g4, and you might be thinking about capturing this pawn right here. That's enough compensation for being a full rook down, but it does not win the game. Instead, the critical move is rook e3. This move just threatens rook takes e8 and then queen to g7 and checkmate. So this is a huge problem and there's really no defense. You can also consider rook d8 here and then just rook e7, threatening rook h7 mate. Among other things, there's no defense. After rook e3, we do see rook takes e3 and now queen takes e3. Black is up a full rook here, although of course these pieces are completely out of the game, so it's hard to count them as full pieces. This position is simply winning because there's no way to stop a check on the dark square diagonal here, and then after the king moves over, you simply have h7 check and then h8 equals queen. So in this position with all of the extra material and the ability to make the move in this position, there's no way for Leela to save the game. White simply executes the idea. Pawn d6 is played, queen d4 check, king g8, h7 check. Of course, the bishop is defending, and then king over, and we make our protected queen. From here, of course, it's just a simple process to checkmate. But in the Computer Chess Championship, we do play out to checkmate, so this is how the game concludes. Of course, the technique is always nice, and the queen and bishop work perfectly well together in finishing the game off. So, final position here sees the queen come into d7 and checkmate. So I hope you've enjoyed this great game, and I hope it inspires some of you to play more Evans Gambits. The chess world needs more Evans Gambits.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay,
All right.
got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Benji.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's gonna be the zigzag checkmate. It's gonna be the checkmate. Here it comes. Sardosh sees it. No question. He's going to do this, mate. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He is in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardosh loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardosh, no! No, the tragedy.
Not the queen.
Oh
my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardosh is melting. He is melting. Oh no!
Sardosh played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness, needs to see these things. And unfortunately for Sardosh, he loses queen.
He is laughing at himself. He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages. And Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like
Oh wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I literally,
the coloring,
I literally have the yellow tie mug right here.
Yeah.
And he,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the
Bobby
yellow shirt,
texted me last night and said, "Wait till you see my outfit." But I had no idea this was what he was gonna do. This is hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah.
I am the new chess Jesus.
CA, she will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a night shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Déjate aquí.
Night
No lo
shadow,
toques,
there
Pokemon.
we
No
go
lo
with the
toques.
night shadow.
Tables. Tables.
Wow.
Tables. Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon. She gives him the
What a roller coaster.
I'm gonna try
Oh no! Where is she hovering over the? Why did she want her
it. No! Misclick. Damn it! God damn it, misclick! Misclick! No! Misclick! That's so unfair!
Right, is that better?
Not me.
Very well played.
Yes! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
That's another nasty check. 10 minutes. So there's gonna
It's
be
over.
remote.
Boom. He goes here.
Go
No,
that way.
it's not over. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack.
Don't be scared.
I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. Nah, I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. Like, And it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
That's sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there is actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try
Oh,
bishop takes
I
f3
just
in
know.
case
Oh, I didn't
Ludwig
even notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But
Holy
too.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen takes f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again.
Oh!
Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took, it's game on.
Oh, what happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no!
Over. Like,
and
oh, and he's
queen up 2. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Queen
There's
F2.
no way logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's mated!
Ludwig has mate. Ludwig has a forced mate in 2.
And now he's mated!
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh,
mate.
Queen D7's mate.
Oh.
Mate. Rook D6,
Rook
Queen D7.
D6, Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in 2? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's gone off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Ball takes. He on mate.
F3 last D takes C2, and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut the Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut the
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot
Oh my
over.
god,
so
I was like,
hi
why
everybody.
is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
All right,
to,
I told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the
host, but Danny,
hanging
you don't need
bats
to.
and the
You don't need to
rafters.
do
There you
this
go.
much. What is
It
going
was soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey, buddy, are you gonna? Don't shake your head at me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging down. He is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I didn't
Anna,
want
you
to be
were
right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. Our clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
It's gonna only be a minute long, so do it.
Come on, Rain.
Rain. Oh, that's it! Oh my god!
Draw. Oh.
Oh man, I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Dude, Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh, he just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my god.
No, he resigned.
Why did he resign?
I
You
don't know.
resigned.
I literally just went over Rook King endgame.
We're headed toward mate on a 7.
Oh,
it's your boy in Wisconsin. Take the queen and don't look back, Nico. Yes, send us to overtime.
Whatever. Oh! And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop. No! The bishop!
This gambit. This
Oh
was
my
this was a different type of Botis gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
Long range piece, it was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and knight G5, but knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is his
boy.
last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, you put 92 in one. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh!
Let's
go!
Yes!
Yeah! Oh no! Oh.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with chess.com, and today we have game of the day. With the white pieces, we have Daniil Dubov, and with the black pieces, we have Sergei Karyakin. This is the Russian Super Finals, and if Karyakin is able to win this game, he takes Seoul first of the Russian Super Finals, guys. He's the champ. Now, of course, Dubov is not going to let that happen. He's going to play his best and say, you're going to have to get through me, says Dubov. And here we are, e4, e5, knight f3 and knight to c6, bishop c4 and bishop c5. Very easy game. Could be an Evans Gambit, could be a Gioco Piano, something like that, Italian game type stuff. But after bishop c5, there's c3 from Dubov, and then knight f6. Going smooth so far, stuff that they've seen before. Nothing spectacular. d4 is the usual move here. Intending after e takes d4, we're going to see c takes d4, you know, kind of an easy game. Sometimes you can play d3 here. But what happens is e takes d4, usual move. And here, guys, what would you actually play? There are a few alternatives. e5, castling be a move, and c takes d4, right? These are the usual moves here. But this is what Daniil Dubov played here. He played something completely different, and the highest rated player to play this move right here, guys. Can you find the move that was played right here? Here we go, guys. This is the move. b4. Can you believe it? b4? I've never actually seen this myself. So this is definitely some home cooking, some prep that he's done to throw Sergei Karyakin off here. I mean, this was amazing to play b4. Now let's watch the follow-ups here. Now after b4, there is bishop to b6, and then e5 is played now instead of earlier. which is usually played here. The best defense is offense, and just because I'm attacked, it doesn't mean I have to move my piece. So after e5, actually d5 is the most thematic way to play. Sergey did not do d5 here, and let's actually take a look at what happens if d5 happens. F takes e takes f6 is the best way to play. D takes c4, then queen e2 and bishop e6. And then after b5, making a threat on the knight, knight moves out of the way. F takes g7, rook g8, we take on d4, queen d7, and this is supposed to be what the position would look like if they went down that road, with black being slightly better and actually preparing to castle queen side. But that's actually not what happened at all. It was actually knight to e4 by Sergey Karyakin here. Now after knight e4, there's a bunch of ways to play, guys. You have castle, c takes d4, do we play b5? Like, what are we playing here? What's the move? Like, what do we actually do here? Well, let's let Daniel to tell you guys what he did here, Daniel. Bishop to d5, actually. Bishop d5, this is the most aggressive way to play here. It's going to get pretty fun. Now let's see what happens here. He must capture the second pawn here. He has to go into this line because there's really nothing else to do here. Now, after bishop to d5, knight takes c3 from Karyakin. Knight takes c3, d takes c3, and here we go, guys. When you're on the attack, when you gambit something, when you're down material or you sacrifice something for rapid development, gambits and things like that, you need to keep the attack up. So what would you do to keep the attack up in this move, guys? Would you castle? Would you play like b5? Would you play a4? What would you actually play in this moment? Here we go, guys. Here's the move. Bishop g5, and this is also a novelty here. Now, it seems like Bishop g5, just an easy move to make. I mean, I would play this too because, like, we're attacking a queen. It's a good move. But he keeps attacking. If Dubov waits for black to castle here, then queen e8 could be a move. So you want to get bishop g5 in easily. Now black must allow this pin to happen. And then knight e7. This seems very cramped for white here. Not the most fun position. And here we go. After knight e7, there's castles. Then there's h6 because he says, look, this pin has to go. I am tired of this pin. So the bishop backs up and says, not today. And if you want to get rid of this pin, you're going to have to play g5. And we're going to get very live after g5. And no, it's going to be messed up over here, especially if you're trying to castle on this side of the board. So after bishop h4, we have castles. Very natural move, but now white loves the attack here. Or the engines love white's attack after these next few moves. After castles, there's rook to e8, guys. Just putting some pressure on the file, maybe even some rook lifts. Maybe e6 could be in the future. You never know. It's always good to put a rook on e8 here. But the development for black is not there. It's non-existing. A little bit for white too on this side, but we have the bishop swiping the board here. This knight can come into play eventually, maybe through e5, and maybe we can have some type of queen play. Let's see what happens. After rook e8, there is queen to e8. He says, you know what, I am tired of this pin, and Daniil plays bishop to b3, backing it all the way up. Maybe bishop to c2. This could happen too as well. White is definitely in the driver's seat here, guys. Now watch this. a5 happens and says, look, we need to make something happen. Let's make some trades. Let's do something. I need to get my pieces out. Now, white to move, guys. Make sure you're on your attacking brain today. Hopefully you did your tactics and puzzle rush on chess.com. Now, check this out. What would you play as white right here? I'm going to give you a few seconds to figure this one out. What would you play as white right now? Here we go, guys. a5. After a5, white plays this move right here. Bishop to f6. Can you believe that move right there? Bishop f6 is on the board against Sergey Karyakin. Imagine if you are Sergey Karyakin right now. How do you feel pressure-wise that I have to win this game to be champ? And I'm now getting bishop f6 played on me on the board. Bishop f6 is a scary move. It's a very, very scary move here, guys. And of course, the idea here is after pawn takes, and this is pin, and not only is the king side busted open now, but you have problems, and also I'm getting my piece back with some interest here. So bishop f6, great attacking idea. Now after bishop f6, there's a4 on the board here, which was not the best move. They said that knight f5 actually was an entry, something to do here, but he plays a4 honestly because this is a scary position to be in. After a4, there's bishop to c4. Now myself, I would have probably played bishop to c2 and play queen d3 and go in this fashion, but bishop c4 keeps the pin here is what he wanted to do. Bishop c4, then you see knight to g6 and queen to d3, guys. We're attacking this knight. This bishop is pinning the pawn. Your pieces don't exist, says Dubov. Queen to d3, actually. And after queen d3, there's d5. I have to do something here. And if this is the best move to make, you might be in some trouble here. Now, after d5, here we go. E takes d6. Your queen is hanging. Oh, and your knight is hanging. Oh, and you need something else to do. This bishop is hanging as well. Watch this, guys. Bishop to e6 is on the board. Are you ready for today? I hope you came ready to watch this video today. Now, I want you to stop the video right now and tell me what you would play if you were Dubov in this position. Hope you guys are ready. Here it is. Here it is, guys. This is the move of the day, move of the year, guys. Watch this combination. Here it is. If you said queen takes g6, bam, oh my goodness, there it is. And Sergei Karyakin, you could probably see him sweating immediately after this move. Maybe flew back in his chair like in the Matrix or something. Queen takes g6 happened on the board, and it was a loud clatter. After clapping the piece there, it was amazing. Queen takes g6 is on the board, and he just stood up and looked at Karyakin. Probably did in his head. He didn't really do that, but I'm sure he probably wanted to. Queen takes g6 is on the board, sacrificing the queen, guys. And after f takes g6, rook takes e6 to follow right after here. We have all of this eyeing him. I mean, this is very scary right now. Now we got our material back. We have discoveries against the king. Well, now he has 2 pieces for the queen, says Dubov. And we have an attack. Let's see what happens. Queen f7, he just kind of gets out of the way here. There's discoveries everywhere. So he just kind of blocks the discovery here and says, okay, cool. Yeah, you have a little bit of material. We're not going to give you everything. And here's what white does, guys. Watch the follow-up here. When you sacrifice and you do things like this, you want to wait and you want to actually look and see what's your follow-up. And you need to know beforehand before you actually get to this position and be wrong. So you want to have your follow-up ahead of time. And this is what he does, what he does here, guys. Bishop takes c3. There is no need to hurry. Black can't move the queen and the king off the a2 g8 diagonal. It's just very hard to do this. So bishop takes c3. He just gets out of the way here. No need to hurry. And then king h8, he says, look, I have to get off of this as quickly as possible. But then here we go, rook e4. Now we defend the queen here. And if you look at the compensation here, guys, compensation is very, very important. One of the hardest things to explain in chess is compensation. Yeah, I'm losing my queen. I've sacrificed it for a little bit of material. But I mean, we have our minor pieces. We have 2 bishops and a knight. And we have 2 rooks and an attack against the black king here. This should be enough compensation here, guys, especially as strong as Daniil is playing Sergei Karyakin. It could be wild here, and of course Daniil is known for these type of positions and attacking an aggressive play. So let's see what happens. Rook to e4, queen f5, attacking the rook here. You got to keep the attacks up, as white does the same thing. You keep attacking, I'm going to keep attacking too as well, says Daniil. Rook e7 hitting g7, guys. This is very scary. The bishops and the rook work together brilliantly. Now after rook to e7, here it is. Rook g8, because he kind of has to. I mean, you have to defend g7. There's all kind of attacks, mating threats, mating ideas. So he says, okay, cool, you're going to give me the rook. I'm going to take it. Now we have 2 rooks and 2 pieces, and maybe even a passed pawn here versus these pieces here, which doesn't look that good, guys. It doesn't look that good. D takes c7. Now I have almost a queen here, and I have some pieces. All I have to do is trade probably one of the rooks or a bishop, and we're definitely in the driver's seat here. After d takes c7, he plays queen to c2 here, just keeping some threats on the board because this is not looking that good for Sergei Karyakin. He understands that. So now bishop to e5, we defend the c7 pawn with aspirations of queening later on. Now after bishop e5, bishop takes f2. He just takes the pawn because it's with check. You need to do something. And then the king just steps over. King to h1 and bishop back to b6. So now after bishop b6, we have h3 on the board. King h7 and rook e1, guys, activating the last piece. Now the rooks are doubled on the file here. This is usually what you want to do when you have rooks against the queen here. And then we have some attacks. Maybe we're going for rook to e2, removing the bishop from somewhere, moving it somewhere, maybe even bishop f6, and also playing rook to e7. So there's many moves to go here, but let's see what happens. a3 was played. What he's trying to do now is take on a2 and try to have his own pass pawn of his own, because this is not looking that good. This rook is only a defensive piece on g7. The bishop's still doing the same thing defensive-wise, trying to keep an eye on this. And the queen is, I mean, all the pieces that black has here, Karyakin is only on defense at this point. What a queen sacrifice by Dubov. King to h2, and then we have g5 on the board here. Just trying to make some holes for the king and do something here. Maybe queen back to g6, but we're running out of moves. We are running out of moves. When on the other hand, white's actually getting closer to the king. Knight to d4, followed by knight to f5 or e6, putting more pressure on the g7 pawn. Queen to c4. Then we have knight f5, threatening g7. Queen takes b4, hitting this rook. This rook is completely defended here. What he plays is rook to c1. Hey, we're about to queen. Okay, this compensation is beautiful. If you watch how all the pieces play together, it's hard to play against all of these pieces when you don't have enough material. Even having a queen is not enough sometimes, and that's exactly the case here in this game. Rook to c1, king to g6, he's out of the way, and here it is, guys. Dubov says, look, it's time to cash in this advantage, okay? It's time to show everybody this queen sack did work, and after king to g6, rook takes g7 check, so now forcing a rook takes here. I mean, of course, if king takes f5, which actually did happen, but if rook takes g7, we just queen anyway. So Karyakin says, okay, you know what, I have to take the knight, and then rook takes g8. Not only are we about to queen now we have two rooks versus a queen, and he only has a queen and a bishop. That's nothing. Bishop takes c7 and bishop takes c7. Now, after the dust settles here, there's two rooks and a bishop versus a queen. This is more than enough for the win, actually, for white. Let's find a few more moves here. Queen to b2, attacking the rook. Rook to c5 check. His king is getting very, very short on spaces. He goes king to e4, and then rook to d8, and then Karyakin looked up, he looked around, he took a sip of water, he put it back down, he looked at Dubov, looked down at the position, and then black resigned right here. Black resigns right here because there was really nothing else to do. A sample line would be something like queen takes a2, and then after rook e5 check, king to f4, rook to d4 is checkmate. So there's really kind of no way out of these things, and there's other variations that can happen here, but he realized where he was. I don't have enough. My king's looking crazy in the middle of the street. I have nothing around my king. I'm probably going to be mated with the two rooks and the bishop, or if not, losing some decisive material, meaning the queen here at the end, guys. So really, really nasty game here. Let's actually go back and with the key critical moment. By the way, anyone that does play the Joko piano, even myself, because I love playing the Scotch Gambit, I'm going to try this out with this new b4 and see how far we can get here, because Dubov loves giving us something new here. And after b4, e5, knight e4, bishop d5, nice little sacrifice here. Bishop g5, I mean nastiness here. Castles, bishop h4, and let's fast forward, guys. The best move was right here. This was the absolute best move. Was here it is. Queen takes g6. Didn't even care about anything here. I mean, you would probably take here. You would look at this move. You would look at this move. But queen takes g6 is just phenomenal, guys. Queen takes g6. Rook takes e6. And now it's a party. It's a party, guys. It's a party. Look at this. This was awesome. This was absolutely awesome. Dubov put on a show here and stopped Karyakin from winning the Russian Super Final Championship, guys. Now, this was Game of the Day. I'm National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and I'll see you guys on the next video.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Chess.com coverage of the online chess Olympiad. I'm so excited to be here today with the wonderful Alessia Santaramo. Sorry, I just got it right, Alessia, and then as soon as we go on air, I bumped it a little bit, but that's okay. We got a lot of chess today, so I'm going to get many, many more chances.
Absolutely, Jen. I'm very happy to be with you here, and you're a great commentator, a great person. So I'm really, really happy to do it with you.
Yes, me too. I'm so excited. And one of the reasons I'm so excited about this event, in addition to calling it with you, Alessia, is that there are countries from all over the world, and we are actually in the final stages of this Division 4 action in the FIDE online Olympiad. And we actually already have some winners today. In Pool A, we saw Hong Kong, Nepal, and Lebanon advance to the Division 3. So big congratulations. By the way, my last name, Shahadi, is of Lebanese origin. So I have a special place in my heart, of course, for the Lebanese team. Big congratulations. Meanwhile, in Pool B, Kenya, Namibia, and Palestine ended up prevailing. I actually have some students from Kenya and Namibia, so huge shout out to them. And finally, Pool C is just about wrapping up. I think we still need to wait on those results to be final. But we're going to be covering Pool D and E as well. So any favorites here, Alessia?
Well, I think Angola in Pool C is doing great. 18 points is really I think they are nearly already qualified, right? It's nearly 100%. Because with 48 points, they probably are already in. But it's a big surprise jersey because from the starting point, they didn't have a very high rating. But if you see their performance, they're doing amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Cyprus, Jersey, and Angola are certainly poised to take those spots at the moment, but we do have to wait on that. Meanwhile, we've got our Pool D and E action that we're going to be very excited to call throughout this day. We've got a long day of chess, 6 more hours of chess. So we're going to be checking out some great games. And it looks like you've just pulled one up, Alessia, here. Let's take a look. It looks like it just started this game, right?
Yes.
So we're in the last round of Pool C, right?
Yes, here we are in Pool C, round number 10. And as we see, we are all in the opening phase. So this was one E3, what an unconventional move. And then it went into a more normal setup with D4, C4, the structure with B3, pressing probably wanted to capture back with the pawn here, and D5. I think we can have a look a bit of all the opening. I like to see what players are going. So here, for example, we have, this was a Caro-Kann, an exchange variation of the Caro-Kann. Jen, which kind of openings do you like? Do you have a favorite opening?
Oh yeah, my favorite opening is definitely the Sicilian. And I like all the different variations, but of course, in memory of Sveshnikov, who sadly passed a few days ago, I have to give a special shout out to that variation of the Sicilian, which is one that I've always avoided. But the Caro-Kann, no, that's not my favorite. In fact, sometimes in our girls' club, we have a lot of jokes about the Caro-Kann.
So I have this game for you.
There we go. Here we go. This looks like a nice one. What is this, like a Taimanov or a Khan variation?
Yeah, it looked like a Scheveningen.
Scheveningen, okay.
Yeah, so the knight got exchanged on C6. What do you think about this position?
Well, I like black because normally when we take on C6 in the Sicilian, it's because we have some immediate follow-up as white. You know, usually it's with a quick attack. We get our bishop on D3, or sometimes in the dragon Sicilian is white, we get to go for a quick checkmate. But if black just gets to get that big center and white doesn't have any clear follow-up, then usually it's a sign that it's a Sicilian gone wrong for white, right? And we see that happening here as black has just capitalized and has a beautiful center. What does white have for it?
That's true. Actually, this bishop here on A2 looks so blocked by the pawn. And instead, the center for black is just amazing. So I totally agree with you. I would say black here as well.
And I'm trying to I'm looking here at these names as well. This is Thornton Filipina playing for Malta in this battle. So she is playing on the black side and certainly has constructed a beautiful Sicilian so far for the Malta team. I've been to Malta before and I had a fantastic time there. So I'm kind of smiling when I'm looking at the game.
Amazing. I just want to go very quickly in this game because we have a very important typical position where the bishop went on F7. Is this already winning? What is happening after King E7?
Oh no, how did this happen? Go back, show me how this, show me how this happened. By the way, Malta's playing against Libya. I neglected to mention that is that match. Yeah, you're gonna show me how this devastating tactic materialized on the board for white.
So it started like a Scotch game, and then black played the move F6. There is a famous streamer, Bernd Feigl, that says, never play F6. And that's a good rule, you know, because mostly the move F6 is just making the king pretty weak. Let's see how it will go on. D5, bishop take E5.
Yeah, D5 didn't really work out, did it? No.
Just a free pawn, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Knight take, queen take D5. And now bishops. Okay, we have still some more move. Oh no, king take f. But I was asking myself, what about king here? I mean, it's not maybe there is no tactic immediately, but probably black is just not doing well because white has this extra pawn here.
Yeah, not doing well would be an understatement here because it's that king is trapped in the center. If I'm white here, I would look for a way to keep queens on the board. Of course, queen takes d8 and then I'm up a pawn in the endgame. But if I can get away with queen c4 and just keep the queens on the board with that king in that unenviable spot, I just need to get one more piece into the game and black is toast. By the way, this is also from the Malta Libya match. This is Haley Thornton playing against Alzergani. So this looks like it's going to be a very strong match for Malta so far because both of the games we saw, it looks like their players are doing well. That said, Libya does have an FM on board 1. So Hussein Asabri. So perhaps if we see their game, we might find that the match is a little bit closer.
Yeah. How is the FIDE master called?
Hussein Asabri. And they're playing against Robert Novak. That's the board 1 matchup. So some strong board 1s in all of these teams for sure. But we don't have to look at that one right now. You can go wherever you want, really. I found
an interesting endgame that went very quickly into the endgame phase. So I want to discuss about this. Here, basically, black is having the bishop. Actually, black is just losing a bishop right now. Oh, no.
Yeah, nice little fork there. Rook to e5, forking the 2 bishops. And isn't this like a very concrete example of the power of a rook over a minor piece, right? That rook to e5 move is devastating. Rook d8 trying to get some back rank action, but it's not going to help because white already has that really important move h3, creating an air hole for their king. So simply just take one of the bishops and white's going to win this game.
Let's switch to another one. Here we have an Italian game with e4, e5. It went with a Vienna opening, 4 knights with these 3. Move h6 is a bit strange, just to prevent maybe bishop g5. And now white has this double pawn in the center. What's your opinion on those double pawns in the center?
Oh yeah, well, I'm actually a fan of them because I feel that on one hand, they give me extra center control. I control the critical d4 square. And on top of that, when I castle, I'm going to have that nice F file. The only thing that I would really like is if my bishop were on c4 to also have some pressure, and bishop on e2 is a bit passive, but otherwise I'm very happy with the position. And I think that what black should probably want to do is try to get away to get d5 in, right?
Black played d6, probably preparing.
They could play d5 later. It's true, they could. But
now white played d5.
Yeah, that's going to make it hard for black to play d5, of course, but it looks like black is gearing up for another potential break, maybe to get f5 in later. I don't think that white's going to allow that, though. I think white's going to, play h3 at some moment. I was thinking white would play h3 to prevent f5. Now that they play bishop c4, I wonder if f5 might be a good move. By the way, I should point out this is a game between San Marino and Ethiopia. And when I looked at the standings, Ethiopia is on the bubble, Alessia. So they, if they do well in this match, they have a chance to get into that, Division 3, especially because we should keep in mind there is one kind of like, I don't want to call it a wild card spot, but there's one like a 4th place spot for one of the teams in either pool A, B, C, D, or E that does really well and almost gets 3rd. They are going to actually advance to Division 3. And that's because Afghanistan had to withdraw. Of course, the international situation, the world situation is also reflected in chess. And we are very sad to see the situation in Afghanistan. They had to withdraw from this tournament. That means one of the teams in Division 4 is going to get into that division and take their spot.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's very important for Ethiopia to try to collect as many points as possible, because just the best 4th team is going to advance to Division 3. So that's pretty an important match. Let's maybe choose another game. Here we have probably also this is San Marino, Ethiopia. I just picked the Italian names, you know, Danilo Volpinari, FIDE master. What's this position about?
You're right, by the way. Of course, you can see an Italian name. Have you been to San Marino?
Danilo. No, I've been once, just passing by. But I think it's very similar to Italy. But I've never visited for real.
So this is an interesting position. White looks like they have a wonderful development. By the way, they're playing against Fakada Dabala Baruda of Ethiopia, FM Danilo Valpinara. You should pronounce that name though, Valpinari. It's going to sound much prettier by you. But it looks like White has a huge development advantage, but is Black threatening to play Knight takes E5 at this moment? And then after Queen takes E5, the Knight on D2 will hang. Well, I doubt it because Black's king is in the center and they're going to get checkmated even if they win a pawn.
Yeah, I agree. It feels very risky. And the problem is that this king is not going to find a safe place in the next few moves because where is the king going? So I think here White is doing really great.
Yeah, White looks like they just have overwhelming development here. So a very important match. Ethiopia, hopefully for their sake, will be able to do well on some of the other boards to stay in contention because it does look like San Marino is not in contention. They are not doing well so far. So this is one of those matches where Ethiopia has everything to play for and San Marino can be potentially a bit of a spoiler.
Absolutely. Let's see. Talking about king in the middle, here we have another king. It's possible now for Black. White just played Queen G5, attacking the pawn on G2. Is it possible for Black to castle just in front of the White Queen? Or could this be dangerous?
I think it's a good idea. And they did do it. They did do it because, you know, it's not that easy for White to get another piece into this attack. Let's see. So the material is actually up a pawn for White. Is that right? Yeah, White's actually up a pawn here, which is pretty cool because it doesn't look like Black has sufficient compensation at all. I mean, yeah, this move B3, looking to play Bishop B2, consolidate everything. I mean, I'd look at the move Knight D4 for Black, but Knight D4.
Sorry.
Yeah. But frankly, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. I mean,
yeah, trying to change some pieces, but maybe just Bishop. Okay,
there is Knight takes
E3 now.
Yeah, it is with the check, but I see what you're saying. That your Knight. I mean, actually, like, is it possible that move? No, because you can go back to D4, I guess. But the point is that you can maybe even just take on D4 and play Rook B1. I mean, among other ideas. So White is just up a pawn here. That said, we should mention that this match is between Jersey and Cyprus, which are two of the teams that are vying for those spots. In fact, currently they're number 2 and number 3. So this is quite a big matchup. If either team were to crush the other team, that would be very welcome news for Ethiopia because they might be able to catapult into the top 3.
That's so true. So that's very exciting. Thank you, Jen, for keeping us updated also about the team situation. That's amazing. Here we have a beautiful checkmate. And here we have this very close position. Nearly all the pieces are on the board. Just few pawns got exchanged. Who is better and why?
Let's see. I always start off by just counting the pawns, but sometimes I'm like, one side's better, and I'm like, wait, they're up a pawn. No, it is an equal material, yes. Although Rook A1 was just played, and oh no, it looks like I jinxed someone because it looks like a pawn's gonna fall on B4. and now I'm definitely liking White, but I think they were maybe worried about Bishop G6. But the thing is, we always would have had Bishop G3, so it wouldn't have been a huge disaster. Yeah, so I think that somehow, I'm not sure, should Black take the pawn right away or exchange first on B4? Oh, they didn't take the pawn.
Just attacking it one more time.
Did I miss something? I mean, what would have been wrong with just taking the pawn? Oh, maybe they didn't like Bishop takes maybe they didn't like rook takes a8 and having to take with the knight, because if queen takes, there's bishop takes f6. But I think it's a pawn's a pawn, just take with the knight. Yeah, I mean, it's still a pawn, right? Oh my, the computer really hates my idea here. What am I missing? Let's see.
Maybe rook k1 with idea to go with the rook on e7, just activation. But it doesn't feel like too strong.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this should be full compensation. Oh, you know what it is? Maybe something with knight e5. And even after bishop e2, maybe the in-between move, knight takes c6. Could that be it? Yeah, like bishop e2, there could be like a nice little in-between move, knight c6. And I don't know if this works or not, but the cool thing is we have the switchback move, which means when the queen on d8 moves, I can play knight takes e2, and that protects my knight on c6.
Exactly. That's amazing.
Yeah, this does.
And also this bishop is hanging.
Exactly, right. So something in there, I think, maybe gave white some really nice compensation, and perhaps that's why white did not take the pawn. I mean, black did not take the pawn. But yeah. I somehow think maybe there was a way to take the pawn. Maybe you should take on a1 first and then take the pawn. But in any case, black still looks like they're doing well. Queen e7. Did you say knight a2 was played?
Knight 2 was played, and it feels strange because the knight is going to c4. I'm asking, when will this pawn be picked? Do you think after this is a bad idea to give the bishop away for the knight, or why didn't? Okay, there is the pawn on c6 that is hanging, so I like the moves knight c4 actually.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, that's why the odd looking knight a2 was made. It was a concrete threat. But the problem is now after knight c4 and bishop takes f6, black is getting left with so many beautiful pieces. I mean, queen takes f6, and those two bishops are rocking. I mean, this is
they deserve green.
Yeah. And by the way, this is Angola, who is currently leading Pool C. It's Alexander Prospero against Mohammed Abadamek Kidir of Sudan. So looks like Angola is continuing to perform excellently in this event, as it looked to us like they might have already clinched a spot, even though there's a couple rounds left. That might be a bit of a strong word. I'm sure if they lost all of their games, they might not, but they're playing great and looking extremely strong in Pool C.
Yeah, we will see what will happen. Let's move to another game. I found this interesting unbalanced position. Actually, white just lost a pawn, so I saw two pawns. Okay, was probably forced. So white is an exchange down, but he has having a pawn to compensate. It's not really a pass pawn, so probably black should be better. Do you like to sacrifice your exchange? What do you think about this position?
Yeah, I do like sacrificing my exchange, but I feel like in this position, the problem is that there's so many open files that it's a beautiful position for being up the exchange, right? There's 3 wide open files, A, B, and C, and that is very welcome news for the rooks. Meanwhile, minor pieces really excel in positions where we can get an attack against the king, but there's been so many trades in the position that it doesn't seem realistic that we would be able to mount an attack. So therefore, I really do like black. And rook b8 was played, taking advantage of one of those open files that I mentioned.
Yeah, I really like. So talking about exchange down, let's get these other position. Also, your white is in exchange down. Is also this rook so active that white is just much better here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The rook is just really doing so well in this position. Yeah, rooking. I like that. Hey, there's no pun too corny for me. I love them. So this is Lucia, I think. Yeah,
yes, I think Angola. I think this is Angola. I see the flag.
It
here.
is WFM. Lucia Pires is playing against WCM Mohammed Ibtihal. So right now it looks like Lucia is winning.
Yeah, so let's pick another game. Oh, here actually we saw this game before. It's not updated. So let's see what happened after. Oh, actually we had just one move. Black took lots of time to play the move f6. Do you like this move?
Yeah, I think it's fine because eventually, I know you just quoted Ben Feingold who said never play f6, but it is true that there was a potential checkmate threat on b2 coming up. So it's kind of anticipating that. I mean, we looked at an alternative knight d4, but this seems reasonable to me.
All right, so we'll see how this game will proceed. Here we have another end game. Oh no, but black is just half a piece, so probably this should be enough for black to bring. So black is a player for Angela, so Angela is really doing very well right now. Let's see this end game.
Yeah, I think that was Esperanza Cajita. And this one, okay, this one is a 2-pawn advantage for black. So white has just played the move queen c8 check though. And that is bad news for black because after king h7, we've got a fork with queen f5. Uh-oh. And this looks winning for white.
Yeah, amazing. It felt like it was a few moves before. It was seems like a very equal endgame, but probably black went too greedy for all the pawns, and suddenly everything is now weak. So black here had not to take the pawn, and it was doing very well, but then
maybe like rook f8 there instead, threatening queen f2, something like that. That like it looks and now maybe oh wait, but queen d4 was with check though, right? So we could take the pawn and just go back to e5 after.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and then just like queen e5, some solid move, right? And now the problem is all our pawns are hanging, right? b7 and a7. And so this is actually even pawns at the moment. So this is not that crushing, right?
But maybe d5, d4 to create a pass pawn could make this pawn a bit more dangerous. What do you think of d5?
Yeah, I mean, this could go anyway. It feels like a position that white could win, that black could win, or that could be a draw, because white is, of course, going to get some action as well, probably taking on c6. But yeah, I agree. Obviously, this would have been a way better path for black. But maybe there was even better. That said, in the game, black fell prey to an important concept. They forgot to look at all of the forcing moves, right? So they picked out the pawn on e4, but forgot queen c8 check, followed by queen f5, and the rook is a goner.
Absolutely. And this game is going to end very soon. Now there is just a mate threat on e8. So probably an important victory for white here.
Also the game from Angola. So Angola looks like they're really crushing. I haven't seen any games from Tanzania. I do have one of the girls. We have a cross-cultural club, and with U.S. Chess Women, and we partner with the Lighthouse Chess Club in Kenya, as well as with Pontus Carlson's organization, Grandmaster Pontus Carlson's Business Meets Kids Meets Chess. So we have a bunch of girls from different countries all over the world, and we study chess together and play tournaments. Some of them are from Tanzania, actually. So I'm hoping to see some of their games as well. You just brought up a game that we definitely haven't seen yet. This one looks really interesting. It looks like Adrian Herrera, right?
Yes. Against Ethiopia right now.
And this is San Marino game versus Ethiopia. Yeah. So who do you like here, Alessia?
Well, I always like to, as you said, to count the pawns, because then it's like we pick a color, and white here is up a pawn. Well, this pawn is just hanging, so probably the material is equal. Look, I want to look also at the king. This king kind of looks a bit strange. But also, the black king on h8 might be vulnerable if for example, if the knight is moving somewhere, there could be maybe some, look, for example, if the knight is let's make a a move like this, the knight goes to g6. Maybe we could have queen take g7 with the idea that after a rook take, we give checkmate.
Nice. Love
So
it.
this and this. So
What a
also
pretty checkmate. Beautifully stated. Of course, I'd go for something with knight g4 check instead.
Of
But I
course.
love that mate. That's a really nice mate. Yes, and this is from the San Marino Ethiopia match. Yet again, we've looked at this match quite a few times. Adrian playing for San Marino, Ethiopia hunting for that fourth spot or third spot even. They could get into Division 3 with a top 3 finish, or maybe they could be that bubble team that wins even with fourth place.
Yeah. So what do you think here? Is knight g4 the needed move? Because this knight is hanging and there is no way to protect it one more time. Well, it's actually really hanging.
No, it's protected at the moment, but I am a little worried about some of these tactical possibilities. Knight g4 check was played though, and then king g1. Okay, let's see how this ends up. The thing I don't like about knight g4 check is, like, if the knight's not hanging, then what we're doing is we're making the bishop and the knight even potentially stronger, because the knight is now really pressuring on g7. And now your move, queen takes g7, Alessia, that beautiful idea, is a big threat. So that might force black now to play rook takes e2.
Yeah, or even to go back on or make the mistake and just go back on e5.
But what is wrong with rook e2? Let's take a look. What happens if we trade off all the pieces? I mean, my concern with trading off all the pieces was that your bishop on c8 is going to be really yucky. And then you even have to keep your eye open for moves like queen d6, that, like, sometimes those endgames are even going to be promising for me. And not to mention things like knight g7. Like, at the moment, it seems like it doesn't work, because you just have queen g7, queen d8, queen g8, and everything is cool. But those tactics are in the air, right? Like, if we put our bishop back to c4, suddenly knight g7 is a threat.
Yeah, and that's why it felt like the king on f2 was weak, but actually this king on h8 is even more vulnerable. And this is due probably to very active pieces on the white side. By the way, the game went exactly in this way. This is the live position, the current position. So I'm curious to see what will black play here. It's not an easy moment for black, because this bishop is blocked by his own pawns. And so maybe h6 is needed to find a place, a bit of hair for the king. What do you think?
Yeah, h6, sure. I'm wondering about bishop takes g4, whether that's something I want to go for.
Then we have this knight against the bishop. Yesterday we had lots of thematic position with queen plus knight. The queen plus knight were doing amazing. Was such a good team together.
Yeah, I like the knight and the queen here. Like, knight f4 looks promising. The question is if I have even better than this, because, you know, my bishop on e2 was kind of promising as well. But yeah, I'd certainly take white here. Because earlier I was talking about the move bishop c4, right?
Yeah.
And now the question is, does it threaten anything? Not immediately, because you made this move h6, so that knight g7, well, it's still a threat, right? Knight g7, queen d8, just to win a pawn, right? Kind of.
G7, queen g8. Let's make a waiting move. So knight g7.
Oh,
sorry,
and then
what's your idea?
Yeah, I wanted to play knight g7 and queen d8, but it looks like I'm losing in the end because you have queen d4 check. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
So
okay.
I was trying to play knight g7, queen d8 check, but you just have, because of your making Luft move, h6, you simply have king h7, and then after queen c8, queen d4 check, and I'm going to be the one to suffer the wrath of the queen versus knight combination, right?
Yes. Yes. So, yeah, but it's clear. What is clear is that white is having very good perspective here, and we have a move on the board. It's queen e7, so black didn't play the move h6. So black is going to suffer still for some back rank problems, and the queen is not really attacking the bishop for queen d8.
Yeah, exactly. And but again, it looks like you're holding on here. Like if I try to play bishop takes g4, pawn g4, knight g7, again, there's just queen g7, queen d8, queen g8. That would actually end in a draw. I don't think white necessarily wants a draw here, but if they wanted one, that would be a forced perpetual, right?
Absolutely.
But instead, could they do something more ambitious? They gotta watch out for if we move the bishop, there could be some queen e1 check, right? So we don't really want to do that. How do we feel about the end game with like queen d6?
Queen d6.
There is, if there was an end game, I feel like it's hard to prepare. If only I could put my knight in a square like c5, I'd be winning here, right? Probably at least. I'd have some very, very promising chances, but my knight is so out of the game. So it's like hard for me to like connect with my pawn to do anything cool, at least not quickly enough.
So the move bishop take g4 was played. So now we have this interesting knight against bishop. But also white needs to watch out because now the queen is going to give many checks and it doesn't seem so easy to prevent. Maybe knight f4 can be an idea just to stop the check on e2 after check on e1. But now it feels like the only problem for black is this bishop that is not immediately joining the game, but maybe even something like bishop a6 in order to control the f1 square, and that is starting to get risky also for white. Queen e1, queen f1 would even be mate.
That's true, that there's some risky things for both sides here. Good point. And look at that clock. It looks like white is going down under 1 minute, which is going to cause potential scrambles. But where did they move? Seems like it's now black's move. So where do
yes, they did some more moves. We have king f2, bishop
a6. Okay.
Queen e3. Okay, white is praying. White wants to change the queen right now.
Interesting.
And probably to change queen would be very good for white due to the fact that all those pawns are on the white square. And so it means that the white pawns cannot be attacked by the bishop. And this king, even more important than that, can join easily the center of the board. Instead, the king on h8 is a bit more far away.
Yeah, you don't want to play queen takes h5 and allow queen f8 mate. So instead, queen e8 was played. I think
I always like to show the mate on the board.
Me too. I love it. Good job. And what about? I was thinking queen e7, and but it's okay. Let's not analyze because they actually are playing fast and furious. Queen f8 check. But isn't the problem that we're not going to be able to take back on c5 in view of checkmate on g7? So it looks like white is recapturing the advantage potentially, but we have to figure out where to put our king because don't forget, speaking of mate on the board, if we play king g2, there's queen f1. One good checkmate deserves another.
Absolutely. That's why queen f4 was played. And we have a kind of a repetition, but now probably black can grab the pawn on c5 with check.
Yes. Now we can grab it with check because remember before you were playing queen takes g7 mate when I tried to take that pawn. So now, no matter where white plays, we do have a moment to capture.
Probably here is a good point as is with check.
They're thinking though. I wonder what they're thinking about. So are they worried that, so after queen c5 check, king g2, of course, then queen b8 will be a threat, right? Checkmating threat. So black will have to defend the back rank. Maybe they're just trying to figure out how best to do that before they make
played. We are in the current position. Yeah, the time is very few. Nearly both players are having less than 2 minutes, so it's getting sharp here. Because
it's gonna get wild. It is. What about queen c2 check? Just trying to check where white wants to put their king.
Yeah, and here
again we have another potential checkmate on the board if king f3. Now that's kind of a nice one, right?
Ooh, we like it.
The queen on f4 is ruining your chances to save your king.
Absolutely. Black played the move h6. Is this move holding up? Yeah, now probably the king is just getting the h7 square, and so mate on b8 on the back rank are not anymore a possibility.
Smart move. I like this move, h6. Well done.
Yeah. I think like this knight needs to have a new life. Maybe knight somehow White needs to bring it to f4, and that's what White did actually. Queen b8 and knight f4.
Smart idea, yeah. Because now Black also has to watch out for the move knight e6. The thing is, if we were to play knight e6, you could fork us with queen d5 check. So Black is always holding the balance with these checks because White king is not particularly safe, right? There's a lot of air around it.
Absolutely. Queen c2 was played. And I feel like this game is so interesting and will last still a bit more moves.
Ah, look at that. The knight is better than the queen in this case, Alessia. You don't see that so often. So the knight stops queen e2 check. If that was a queen on f4, we'd have queen e2 mate, but sometimes the knight is better than the queen.
That's amazing to see. Queen d1 check. Is the king going wild in the center of the board? Yeah, king e4. We have the king going very wild. But you're completely right. This knight is doing such a good job covering all the white square on e2, d3, and d5. So all those checks are not available.
Oh my God. Who would you take here in a time scramble, Alessia? I am like torn because White's king is in the center. But at the same time, if the king like gets to d6 or c7, it might actually just start chomping.
You know, I think like the knight is such a tricky piece on time scramble because it can be so flexible, go attacking different points. And also the knight move is a bit an unconventional move. So I like White here. And White capture a pawn on a7.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. Let's see what's happening here. Queen c4 played. Both players getting down to their final seconds. What a stressful game. Queen f1 check. Okay, are they going to keep going forward? King g4. They got to go forward. King g4 sounds like it's a blunder according to our computer, but why? It's because of bishop c8 check. Bishop c8 check and g5.
Oh, g5.
Because they were looking at bishop e2, which was covered, but bishop c8, the backward move. Oh boy. G5 check.
And now probably queen f6. And after g4, queen take g4.
That's right. Queen f3, don't even take that knight, allowing some perpetual possibilities. Instead, just go for the mate. Wow. What a turnaround.
And mate is on the board. Wow. So then bishop was the winner of this intense battle between bishop against knight. Let's go immediately into another game. Here we have a theoretical endgame. Rook against knight. What's the technique to draw this endgame for White?
Well, let's see. They've got only 50. Oh, wait, who's got 50 seconds? Black has only 50 seconds left. So their best chance of winning is to try to divorce the knight and the king, to try to trap the knight in some type of situation, right? So White wants to make sure that their king and their knight can defend each other.
Yeah, and White should also try to avoid the edge of the board because it could run in some zugzwang maybe, with the knight with few square and the king maybe covering up few square. So mostly White wants to stay in the center because then the knight is having many opportunities, the king as well. Do you think here from a practical point of view, have you ever had this endgame in OTB games?
I haven't. Have you?
No, I haven't. So I never was on the side to defend this endgame. So I don't know from a practical point of view how tough it can be.
And this is the match between Malta and Libya, by the way. And the Maltese player is the one with the knight, Kashia Andrew. And the black player is from Libya. So I think we saw some other gains from this match, and it looked like Malta was coming out on top. So Black might want to get as many points in this match as possible is probably trying to win this. I wonder how many moves have been played, because this is the type of position where white often wants to fall back on that 50 move rule, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going all the way back. I think the last move, the last pawn capture is here, and we are at move 51. And right now the current position is 74. So just 20, nearly 25. We're just halfway there. White needs to suffer still 25 more moves. And the king is getting very close to the hedge. So I'm a bit scared here.
And what do you think? I think white's going to hold the draw because they've got more time also. And what do they only have like 25 moves left to make? I think white's going to hold the draw here. But what about, are there any other games or is this the last one? It makes sense that this would be the last one.
There is still one more game. It actually looks really interesting because this, I mean, there is an exchange, white is an exchange down, but the king is supporting the pawn. It feels very, very, and also look at the time, less than 20 seconds per side. Black to move here. And the point is that this rook has to stop the pawn. So probably now white will just push the pawn on a7 so that the rook cannot grab the knight on c1.
Nice. Although they could try, and then their idea would be to, you know, play rook versus queen, right? And try to remove the rook, and then play c1 equals queen. But they start with a check. Okay. And now after king f6, they want to try to just keep the balance by playing rook h1, thinking that maybe it could be a draw after king g7 or rook g1 check. Okay, that's a clever idea.
Maybe black has to do a draw.
Yeah, this is very smart. Although I can't, if this wasn't possible and they had to take on c1, that would be kind of interesting too. I'm just afraid the queen would find a tricky way to prevail. And by the way, this is two FMs, Sudan versus Angola. So two FIDE masters playing in the top board for their teams, looking like they are going to play to a draw.
Yeah, I think like I was very scared of this move because I feel like the fact that the king is so far away from the rook, it will be kind of easy for white to find a double attack to king and rook at the same time. And of course, once the rook is lost, then the game is just over.
By the way, Sudan was doing pretty well in the tournament as well. I think they had a tough match here. They were playing against Angola, which is the top performing team so far. But actually, they were up there with Ethiopia, vying for potentially the fourth or even third spot. So this match, I don't think went well with them. We're going to find out the results soon after the round. But I think Sudan is going to really be looking to win their final two rounds in order to have a chance.
Yeah, we are here to see the last round and last few rounds, the last round of Pool C and the last few rounds of Pool D. We are here with this last game, and I think this will go still a couple of moves, but as you said, white should probably hold on. I like the way that white managed to bring from g2 the king even more towards the center, and so it should be possible to hold. We will discover after a short break how this endgame went. We will be right back, guys. Don't move. We are here for the last few rounds of this Division 4, and I'm excited to see which team will qualify.
All right.
We are still here. We are still live, so why not? Let's just
oh, by the way, I wanted to just say that there is one more round left after this, right? So there's one more round in Pool C. There's 11 rounds, 12 teams, everybody plays everybody. That's why there's 11 rounds. And so I think that it might not be enough time for Sudan to catch up. Unfortunately, they only got that one game left. Unfortunately, they had a tough match against Angola. So it looks like more likely it's going to be a battle where Ethiopia is going to see if they can vie for one of the top 3 spots.
Yeah, do you have a chance to check the results of Ethiopia, what they did? I think actually we are...
They won 4-2. They won 4-2, I think. Yeah. And then Cyprus and Jersey, as expected, was a very close match, but Cyprus did edge out Jersey. So that'll be a question. Ethiopia is not playing against Jersey. In fact, Angola is playing against Jersey. So that is very interesting. Angola is such a tough team. If Jersey loses that, they might be ousted and Ethiopia might take their spot. So huge final round coming upon us here in the Pool C action.
I see we have still one last game of Pool D here. So
that's good. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
That's cool. Actually, this game it feels like they still have lots of time. It's still okay. What is happening here? Oh no, this game just finished actually.
Okay, yeah. It looks like this game has just finished, and let's go to a quick break as we come back for the final round of Pool C, and we also get into the action in Pool D. We'll be right back. everyone, and welcome back to the online chess Olympiad. I'm Jennifer Shahadi, and I am here with Alessia Santaramo, and we are covering the exciting final round of Pool C. There are 5 pools in this Division 4 of the online Olympiad, splitting up 60 teams into groups of 12. Top 3 teams from each group advances to Division 3. It's super thrilling action. And we can take here a look at this structure. I'm talking about Division 4, 60 teams are in 5 groups of 12. There's a round robin. Actually, there's an 11 player round robin in this Division 4 because of the extra teams. So that's why we have a long show today. Lots of chess. Strap yourself in. And each team is comprised of top players, top junior players, top female players. Fantastic format.
So let's see what is happening about the pairing, because right now we are seeing Pool C and D, and it's so important to see shortly the result. Ethiopia won against San Marino in round 10, and it means that Ethiopia is right now at 14 points. They are very close to qualify, and this is extremely excited. Also, Jersey against Cyprus was a victory for Cyprus. Remember that Cyprus was third, and right now Cyprus is second place, just right after Angola, that is winning everything. Also against Sudan, 5.5 to half point. Also, we have a Libya, Malta, Syria, 3-3, and Tanzania won 5.5 out of 6 against Burundi, and Eswatini won with 6-0. So now let's shortly have a look at the standings, because as you can see, this is still open. Ethiopia is really having a chance to qualify. Just what is needed is to win the next match. So let's see which will be the next round 11.
Well, this is going to be, that's right. Yes. Ethiopia is playing against Libya, so huge match for them. And then, as you're pointing out as well, Angola versus Jersey. That is kind of bad news for Jersey, Alessia. A really tough match to end it with, because Angola has been toppling everyone. And if they do the same to Jersey very likely to get knocked out by Ethiopia or even another team. So a lot on the line. Can Jersey pull off the upset, even if it's just an upset draw, or will they potentially get relegated here?
Yeah, I'm so looking forward, and the game are already in. They started already. So let's just go into that and see what is happening here. So this is already, a few moves were played. It looks like a London system, no? Bishop on F4, E3.
That's
Do you
right.
like the London system?
Gosh, no, I can't say that I do. I'm
yes,
sorry.
Me too. That's great.
But it's a great opening. I'm going to say it's a great opening. It's a great system, especially if you have a high tolerance for boredom. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, it's actually got a lot of flexibility. It's really strong. I'd say the problem with young people playing it is that if they stop thinking and just play the same moves every game, they could hurt their learning curve. But it's definitely a fantastic opening. That said, chess.com had a great tweet the other day about how there are a million different ways to play the first 3 moves. And so why are so many games played with the London?
That's pretty funny, actually. Let's see if we have some more creative openings, because I'm also not really a fan of the London system. Actually, I really like to play with black. So here we
you like playing it? You like playing against the London? Oh,
yeah, I love to.
Yeah, and by the way, here's the tweet, the exact tweet. There are 121 million possible positions in chess after just 3 moves, and people still manage to play the London.
I love it. Amazing.
But this is another, this is a French. How do you feel about the French?
I don't play the French with black, but I think it's a very rich opening, because the position that you reach out with the French opening are always so complex, and it's always so hard to play with both color, I feel like. So I think it's the position are always very complex, and it's very hard to really understand the French deeply. So that's why I would not recommend to a beginner to play, because it's just too hard to, for me at least, to understand all this type of structure. It's so complex, requires sometimes lots of calculation. What about you? Do you like French?
No, I don't. And it's funny, like I feel like I just look like a big hater because you like at first it's like, oh, what do you think of the London? Don't like it. What do you think of the French? Don't like it either. I'm not a hater. Those are just literally like two things that I really don't like. It's like you came and asked me, do you like cilantro and anchovies? And I was like, well, I mean, you picked the two openings I don't like. Now, the thing about the French is I agree with you, though. It gives really, really interesting positions. It's just that once when I was a young player, I had a coach who tried to advise me to play the French, and I really struggled with it. I struggled with it with both colors because it leads to a lot of very closed positions. And so if you're not really good at handling those positions, you will lose a lot of points. I have to say, I like the way that white is playing this, though. This move h4 looks extremely enterprising as we're just going after that knight. And meanwhile, black's traditional counterplay in the French is all about playing the move c5, right? Which, you know, could both unstabilize my bishop on d3 and also particularly my pawn on d4. But now it's just all white, h5. And I've got a fantastic position. They take a timeout to protect the pawn on d4. Interesting.
Because it's not really needed, no? This pawn doesn't need to be protected, or is needed?
I think I mean, it depends on what we play. I mean, if we play h6, of course, you need to take a timeout to do something about that pawn, right? But what other moves are there here? You know, you could also
bishop g5. Is this a possibility?
You could play bishop g5 because you're saying it's like maybe too greedy to just take that pawn off on d4.
Yeah, sometimes there is bishop b5, some ideas. I don't know if black can take with the...
Yeah, exactly. So you're saying that if we take with the knight, you'd have potentially knight takes d4, bishop d4, bishop b5 check, c6, queen takes d4, pawn takes b5, knight takes b5. And, you know, those dark squares are perilous.
Yeah, it feels also after queen b5, maybe still queen b4 is a possibility, and still the square on d6 is looking really scary, because I don't want to go back on c3.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I think knight c3, but your queen b4 idea is really good, and it's a surprising move because it's like you wouldn't expect white to want to trade queens here, and actually we don't, but trading queens also looks fantastic because knight c7 check is a really tough threat to meet. Really, really well spotted. Yeah, beautiful idea. You know,
but what happened if black is taken with the bishop? Because then, of course, after knight take d4, the check on b5 will be countered by knight take b5.
Well, I think the key here is we just have tremendous compensation because of like h6 and bishop f6. I mean, how are you going to deal with all of these bishops kind of just coming and hitting you in the face? It's like, I mean, if you play h6, if you take it, I play bishop f6 and rook h6. It just looks very terrible.
I agree. That's so good. Also, maybe something like queen g4 could be an idea here.
Yeah, there's too many good ideas here. Queen g4 is also fantastic. Yeah, this is a really nice French. I mean, this is a French gone wrong for black. Black needs to play like for c5 in some way, not have that pawn kind of like hanging out in the back.
Yeah, knight c6 is not really typical in the French, because d4 is c5 is always a resource that black wants to keep. So let's see how the game evolved, because white played a shy move, bishop e3, just protecting one more time the pawn. And f6 is another typical break that black wants to play. But how is here? Because h6 ideas like h6 are always in...
Yeah, f6 looks terrible here because of your move h6. I love h6. Great move.
Actually, h6 is on the board, so...
Great move. Yeah. You can't play this. You're going to get... Black's going to get checkmated. Black's going to get checkmated here, I think. You know, what do you do? pawn takes e5, pawn takes g7 in between move. Intermezzo, right? Can you pronounce intermezzo in Italian?
Yeah, intermezzo.
That sounds so much better when you say it.
Oh, you do it really great, gotta say.
Intermezzo.
Intermezzo, great.
Intermezzo.
Intermezzo, perfect.
Yeah, I gotta just like let those Z's kind of like click on your tongue.
Yeah, intermezzo.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's a really important intermezzo because that rook on h8 is now hanging, and not only are we picking up the h7 pawn, but Mr. King is in some big trouble here. I mean, you got no cover. They're all gone. all of your blankets are gone.
Yeah, this is very, very scary for Black. I don't think it's just the last position. So I actually, in the current position, this is the live game. Black is using lots of time because it's already so tough to find a move here. So I think we will switch to another game, and I want to show that Jennifer is not a hater, because I probably think that this opening is something that you like.
Yes, well, definitely like it now. It looks like a very, very promising Sicilian for Black, as Black has just played the move knight g4, and somehow the king is on f1. And this seems problematic because I think there's some overloaded pieces here. First of all, how does the queen move to a square where they hold on to the bishop on g5? Now, normally, if I were white here, I would try to bail out with the intermezzo, bishop takes e7. But this intermezzo allows a much stronger intermezzo. Knight takes e3 check, and Black will end up a queen for a piece. So that's the problem. The king on f1 is the culprit. If the king were in g1, white could probably bail out. Yeah, but not here. So whatever happened to trade those bishops off. Yeah, I wonder how that happened. It seemed like somehow a bishop got to c4 and maybe took on f1. Is that how this came about?
Let's go a few moves back, because this looks extremely. Oh, probably bishop on b5 at one point. Oh no, on c4. Yeah. Okay, very typical. Oh no, it went so quickly, so bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Of course. So Black's also up and exchange in addition to everything. Yeah. Okay. So Black's winning this one. See, the Sicilian, the thing about the Sicilian is if your opponent messes up, sometimes you win really, really quick. That's the cool thing about that opening. Even more so than a lot of other openings. Oh, and this one is with somebody that I actually teach in the cross-cultural group, Prisha. She's from Tanzania. So this looks like it's the match between, let me just double check what match this would be. I think this is Tanzania versus Malta, right? So we saw actually Filipina Thornton's games before. She seems like a very strong player. She also won a really nice game last round. And in this particular game against Prisha, what was this? Was this a Caro Khan, or it's some kind of isolated queen pawn position where white is trying. Yeah. Okay. It wasn't a isolated queen pawn. It came from like a queen's gambit decline structure. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the current position. Do you like the isolate to play with an isolated pawn in the center? Or
I like it for both sides. Especially if I have time on the clock. If it's a blitz game, I prefer playing the black side, because I think, it requires some care with white. You need to figure out how to be most aggressive. You really need to be accurate. But if you are, you often get a really nice initiative. What about you?
Well, I'm a very, very attacking player. So I think probably I would take white in lights and classical time. Always white, because I'm not good in defense. I'm good in attack. So I need to make my chances higher,
And it's funny that you say that, because I if you go back a few moves, it looked like the computer evaluation changed a lot. Like the computer really liked white, and then all of a sudden they say it's equal. So clearly white missed something, and I think there's some tactical opportunities that white missed. This move bishop e3 looks a little slow to me. Let's take a look and see what white could have done instead. I think actually maybe their queen c2 is good.
And if
there's an h7. I just want to take a free pawn. on h7. So after you play bishop b7, bishop takes h7 check.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, of course you might win d4, but like your king side has been shattered, right? So I think maybe white missed an opportunity there. I'm not sure what's the best follow-up here. Not sure. Maybe bishop e4 might be good because then you still don't have time for knight takes d4 because bishop b7 is hanging. So we might live to tell the tale. And no matter what happens, even if we lose the d4 pawn, your king side structure is shattered. So black is going to have some issues.
Yeah, once the queen gets to h3, this will get very, very problematic for black. So let's see how the game went on. Bishop e3, rook c1, rook c8, and bishop b2, probably to bring the queen to d3 or c2 to threaten mate, and knight e7.
Nice move, nice move. So you see white played a little bit too slow. I mean, honestly, in an isolated queen position, if you're playing bishop e3, it's usually not the greatest sign because it's a very passive move, having to have your bishop on e3. It's not great because now even if you get your queen on d3, there's going to be bishop takes f3 in some lines, right? Not right away because you get checkmated. But I'm saying like it's going to be hard for you to like kind of keep that construction. The bishop on e3 is it's a defensive piece and you need to be aggressive when you have that isolated queen pawn.
Nice. Let's see. Probably here black will also get control over the d5 square. So I think it's going to be a very nice position for black. Let's go into this endgame where white is having a pawn down, 2 pawns down. Oh, but actually very active rook and bishop. Can white try to hold here?
So you said 2 pawns down, but a very active rook and bishop. Yes, interesting position indeed. And it's currently white's move. Okay, so white needs to see if they can create some kind of hold on the position. I'm gonna say, probably not. I think black's gonna have time to unwind. The problem is I don't see any threats for white, and I think you need to like create threats. So like you could play rook g5 check, but then I play king h6. And if my rook gets into the game, you're still in big trouble, right? Like if I get my rook to f4 or something like that, and just threaten to trade off the rooks or play knight f1 check, I just don't see a way. The problem is that knight on a3. You know, like if you could have that in the game as well, you would be creating some action.
But this knight is just way too far away, and there is actually no way to bring it in. I mean, knight to c4 is the only way, but probably black can even think about just change it, and more material gets exchanged for black, the better it is. So actually it went exactly this way, but black said, no, I don't change the knight, just give you a check on f1 as you said for you. And probably rook f8 will also be played. So black is trying to activate all the pieces, and still there is not a real possibility for the knight on c4 to join the action here, because ideally the knight would like to go to f5, and then this would be very problematic for the king on h6. Probably some mate threat would be on the air, but that knight is not going to get there, and now the rook are going to get exchanged. So this is looking really good for black. Once the pieces are getting exchanged, black can just start to slowly improve the position, pushing the pass pawn, and 2 pawns are enough to win.
Yeah, but don't we have to give up one of them? Don't we have to give up 1 pawn? Because we have to play b5, right? Because our knight on f1 was trapped, so we have to give away 1 pawn, which is kind of annoying. I didn't like knight f1 as much because of that, because now we only have 1 pawn. King takes f1, pawn c4, pawn c4, right?
Yeah, that's true. Probably was better to just take the knight on c4, and play an easier position.
Yeah, 2 pawns are better than 1.
I agree. Also, this knight now is a bit far. Okay, the knight can slowly start to get in with knight b7, knight c5. Do you think that this is still winning for black, or does white have?
We better play your move knight b7, because if we don't, bishop d8, is pretty annoying. Oh, c6 I guess stops bishop d8 as well, but I'm still nervous about bishop d8 and bishop c7. I guess knight b7 is okay. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to still be a win. I think that anything could happen here now. Like a draw could easily happen. King e2 was played. Okay, d5. All right, but the thing is, white's going to get rid of one of their doubled pawns, and then they're still going to be able to make a pass pawn if they want to.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if black can make use of the extra pawn. We will come back on this game later. Let's move on to this position where we have all the strong, still the queen and the rook on the board. And there is again this famous battle. It feels like it's a thematic battle in this Olympiad. Knight against bishop with still queen and rooks on the board. What about the material? White is a pawn up, but the pawns, okay, this pawn on d5 could be pretty dangerous, because if white is pushing it, the d8 square is covered by the rook and the queen, so that pawn can get promoted.
Exactly.
But this bishop is a bit passive.
Yeah.
What's your evaluation on this position?
I like white, but I think black's gonna have some chances to create some fun in time scrambles, right? Like you see that knight kind of poised to potentially play to f4. So it's not gonna be easy. We have a beautiful pass pawn, but I think that black is gonna create some threats. So if I were able to trade queens, I would take the offer with both hands. I don't want to deal with any tactics here as white as I try to promote that pawn. By the way, this is the match between Burundi and Eswatini. So white player is Noella Mugisha, and yeah, this one I don't think is going to affect the standings, because Burundi and Eswatini are both in the middle of the pack. But indeed, a very interesting battle. It seems like a well-played game so far.
Amazing. Let's switch to a rook hand game then. Are all the rook hand games a draw? I did the same question to Roland yesterday. I'm curious to hear your answer on that.
Yes, right. The trash quote. Roland and I were commenting, and then you guys commented together. By the way, this is between Amelia Weber and Tayana Renelsa Antonio from Angola. So Angola crushing so far, but Jersey trying to get one of those top spots. And right now it's not looking good for Jersey, because they are down a pawn, and more importantly, or just as important, because I don't much love for pawns, but just as importantly, that rook on b2 is cutting off the white king from the action while black's king is active. So I think this is going to go the way of Angola.
Yeah, active king is an amazing piece in the end game. So important to try to get your king active. Yeah, I also love black position here. I think this is going pretty smooth. I really want to get back here to this endgame, because just way too interesting. And what happened here? The king marched, grabbed some pawn got exchanged, and now it feels like this king is so active. And this pass pawn, the only pass pawn for black, is blocked by the bishop. The only danger is the king cannot go to e5, because the knight would give an amazing fork to king and bishop, and this would be just lost for white. So where is the king going to? Oh, to d7. This is actually the position on the board. The king is attacking the pawn on c6, and suddenly is starting to get also dangerous for black.
Right. Yeah. Oh boy. I can't believe this is the same game. Just a tough one indeed. By the way, just another shout out to Angola, because I thought I was maybe misreading something. But they have like 54 game points, and there's only been what, 10 rounds? So they've had an average of like 5.5 per match, 5.5 out of 6. They've won literally almost every single game. That is amazing. Yeah. Really big shout out to them.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah, they'll be to be contended with in Division 3 as well with this type of performance.
I agree. This pawn is starting to rolling. and the knight is controlling the h2 square. I feel like the bishop needs to sacrifice for the pawn because the bishop has no way to control the light square. So the only square that can control is the h2, but the pawn would be guarded by the knight. So then it probably is just a matter of tempo if white can make usage of the c pawn. We need to get some calculation here. So probably bishop d6, no?
Yeah, bishop d6 is what was that played indeed?
Actually not. Bishop f8. It looks strange to me.
Bishop f8 doesn't look right. It looks like they're trying to play f6 or something. But the pawn, it's all about that h pawn, right? So now h3, bishop g7, h2 would just be totally winning. So white's actually losing a lot of tempo here because after h3, after bishop g7, h3, well, black is just winning. Oh, but what happened? What happened with g6? That doesn't look like a good move because now we can play f6.
Oh,
right. And we can get our own pawn going. Or maybe this move, bishop e7, is even stronger with the same idea of playing f6 and f7.
Black was probably scared to lose the pawn, but I think just h3 is enough because after bishop takes g7, h2, there is no way for black to stop the pawn.
Exactly. It's not about how many pawns. It's about how strong they are, especially when they are mini queens, as this h2 pawn is. So this would be completely winning for black. But what actually happened in the game is black played g6, and the big problem here is that, whoa, okay, now play king h5 so that there's no check, right? Oh. They played king back to g7, g5. Okay, so let's try to understand what's going on here. It looks like they're going for a draw, but can white go for more here if they wanted to?
What if
they take on h4? Okay, I was also thinking about taking on h4 and f6. Is that the reason? Bishop takes h4 and then f6? How is that going?
Maybe the knight is able. Oh, maybe the king might join.
Oh, and then knight f5 check. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't work. But if we play f6, I thought you could stop us with knight g5 check. So let's see what's going on. So if you play f6 here, I thought I could play knight g5 check and stop you from, queening your pawn, right? When I start going forward with mine.
Yeah, the point is that also bishop d6 is able to stop the pawn.
So True. But but this doesn't seem like it's winning for white or anything. No. But black was totally winning if they didn't allow this. Let's just give white some counterplay. So did they go for the draw in the game?
Oh, no.
It looks like they repeated a couple times.
Yeah, but sadly f6 was played, and I think white chose the wrong square for the king because the king is just between the bishop and the pawn, and now the pawn can just roll. Are we going to see another roller coaster here? Bishop f8.
And by the way, this is Malta, Leonardo Zangrilli from Malta versus Delbert Pagna from Tanzania. So important game for sure, because actually Tanzania and Malta are both tied with 10 points. So not very much in contention for the top 3 spots, but they're neck and neck with each other. So will find themselves in the top half if they win this match.
Amazing. Let's switch to another game. Again, we have knight against bishop. I love this theme. And here it seems like, actually we saw this game when the rook were still on the board. Something got exchanged, a couple of pawns. The pawn on d5 is gone. And now this knight on f5 is pretty dangerous. Maybe some threat of queen d1, but it's white's move. So white has a possibility to stop all the checks. And let's not forget, white is an extra pawn. Even if the extra pawn is now on the king's side, I'm not sure how much. Ooh, queen h5, leaving white all the possibility to give a check on d1 and then on e2 and then maybe take on g2. Jennifer, how is this going?
Oh, God. Oh, no. It looks like white is going to get caught by that epic iconic, if you will, queen and knight combination, especially with a knight and f4. I mean, that is definitely an iconic knight.
I love the knight. I love it. I think, yeah, this is gonna be very, very... I mean, is it just mate? Maybe the king can try to escape towards g3.
Yeah, I think
it feels so dangerous.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try that though. Indeed, because if they go backwards, it's just checkmate on the board. But let's take a look at that. So king f2. No, queen e2 check, king g3. Like, what's the best move here? Maybe to play the move g5. Can we get away with that? Because you don't have a way to protect g2. So I'm just trying to checkmate. But you do have some checks of your own, like with queen c7. And then if I try to play king g8, you have mate in one. And if I play king g6, my hope was to be able to hide. But after queen g7 check, if I play king h5, there's no hiding, right? I have queen f7, and then your knight has to come back, and there's no more checkmate. And actually, it looks like white's going to be the one that checkmate because I can sneak in with queen f5. Look at that.
Wow.
How things have turned around. Queen g4 mating is on the agenda. So this would be a very bad idea. And, you know.
Oh, but we have a checkmate. So it went with bishop. Oh, bishop e1. No.
They should have tried to hide on g3. Okay, but I didn't have to play g5. I'm sure there was way, way better for black. I was just trying to illustrate some fun lines. So I think black was winning this regardless. So very nice victory for black. Very instructive as well. So let's see what else we've got going on. You just pulled up a game that I don't think we've had a chance to look at so far. And this one is in our key matchup, by the way, with Gary Clark from Jersey and Vanderson Diaz from the Angolan team, which has barely dropped a draw. I mean, it actually looks like white is maybe... What's going on here? Black just took a pawn with check. So that gives black an extra pawn and a very active rook position. So if they play rook h5 here, which they did play, they're up a pawn.
I feel like this king is also so good. Maybe we're going towards b3.
Yep. Good point. Great point. And h3 is hanging after king c4 as well. And white only has a minute and a half on the clock. So yeah, I do think that Jersey is going to go down in this game. The key matchup that we have to keep our eye on is that Ethiopia match against Libya, because if they win that match, I believe they have a very good chance of being in that top 3 and leapfrogging over Jersey.
Let me try to, maybe, I'm not sure.
I'll take a look. Let's take a look for one of their games. So white looks like they're winning here. They got 2 extra pawns. Very nice. 2 passed pawns is better than 1. I think that's from the Burundi match, I believe.
I'm not sure they don't.
This is from the Burundi match with Eswatini and Burundi. Burundi's top board looks like they're getting the job done. Muhetto.
Yeah, so 2 pawns are probably more than enough. Also, the king can just start to march towards the black bishop on g8. So probably this is looking very well. We have very few games still going on. Your white is an exchange up, and probably without any compensation for black, because the pawn on e4 is gonna fall. White can make usage of the d file, so maybe double the rooks. I feel this is also, black is under 1 minute, so very few time. White is probably just going to do very well here.
Absolutely. And midway results are in for Ethiopia versus Libya. And it looks like Ethiopia has started with a couple of wins, or at least I think it's a 2-1 start. So if that holds up, they might very well get that 3rd spot, as Angola is certainly in big trouble. I mean, this is a new game that I don't think we've seen yet. Ortega, I think this might be from, is this possible from Group D? Alessia?
Yeah, I just changed because the game of Group D, C are nearly finished. So let's have a look also at Pool D because they're in round number 9. So we're getting really also close to the fire.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're getting to the end. You're getting too close to the end of Pool D as well now. Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah, and here we have with the white pieces an international master from Ghana against an international master from Cape Verde. So we also have some title player, and this is a very exciting position. The material looks kind of equal. Black is actually 2 pawns up. Are there going to be some attacking chances here for white? Feels like the bishop on f6 is holding everything together.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. 1 minute left on the clock for the international master from Cape Verde. Hugely important match, by the way, as Ghana was in 3rd place in Pool D at the beginning and Cape Verde in 4th place. So this is a really, really important game. That said, so far, Ghana has done quite well in this match. So even if Ortega Maria does win this game, still might not be enough to win the match, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. Yeah, I mean, it looks fantastic for black. Look at that E4 move. The bishops, and particularly the bishop on f6 coming into the fray.
I love it. Yeah, D4 on the board, just going for it. The bishop are getting extremely active. This pawn so strong. Something like after c take d4, bishop take d4, the queen needs to move somewhere, and then also the pawn can keep pushing forward because it's really well protected. The bishop on b7 is having a new life against the king on h1. So this looks really amazing for black. Wow, nice play, precise.
Yeah, really nice play. Yeah, I was saying both bishops are now getting into the action. Yeah, it looks like a really great game. By the way, this Pool D, we should mention some of the other teams playing in it. Suriname right now in Pool D is the leader, and Aruba also doing quite well. Ghana and Cape Verde vie for that 3rd spot.
Wow, it's still open. So we have actually another very interesting position. 3 pawn per side. It feels like black has an extra pawn because the pawn on the c file are doubled, but actually white is changing everything. I really love this c4 move with the idea to grab the pawn on d5 and also to bring the rook towards the king side. Of course, the g3 square is now controlled by the queen, but if not, there could be some mating threat here. So I really love this c4 multitasking move. And after d takes c4, the rook went to h3. And now again, there are some nice threat here. Queen h6, maybe even, yeah, queen f6 is trying to maybe move the queen to h4 just to give a check on g4. They're really very nice ideas.
True. Let me see though. So you're trying to play queen h6 check. What a weird position. And is there a way for black to kind of hold on to that pawn on c4? It doesn't look like it, but I want to try, because if I were trying to be greedy and hold on to that pawn, I would also potentially lose. What about queen b6 check? Let's just see what happens. Queen b6 or queen b8.
Yeah, where's the king going? Because if
that's
the
what
king
I'm concerned about. Yeah.
To c1, then the rook is also giving a check on f1, and that's tricky. So the king probably needs to go to c3.
Yeah, but then you got to keep your eye open for queen a5 check, right? And and like my little queen dance here. The point of which is that if king takes pawn, I have the important skewer move, queen to a2 check. Now it doesn't win the queen because you can play rook to b3, right?
Oh no, actually this happened. This is on the board. Look here, it went exactly this way, Jan. You're a prophet.
So you don't quite win the queen, but unfortunately you are going to win that pawn, and you're going to create more problems in addition to that, as white is just going to be pinned down, right? where do you go? Rook c3 check, queen can come back to e2. I mean a2 rather. Sorry, a2, forcing rook b3, and then I can start trying to take advantage of the pin. Well, they play queen a4 check instead, which also seems smart because they're trying to play rook f3, right?
I like it.
Yeah.
And if the rook is able to join the game with check, then the attack will be just devastating for white. Because the queen alone might not be able to give checkmate, but if the rook is joining, then it's deadly.
For example, if king c5, we have queen b5 check, and then the king is forced to d6, and then we have the simple move, rook f6. So we tried to skewer that queen. Oh, the computer said I'm blundering. Oops, rook g3. I'm sorry, guys. I missed that. I missed that. Okay, so king c5, I got to find a better move.
But still, everything is going the way we're analyzing.
What about rook f5 check? Was there rook f5 check maybe? After king c5? I was looking for a fancier move. Does that work? Like, so after king c5, after...
Actually, no, was not played. King d3 is now on the board.
But if king c5, maybe I wonder if is rook f5 check a good move instead of
that's
a little tricky
cool.
here.
I like it.
Queen f5, queen b5 check skewers. Finally, I have a skewer that wins a queen. Okay, finally. And if you don't take the rook, I think I effectively got another piece into the game, which has to be good, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like if king d6 now, I have queen takes d4 check, right? Which I didn't have before. Yeah, so
that's great. This looks winning. So let's go into what happened in the game. Rook d3 feels bad because the rook is joining on f3, but now king e4. Oh no, is this gonna be a draw? Is there a perpetual? Oh no, maybe the king is not able to.
Let's see. Well, I think another problem is that there might be some checks where I win your rook on c3 occasionally. If you like, how are you going to get out? Like the square you would try to get out from would be like h3, right? So if king h5, so king h5, queen f5 check, king h4. If queen.
So
F4.
Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's give a check on f4.
Yeah, we want to give a check on f4, and then if king h3, queen f1
check on
check. Yeah, this is key. You can't get out to g3 because of queen e1 check, right? This is the key. This is what I think white needed to play for, because then we forked the king and the queen. Unfortunately, they went the other way, and then the king was able to go to g3 without the check, and now black's winning again. You see what I'm saying?
I see. The king is getting inside, the checks are over, and now the queen is joining again. Was really needed not to take the pawn, but to keep the king away from the g3 square. Amazing.
Yeah, but that was a little tricky. That was a tough one. That was more of like a, we were helped out because we saw the engine bearer that it was a draw, but it's like it's not that easy because queen f1 check, is a little bit of a weird move. But now black is winning. But yeah, wow, what a roller coaster. I mean, there were some really cool variations in this game. I really like rook f5.
Yeah, nice energy. But now probably it's just over for black. So let's go to this hand game. Pawn hand game with knight. Oh, very few time. Oh no. Okay. So what about
17 seconds left for white pieces here?
So white is a pawn up. The knight on c8 is blocking the pawn on c7. And also the knight on b5 is probably stopping the pawn on the a file to advance too much. Can white just try to slowly push the half pawn and maybe create some advanced situation?
Yeah.
And just promote the pawn.
Yeah, and then they can move their king to the middle of the board and just threaten to play up. Although what's going on with the clock? It seems frozen at the moment. I wonder what's happening.
Oh yeah, let's try to just reload the board. Oh no. I think black won here. It says 0-1. Oh no, the tie.
Probably somebody lost on time. That's very sad. Oh, by the way, exciting news in the Ghana Cape Verde match. It looks like Cape Verde has a very top heavy team and Ghana has a more balanced team. So even though Ghana started with a few wins, it looks like it's actually a tied match, which is exciting for us because I think Ghana and Cape Verde are the two teams that are going to be vying for the third spot in Pool D, as Suriname and Aruba have very big lead. I think those two are going to get spots, and it's going to be about that third spot in Pool D. But I think we're going to take a quick break. As we come back, we'll give you the results from C, and actually we'll give you the results from C right now. I believe we have them before we go on break.
Yeah, let's see, because it's extremely important who is going to qualify to go on Division 2. And we have here the standings. So Ethiopia did it.
They did it. Congratulations to Ethiopia for getting the third spot in Pool C, and also big congratulations to Angola, who barely lost a game in this event. You guys crushed. Cyprus, who shout out as well. 3 very deserving winners. By the way, look at that. It's an acronym for ACE. Angola, Cyprus, and Ethiopia. So
yes.
I mean, there's my poker side. And by the way, there will be a team that gets a 4th spot. Right now, if the tournament ended now, it would be Malawi, right? Because Malawi has the best tie breaks. They've got the 16 points plus the 43 tie break points. Jersey would miss out on that. But I think that there's a lot of other teams who might vie for that spot, like Cape Verde or Ghana. So much to be played for here, Alessia. And we're going to be back with more action from the online Olympiad in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the online Chess Olympiad. I'm here with the chess.com coverage. I'm Jennifer Shahani, and I am here with WFN and super streamer Alessia Santaramo. And we have been having some fun this morning. Well, it's afternoon for you, Alessia. And we're watching these teams from all over the world battle to advance in the Olympiad.
Yes, let's see what happened. We already saw the end of Pool C and we saw already the team that advanced. So now it's time to see who will advance in Pool D. We have here the results around 9. And there was a draw between Ghana and Cape Verde. And Sierra Leone won 4-1. And also Gabon won, Aruba won, and Aruba is leading, is at 4, is in the standings, is at the 2nd place. So they're really doing well. Also Suriname won 6-0 against Cote d'Ivoire. So they are doing also absolutely good. I'm really curious about the next round because we have some important matches. Suriname is leading and is playing against Cape Verde. That is the only team that can try to get inside the first 3 place. So Cape Verde needs to win absolutely against the current leader, Suriname, in order to get in the top 3. Do you think they'll make it?
I think that's a tough one because Suriname and Aruba have really almost seemed to have their spots under lockdown, right? I mean, Suriname and Aruba are looking fantastic. Ghana and Cape Verde, both a little bit on the bubble, but man, that's a tough pairing for Cape Verde to play Suriname, who's been sweeping in so many of the matches. Again, they've got 49 points and there have only been 9 rounds. So yeah, that's going to be a tough one. And I think it might all come down to the last round.
Yeah, and also we need to say that if Ghana is winning the match against Democratic Republic, Cape Verde cannot do anything. So it will be not easy. But let's go. Let's get the game just started. Here we have probably the board one of Suriname against Cape Verde, 2 international master against FIDE master. So that's really interesting. We saw that we didn't like. Okay, it's not really a London system because the pawn is on c4, but if Roland would have been here, he would have been very happy to see the Dutch defense on the board. And now
that's right, Roland Cruciers. But this is a really important match. Ortego Amarea Mariano has a lot of pressure on him because he's an IM. His rating is higher than anyone in this pool by a large margin. So yeah, he's certainly going to be looking to win this game and kind of try to propel his team like he did last round, right? The top 3 boards in Cape Verde won and the bottom 3 boards lost. And that's understandable as they were playing the very well-balanced Ghana team. But can they do the same against Suriname and win on those top boards? This is certainly a very pleasant position for White.
Yeah, I agree. Let's switch to other boards. Let's see a bit what players are doing. Whoa. Here we have the wing gambit.
Ooh.
Players are sharp with b4. The idea of b4 is removing the pawn from c5 in order to go with d4 and just have control of the center. And what is pretending that in the future we'll capture back the pawn on b4 and then enjoy the nice pawn, the nice central pawn.
Now, by the way, this is the match between Gabon and Aruba. It's actually their top board with Octavio Croes of Aruba, candidate master, and Jose Everard Kuumba Muanjuen of Gabon. So their top boards facing off. Aruba doing fantastically in this event, but now facing against the enterprising wing gambit. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's very exciting. White just played the move c3. That is actually just played the move a3. That is changing the pawn on b4. So giving away the pawn in order to have open file control of the center. And this is all what this gambit is about. It's about having the initiative, control of the center, open file, active pieces. Do you like to play gambits to give away pawns in order of initiative? You like to play on the defensive side?
Well, I like to get an initiative and not give away a pawn. So, I mean, seriously, especially against a Sicilian, there's so many openings where you get an initiative and you don't even have to give away a pawn. And also of gambits, the Smith Mora is just like such a promising gambit against the Sicilian. So if I was going to play one, I would definitely pick that one. And that's probably, you know, honestly, Alessia, that's probably why the wing gambit doesn't get more love. Because it's like, if you're going to gambit in the Sicilian, you just go for the Smith Mora, right? But hey, I mean, White has just played the move h4. The thing about h4 in this position is we're castled, so it's not as exciting to me as it would be in a lot of Sicilians, because I can't really follow it up as easily without my rook on h1.
Yeah, and also this move is giving away the g4 square that looks like a perfect square for the bishop to go. Looks like just amazing, pinning the knight nearly forever. And also stopping the idea of h5 that is the natural follow-up of h4. And as you said, with the king castle on this side, there is no piece to support this pawn to push over to h5. So I feel this move is not really connected to the kind of position we have. And maybe White should have gone with some development, bringing this knight out, maybe to b5, but maybe not even there, maybe to d2, trying to maneuver the pieces, try to see for some breakthrough, like e5 at one point, and see what happens. h6. I feel like now Black is not doing that bad.
No, I think Black is doing pretty well, actually. I agree with what you said. It's like mixing different ideas together. But I think that this player, the board one for Gabon seriously has like an aggressive style and just needs to like maybe pick the right opening against the Sicilian, because there's so many strong aggressive openings, and this one's just a bit of a mix of different aggressive ideas. So we'll see if it works out for them. But definitely love to see gambits when we're doing commentary, that's for sure.
Here we have a London system, and I like to see this position because here White could run into a tactical problem that is mostly happening if the pawn structure are on g6 and d6. Because after rook e8, when the bishop moved now back to g3, but sometimes there was some tactical idea connected to e5, e4, e5 attacking the bishop, and then the pawn will go even forward to e4, pinning bishop and knight, giving a fork to them. Of course, now the square on e4 is stable, controlled by White, but it's always an idea, and White should definitely be very, very careful about that. So this is a system that is really very interesting to play against the London.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love the way Black's playing this. By the way, this is one of the key matchups of the round. David Maria from Cape Verde playing against Pratul Pancho from Suriname. And we had already seen the first board of this matchup, and we mentioned super important for Cape Verde, who is in the bubble in terms of getting one of those spots, while Suriname has been dominating the entire event.
Amazing. E5 is on the board. Black is trying to counterplay in the center, and let's see how this game will evolve. Here we have another game, a Sicilian, an open Sicilian. We're in the Najdorf, actually. The Najdorf is with d6, a6, and we are in one of the main line, bishop e3, e5, knight back on b3, bishop e7, queen d2, castle. But now White went for a shy variation with bishop e2 and then castle, a bit more positional, not going for the fire with long castle, then g4, g5, with opposite side castling. Here mostly White is playing for the move f4, placing the rook in the center, and try to play for the square d5.
Yeah, the problem with this is that a lot of times we like to play the move knight d5, and now our pawn on e4 is going to be in take if we play that move. So that's why, you know, f3 not only prepares to castle queenside, but it also strengthens our position from a strategic point of view. So castling kingside is promising if we could find a way to defend that pawn gracefully. I mean, I would consider the move bishop f3, but the problem with bishop f3 is that now the move that you mentioned earlier to play for f4 is no longer viable. So that's the annoying situation here for white. And this move b5 kind of highlights it, right? Because b5 actually threatens b4, allowing black to take on e4. So white has to figure out something to do against this right now. Are they going to play f3 or are they going to play bishop f3?
Yeah, but it feels like both moves are very defensive. And as you mentioned, f3 is not allowing f4. And also after f3, we have f4 on the board. White is just ignoring the threat. Is there something that we are missing?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you could play like after b4. Let's see, could we play no, we can't play f5 because then just pawn c3, queen c3, bishop takes b3. So that's not going to work. If we play knight d5, I think we could just play knight d5, knight e4. Yeah, this just loses a piece, right? We would just play knight d5 here maybe, and then if knight takes e4, queen d3 or something.
So
just plays knight d5, right? Knight on c3 to d5.
D5. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, because knight e4, sure, you can play knight e4 and attack my queen on d2, right?
That's true.
But now, okay, first let me see. Do I want to take on e7 or do I want to just start with queen d3? Let me think about that. I think I want to start with queen d3.
Just to send this knight away.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but then you play maybe f5.
Yeah, this move looks so good. Taking control of the center, protecting the knight, stopping this pawn to advance.
Well, I could have taken on b4 as well, right? I could have played queen takes b4. Oh, well, knight takes b4 here too is possible as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
but maybe in this position, I just take the pawn right away. And then if bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, you know, at first I rejected this because I was thinking like knight f6 here.
Or maybe the other knight.
Which one? Yeah, maybe the other one. And I thought that this seemed somewhat, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. This is a very messy position. The rook clearly has to go back. And then normally I would be concerned about black playing d5, right? Because d5 not only grabs control of the center, but it also attacks that queen on b4. So that looks very promising for black, actually, but not as much as we thought, right? Like white still regains the pawn. So it's not a complete disaster for white.
That's true, but it feels like black is the one with the initiative here. So I think something with this attack was not really. I think also here we have a mixture of different ideas. And so that white is in this uncomfortable position.
Now, by the way, this is also a part of our critical matchup. Cape Verde playing with the white pieces, Suriname playing with the black pieces, and that's a Sicilian defense. So another important game. And here you picked out another one with Rosangela dos Ramos playing for Suriname, WFM. And she is playing against Celia Guevara Rodriguez for Cape Verde. So let's see. The player with black is the Surinamese player.
Yeah, here we had the modern defense with g6, bishop g7, and here black is going pretty wild, I would say. Just g5 with the idea of g4. The king is still in the center, but black is going just for an attack. And I like the move knight h2. It's mostly typical to stop the move g4. And now knight g6. The knight is trying to join some critical square like h4. Or maybe f4. But my question is, how is black going to complete the development? Maybe queen e7, long castle? This looks something.
I don't know about that. Queen e7 and long castles. I'm a little scared of that because my pawn's on b5 and a6. Makes me a little nervous.
That's true.
I think I would lean towards castling kingside still, but I don't know. I see why you're tempted to go queenside. But, I like white no matter which way you castle, honestly. Just because the center. Yeah. The center and the fact that you've expanded on both b5 and g5. So that means like whichever way you castle, there's like a little bit of that king weakness, particularly if you castle queenside, but even if kingside. I say particularly if queenside because the A file can be more easily opened. So it seems even more stark that you've played these move a6 and b5. But yeah, this is a delicate position for black. I don't think they're that much worse, but it's like practically speaking, I think it's harder for them to play.
Yeah, I agree. We will see how this game evolves. Here we are still in the middle game. Actually, and we have another position where it's going more towards an endgame. Actually, it's still lots of fire here because we have opposite side castling and lots of strong pieces like rooks and queens. So here, of course, when the king are on two opposite sides of the board, we just want to attack, push our opponent, open file, and give checkmate. But the question is always who is doing it before the opponent. So knight b4, nice move, attacking the queen and a pawn on a2 at the same time. Probably white needs to protect the pawn with queen b3. Oh, queen b3 is leaving the square d3 unprotected, so the knight could just jump in. So is the only move like queen b1?
Yeah, queen to b1. Oh, well, if queen b1, there's queen. Okay, they played queen to d2.
I like this move. Maybe the pawn is not really a problem because after knight take a2, king b1, is the knight going back?
I see what you're saying, because if we were to play queen c4 here, you could try, what would you play if queen c4 protecting the knight? Knight e5?
Maybe knight e5? Maybe knight e5 and if queen b3?
Then knight e3 is attacked, right? Which is a bit annoying, but maybe you were planning on just trying to trade. Yeah, what was your plan here? This is a bit annoying, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder if you could just try to checkmate instead. Like if you play instead of knight e5, just d5. Just go for it with that extra tempo because the queen's actually kind of in the way, right? You actually wanted to go to b3. Like you want to play queen b3 so that you can play something takes on c3, right? So it actually like cost you time in a way. But what if you do what? And so what if now queen b3? So try it. Queen to b3, threatening knight c3. Now this is getting really wild. And I'm wondering, so if I play takes on h6, you have knight takes c3 check. And I don't have time to sacrifice my queen or anything because it's just one check on g7, right?
Yeah.
So this would actually be winning for black all of a sudden. So this is no bueno.
So maybe white needs to protect with rook e3, protecting the point on c3 one more time and still trying to get the initiative over the g file.
Very smart. And now you're willing to sacrifice an exchange. So after knight takes c3 check here, you can play rook takes c3. And notice how the rook is a lot less dangerous than a knight on c3. And now it's our turn. Pawn takes h6, baby.
But what if rook take f3?
Oh, you can just take an f3? Okay, I had to play a better move. Sorry. Okay, so here maybe I just have to play knight e5. Is that just a really strong move because of my attack here? No, they don't like this move either. Wow, it must be something really good for black. Maybe here we can play. Oh, just now at this point, we just take on c3.
Yeah.
Sorry. We just win a piece. Okay. So let's see about what else do we have here?
Oh, sorry. So rook e3.
So rook e3 would be a really good move. And then we would have to play, I don't know. As black here, it's hard for us to get another piece into the action, right? What we really need is to play like rook c4 and rook c8 quick. But by that time, you're going to play pawn h6 and rook g7. And it looks like we're going to lose this one. Okay, so let's see what actually happened in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had.
Oh, she played queen. Actually, it's he. I think. Yeah, queen c4. He played queen c4 check right away, which was probably a better move. And now they ended up winning an exchange. Oh, that's very good. This looks very good for black now because white doesn't have any pawns for the exchange.
Yeah, but can white still try to play the move g5? Or maybe the problem is that after g5, black can just try to stop everything with h5. And then
I think that's the thing. And I think maybe it's black's move. So maybe black should just start with, I can't start with g6 because then there's queen takes h6. But I do have a free move here. So I've got to feel I have something useful here. Let's see.
Is g5 too crazy here?
I don't like it very much because if I play h4, it seems a bit annoying. I know you were trying to play f6, but still, it seems like I can kind of creep and crawl a little bit more. Like h4, queen c2, try to like get at your light squares. If you play it, you wanted to play f6 here, right?
Yeah.
And then queen c2 maybe.
King g7.
True. Even here, I hesitate to play h5 because it closes everything down. But it does seem like potentially a concrete move that's a little annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
Although you could play
maybe f5.
Yeah, I still think black's doing well. I think you're right. Black's still doing well here. I was just hoping for something that was more of a knockout. Well, let's see what black did play.
f6. So probably a similar idea. And Eve actually liked this much more.
Yeah, I like this. Because they didn't commit to playing g5, but they did stop your g5 from being as strong.
I like it. Just go for the center, try to open some file. And the rooks, of course, they love open files because they just can awaken all the potential. So absolutely amazing. I love it. f6, e5, trying to exchange some pawns. I think your black is doing really well.
By the way, this is also the match of Aruba, Angelo Franken playing against Gabon, and we have a candidate master on that board as well. So really, that's Bongo Akanga, Nadila Bartholomew. Wow, and so many beautiful names, very beautiful. But also a beautiful position, and that's what's important here. As Gabon are they going for an upset? Because I think we looked at two of their games, and I thought they were doing well on both boards. So that could be a real game changer. Of course, there are 6 boards. I don't think we've looked at all of them. But if they were able to beat Aruba, that would be a huge shakeup in the standings. Meanwhile, you put up another game between Bobrova here. I don't think we've looked at this player's games yet.
No.
By the way, I see that there's a Jennifer in the tournament. So.
Oh yeah, we will find a game. This
is Senegal since versus Sao Tome and Principe. Senegal, Bobrova is playing for Senegal.
I can't find that game. I'm sorry. But maybe later they will.
Yeah, maybe it's over. It's over. I mean, Democratic Republic of Congo. Then Jennifer Bianga is one of the players. Yeah, you like this. I gotta support the Jennifer's playing jazz.
I know. Remember, they will ping us the game if they can find it. But now, currently, we have this end game where white is an extra pawn and bishop pair. It looks like the bishop pair is always, the dream. But I think here the bishop pair is okay, but most important, this rook is very active, and of course, white as an extra pawn. I was thinking about, instead of rook d1, if there could be a way just to play bishop f4, pinning the knight to the rook, and how is black going to protect it?
No, that looks devastating. Totally winning indeed. So very, very nice position. Rook d6 missing that spot, but still totally crushing. I think this is also a really, really good position, although bishop f4 could have gotten it done immediately. Maybe bishop f4 anyway here now. Oh, it's not as strong as it was before, though. You have like knight g6 now.
Yeah, but still white is doing really great. I like the move bishop c5. That is just making this rook not really joining the second rank, and so not giving black some chances to counterplay. And now white can play slowly, maybe f4 at one point, trying to. Okay, now 97, attacking the bishop on c5, leaving for a second, the pawn on e6 hanging. Well, I don't think that white can take, because after rook take, the knight can take on c5, and now the rook is under attack. So attention, never be too greedy, always be sure if you can capture a pawn or not.
Well, shout out to Pool E as well, as Pool D is winding down, Pool E is kicking off. We're going to keep our focus on D as it is such a pivotal round, but I just did want to get a shout out to those countries who are joining the fray today. They're starting their round 8 in Pool E, and those teams that are currently leading include Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Haiti.
Amazing. We got another position here with the queen and the bishop going for an attack. It would be mating one if the queen will not be on c7. Right now, white is having, white is already high on material. White is having an exchange up. So probably with an exchange up and the strong attack, this should be pretty good. I think white should just try to bring the rook into the game. Rook e1, rook e8, or the other rook even. Pushing this pawn.
Yeah, and then I see that you can stick your rook on that e4 square to try to do the full swing. But meanwhile, black's going to try to like trade queens or something, like stick a queen on g7. Remember how strong that queen is as a defender. And I'm not saying white's going to accept it, but that could be a bit of a annoyance. But white is just doing so well materially that almost they can do no wrong here. It looks like they are going to win this game on behalf of Sao Tome and Principe. So well done. And they start with queen h6 jack. So that's one way to do it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure white needs to bring other pieces into the game. I really liked your rook e1, e4, h4 idea. And I think, that white is doing so well, because even if white is changing the queens, material-wise is doing so great that it should be just winning for white.
So let's see this game. What is this? It looks like it's from Sarah Kamare. I don't think we've seen that game yet. That looks like a player from Gabon against Aruba. So Sarah Noel is playing against Samantha Ponte from Aruba. And as we know, Aruba has been doing fantastically in this competition.
Yeah, here black is having 2 extra pawn, a strong bishop on d4, and a very nice pin to the knight on e2. And all the pieces are active. And of course, those pawns are very important, the pawn on c4 and b5, because they're just passed and helping the bishop and the rook to get some square. For example, now, of course, the knight cannot capture the pawn on d4, but a move like c3 could just stabilize the position of the rook on d2. And maybe also a move like f5 can be played. Try to bring also the rook into the game.
Shout out, by the way, to Gambia. I am sorry. I got that pairing wrong. It's actually, there's 2 Sarahs in the event. This is Sarah Kamara from Sierra Leone playing against Soray Jallo of Gambia. So my bad. It's actually Soray Jallo of Gambia who is doing fantastically in this position. So great job so far. Can she pull it off? I think so, because it also looks like Sarah's only got 5 seconds left. It might even flag on this move.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to go back to this position because white is just a mistake here. Probably thought it was mate or something, but now white is losing a piece. So actually this position is going to be less clear, because right now black is having 2 pieces for rook and many pawns. Should still be good for white, but is much less clear because
5 pawns. 5 pawns. 5 pawns. Wow. But yeah, never make it harder on yourself, right? Because that's the thing. Sometimes mistakes cascade, especially if you know that you've made a mistake. You can feel upset at yourself, which is never a good thing in chess, not till after the game at least. But if you realize, if you thought it was going to be mating and it's not, and now you have to win this end game, psychologically, that can take a toll on the player. So, calm down when you're winning and still try to use your best technique.
I agree. So let's go back to this end game that we were looking before. Look at this king is going to get mated there. Imagine a g4 on the board.
Great idea. Yeah. But here's the thing. If we play king h2, our pawn is pinned. And if we play king f4, you can play rook takes pawn, right?
Yeah.
So we got to find the right way to pull off this very strong idea.
So we will play rook h2, and then we after move like, I don't know, let's play e5. We'll just say rook c3. Oh no, my rook.
Nice. I love it. I love it.
We give it.
Brilliant. Beautiful. I love that idea. It's so lovely to see that checkmate with the pawn. Okay. Yeah. Well, after you show that variation, I don't think we can top that. How can you get better than that? And actually, the g5 making some airspace for the king, because that was a really serious idea. Unfortunately for black, even though they might not get mated, their position is still very woeful here. Although rook c3, from a technical point of view, not a good idea, because the opposite colored bishop endgame will be much, much more drawish than had we kept rooks on the board.
Actually, I think that after bishop takes a3, this should be just a draw, because all the pawns on the queen side are blocked in the right way. So in the opposite color bishop, the player that is a pawn down should try to place all these pawns on the same square of the bishop in order to be able to protect them. And here white can create a pass pawn just on one side. And normally the only way to win is to create pass pawn on two sides in order to overload the defensive bishop. But I think here it will be impossible to do such a thing, because this bishop will protect the pawn on a6. And so maybe the only way is to try to get the king sneaking inside.
Yeah, I agree. Sure. I think using the king, but I'm not sure about f4, because that's trading more pawns, and it's going to create easier counterplay for black, because even if I get my king to that side, you could play like bishop b7. I get some pawns, you get some pawns. And, once those trades happen, it's more and more drawish. I think maybe white could keep the pawns on the board, keep the pawn on f3, see if we could sneak our king in some fashion. I mean, like if I could get my king to d4 and you don't have your king on d6, maybe I have some winning chances. But yeah, after f4, I'm worried for white that this is going to be a draw. But this is very instructive. If instead of rook c3, white had kept rooks on the board, it would be a very, very high chance that white could win the game, because we can create targets here as white. It's not just about the g4 mate, right? That pawn on h6 could become a target. Like maybe we could play rook d8 here.
Yeah, I love rook d8. Also playing against this bishop that is just not doing so much here. It's just protecting pawns. And even if the bishop is going to b7, well, it's looking to a pawn chain that is just blocking the bishop. So I love the idea of rook h8, bishop g7 even. Just go to grab that pawn, and there is no way for black to protect it. So nice idea.
And still some mating ideas. I still feel like there's some checkmating ideas, like with rook g8. Your king is kind of boxed in. I don't know if it's quite working, because it's hard. Again, it's hard for me to move my king to then play g4. But it's just like, it seems like I'm going to keep playing, and black is going to really be suffering. And, at the worst case scenario, 30 moves down the line, I trade rooks and try to find a win in the opposite colored bishop endgame. But I don't do it voluntarily. No way. I try to win. And then if you force me to trade rooks later on, I'll still try to win. So be very, very cautious about trading too many pieces when you've got the edge, especially when it's bishops of opposite color. Because that's the thing. A lot of times they give the opposite advice, right? If you're ahead, you should trade. but there are many exceptions to that rule.
Yeah, I agree. I would never try to do that with the bishops, opposite color bishop, because they are really famous to be kind of drawish. So better to keep more fire on the board, at least the rooks. But let's move on to another position, because I think we will see that in game later. Here we have still lots of pieces on the board: 2 rooks, 1 queen, and a bishop, and many fast moves that both players having around 1 minute. And look at this king on g6, a bit exposed. Would like maybe play something like queen c1 and then queen g5.
Yeah, anything but trading queens. I like what you're thinking there. This is Senegal player from the white side playing against Sao Tome and Principe. And they did play rook g3, check king h7, and now we're waiting for white's move. What a fun position. You're suggesting queen to c1. I like the idea. F4, though, potentially a good move against queen c1, noting that rook on f1 is under capture.
Oh, but maybe we could have a check on b1.
Ooh,
I'm
yeah,
always
good
looking for the
idea.
attack.
And then I can't play king h8 because of queen g6 mate. And if I go to the h8 square, your bishop is also coming into the fray.
But what about rook e4?
Yeah,
just
good
trying
move.
to stop the queen to join the party.
Good move. And then also f3 can be coming later, trying to get our own mating fashions in the game, as well as potential bishop takes h3 ideas in certain positions. So gosh, what a party. What actually happened?
Yeah, what actually happened here? We have bishop e4. It's actually black had the possibility to change the queens and took it immediately. We have still some intermezzo moves, and now we get to this position where white is having a very active rook, attacking the bishop and also targeting some pawn on the 7th rank. I feel still with rook into the game, this king might be a bit in danger.
Yeah, especially with 20 seconds left on the board. Yeah, black needs to find the exact accurate moves, although rook g8 looks like a great move. Under pressure, black finding the right defenses. Espirito Santo for Sao Tome and Principe. Rook b7, rook b8 on the board. Okay, so white's picking up some pawns now. But black's got activity again. So in a blitz time scramble, activity very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's count a pawn just to see what is the situation right now. So black is having 1, 2, 3, 6 pawns against 4, so 2 extra pawns. So even a bishop, opposite color bishop hand game.
Bishop e3 though. What about bishop e3 check now? Oh, it was black's move. Sorry, they stopped it with f4. Because I was like, oh, that's just winning. Okay.
Yeah.
And now rook g4, they're going after the h4 pawn. Uh-oh, I think white's in trouble now.
Yeah, also move like f3 is incoming. And also the pawn on the center could start to roll, something like c5, d4, and then the pawn is pretty fast. This king is also getting inside the king on f5. I love it. The king is very active, supporting the pawns and just helping all the pieces to go. I love it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, black's going to start getting some checkmate threats of their own because f3 is coming. You know, that rook is going to try to invade on g2. And look at these multiple pass pawns in the game for black. That is beautiful king. Gotta love this for black, but it is still 40 seconds. So they gotta play accurately.
Yeah, time is a piece. Also now the pawn on g2 is completely hanging. So yeah, also actually white could just play with the pawn, maybe also with the rook. I think black is having a completely winning position, and it's just a matter of few technical, precise moves in order to convert it in a full point. Wow, there are very few games going still on. Actually, this is the last one that we got in pools D. So it's probably time to move and go on in pool E that is playing the 8th round for today. Let's see what they are doing here. Let's move to, there are a few games also here. We have this position. Oh no, probably, oh no, the clock. You see 0-0-0. Probably this game. Unfortunate. But we have some interesting endgames.
This one is Jean-Francois Valencia versus Zala Lafleur. Jean-Francois Valencia from Haiti versus Trinidad and Tobago's Zara Lafleur. And 40 seconds left for Jean-Francois. 20 left for the black player. So Jean-Francois is playing white.
I'm very scared about this knight, knight f3, then maybe some discovery check. The knight is such a tricky piece, especially with few time on the clock. Oh, but now all the pieces got exchanged, so everything is getting a bit more drawish. We have a rook hand game where black is having 2 pawns, but white got a very active king, so probably it should be an easy draw.
That's right. I think it should be. And, by the way, Trinidad and Tobago and Haiti are 2 teams that are actually in second and third place, tied for second at the moment in Pool E. So a fighting draw certainly makes sense in this case. White's rook is cutting off that king on g7, as it'll be very difficult for black to make progress, but they will give it an attempt. The problem is that if we play rook b6 check, you can't allow a rook trade because we're going to end up taking that pawn on h5.
Oh, let's see this, because maybe this could be even a loss for black.
I see what you're talking about.
Exchange. Look here. Okay, actually, black is still getting the opposition after king g4, king g6, and so this handgame is still a draw. But black needs to take care of it.
Just by the nick of their teeth. But of course, black does not need to play king e5. And instead, whoa, okay, what? Black was just up a pawn, and now they're down a pawn. That's not fun, especially when you're playing a 1-minute game. So you do want to avoid that. With this positioning, it should still be a draw, but, in a situation with sub 1 minute, you have to be careful.
Yeah, actually, what is interesting here is that the pawn is the G pawn. And those pawns, the B or G pawn, is a very tricky pawn because I've studied many interesting positions where even a passive defense is working well. So here black could also play with king G8, king C8, just waiting for the opponent, and there is no way to win. White needs a F or C pawn in order to win this endgame. So probably here, even a passive defense should hold for black. Let's see if there is any mistake here.
Yeah, well, that is the Philidor position that black had already set up well before the endgame was reached. Zara Lafleur playing with the black pieces, looking for that draw, 30 seconds. So it's always scary as your clock ticks down. They know, I think, now that they've got that solid draw. Jean-Francois Valencia playing for Haiti.
I love it. I mean, I think that there is no real way to progress here because what is happening? Well, let's say black is waiting one more time. Black is just waiting. How to progress here? Maybe just move the rook away from the 6th rank, like a move like rook b6, threatening mate. Yeah, rook a6 was played.
Just to keep your opponent guessing with 20 seconds left on the clock, that white just wants to keep playing. But here's the problem. Like, I think as you were mentioning earlier, even if they get the rook over to h7, if the king were, if it wasn't a G pawn, that might have more bite, right?
Yeah, with the pawn on f6, the same position would be winning. But the point is that here, white is lacking a square because white would like to, to move this rook on the J file and then try to thread a skewer to the king and the rook. But here there are not enough ranks here, not enough files, so the rook cannot move forward.
And note that if you play rook h7 check, king g8, g7, well, that would not be a happy scenario because then rook c6 check and you're actually going to lose the game. So you don't want to do that. Divorcing the king and the rook, right? So we look like we're headed for a draw in this well-played game between 2 fantastic teams in Pool E. that honestly, I mean, they look like they're really pulling ahead. I mean, Haiti and Trinidad and Tobago, actually, I'm not sure if the full match will be a draw. It looks like that game will be a draw, but they are two teams that are very likely to qualify from Pool E.
Here we have another.
Oh, go ahead. This one is Alicia Johnson.
Yeah, we have this pawn endgame where I thought that black had a very active king, but now maybe blocking everything is not the best idea, because you probably black had to sneak inside with the king e5, king f4, getting very near. Ooh. Here we have lots of important theme. Probably was needed to keep the king to c5 to c4. Instead, here now white is getting into trouble, because if the king is going to c3, that will whoa.
Wait. What happened?
So here,
okay, wait. So here king e2. Let's see.
You're probably king c4 is getting the opposition.
Yeah, and then if king d2, now you play king d4, yeah. And then if king e2 is going to be forced, and now king c3, and we are working our way into that position, yeah.
Yeah, and now the king is finally getting there.
You're going to be forced to give that up. So show us the moment where white did that blunder. Where was that?
Yeah, it was probably a blunder, because the king had to go maybe on c3. On c3, yeah.
Yeah, you stay on c3 and they get the opposition, but they can't use it as easily as when you also give up a file, right? So sure, after king c3, they can play king c5, but it's very different to get in on b4. Because once you get on b4, congratulations, but you might have used the opposition, but I'm just going to take your pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. So this would be not a good idea. So king c3 was making a draw, but unfortunately white didn't consider that move. But wait a second, because black didn't try to get around with the king through c3, but went back to the pawn, and this gave white a chance to repeat the moves, and a draw is on the board right now. Whoa.
Wow, topsy-turvy games. Of course, as we enter the blitz portion, anything can happen. But in this one, it looks like black is about to score that victory. The bishop on g4, promoting the pawn on d1. Hey, is this that same game we were looking at earlier with the bishops of opposite color?
Yeah, but it's finished. I think black won, white resigned. So I think actually all the games are over. So
what a round.
What a round.
It looks like we're going to get some results in, and also as we get our results in for Pool D, we're going to have our Pool E heat up. And remember, we're also watching for that team that's the best scoring fourth place. Right now, it looks like it's Malawi, but anything can still happen, as we've got lots of chess left today. And here it is. It looks like we've got our results, guys. Pool D, it looks like, actually, I'm not totally sure these are the final Pool D results. I think
it's going to get updated while we talk, probably we need to just get into a break, and then we will come back.
Yes, and now we'll make sure we have our final Pool D results for you. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with more from the FIDE online Olympiad on Chess TV. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the online Olympiad. I am Jennifer Shahadi, and I'm here with Alicia Santaramo as we heat up our Division 4 action. Let's take a look at who's got into Division 3, because that's what this is all about. Advancement in the online Olympiad, and then eventual domination when it comes to the finals. So in Pool A, we have Hong Kong, Nepal, and Lebanon, Kenya, Namibia, and Palestine from Pool B. Angola, Cyprus, and Ethiopia in Pool C. Pool D, still one round left, but look at those match points. Ghana, Aruba, and Suriname have sealed the deal. They will be advancing. Fantastic performance by Cape Verde, but it looks like they will still be on the outside looking in at the end of the day. Now, let's see, we do have one bonus spot for the best performing fourth place team. Right now, it seems like Malawi is going to get that spot, and they are going to advance to Division 3 despite being in fourth place, because they've got fantastic tie breaks. Look at that, 16 points, almost got into the top 3, and a lot of great tie break points as well.
Yeah, they did amazing, and probably they will deserve it, because it's very hard that any other team will be able to get there. So I'm also excited for them, and I also want to see which one will be the first team to get the higher score, because Angola won all the match with 22 points and 59 individual points, but also Suriname is not doing worse. He's having 20 points as a team and 55 individual points. So maybe if they will also win the last round, they will be doing great. But as the Pool D is already fixed, because there is no way for Cape Verde to go on Division 3, even if they win the next match, we will focus our attention on Pool E, that is going to play the round 9. So let's see what happened last round. We see lots of important win. Cayman Islands won 4.5 to 1.5, and also Netherlands Antilles won 3.5 to 2.5. And won also a victory also for Saint Lucia, for Bahamas, for Puerto Rico, and for Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm very excited. What do you think could be an exciting match for the round 9? Maybe something important for the standings right now.
Well, I think Cayman Islands versus Puerto Rico is pretty important.
Yeah.
As I believe Cayman Islands, it's their last chance, actually. They need to win all of their matches in order to, I think, get into the finals, right? Well, not necessarily. I guess Haiti could also lose and they could win, but it's important for them to win this match or to try to draw this match against Puerto Rico. If not, they're going to be under heavy pressure, and also hoping that their opponents lose hoping that their competitors lose while they win. It's a dicey game. So this is a very important match for them.
Absolutely. So let's see if the game are getting started. I think they are. We have already a very theoretical opening. It was a Scotch game with e4, e5, then move d4 happened. And here we have a line with knight f6 that is going into a lot of theoretical moves after knight takes e6, b takes e6, queen e2. Actually, mostly here, white is going for a direct e5, with the idea to attack and to attack this knight on f6 and to grab more space in the center. But probably the idea is similar. I don't know. I play this with black, actually, so I'm pretty interested in what is going on, but I'm not really sure about this move order.
Oh, you play this line for black. Okay.
Yeah, I'm an e4, e5 player, so...
how have you always been an e4, e5 player?
No, I've also played Sicilian. And then as I'm whole right now, I play e4, e5.
As you're what? As you're trying to understand chess and the classics better? Is that what I heard?
No, I'm just kidding. Yes, exactly.
I mean, no, e5 is a great move. I mean, I always wish I had the had the time to study double king pawn. I did start on that as most kids did, but as soon as I saw the Sicilian, I fell in love and I never looked back. But I do think that it's fantastic to have an understanding of double king pawn because it really also gives you a lot of connection with the history of chess, since that opening was so common in previous centuries.
That's so true. But for you, we bring on the board a Sicilian. Here is not the open Sicilian that is giving lots of interesting position. It was an Alpine with c3, and we're with a close setup at the moment. Of course, now b5 is a problem for white, so I need to watch out. e5 has been played, attacking this knight. Is there some intermezzo, some tactical thing here going on?
Well, I mean, I don't have time for the intermezzo b5 because pawn takes f6 attacks the bishop on e7, right? So you're gonna end up as white with more than black got, right? Although you could play bishop takes f6 here. Yeah, you could play bishop takes f6 at that point. And then I would probably have to play bishop b3 or something. Oh, maybe this turned out okay for black. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it's like one of those situations where the fork stays, so you have time to recapture. And now you have a nice center as black, actually. Okay, so let's go back. Maybe white can improve on that line.
Instead of e5 or after?
Well, did they already play e5 or no?
Yeah, e5 is on the board.
E5 is on the board. Okay, so no, maybe after b5. Let's see. Is there a better move here as opposed to taking on f6 right away? Probably not. I wouldn't imagine so. I mean, the only other move I can see now, I guess we have to take on f6. And then after bishop takes f6, let's look again here. Is there anything better? Well, maybe we could just play bishop c2 instead of bishop b3. Only because I feel like at the end, now our bishop's not as vulnerable, and we have even though we've doubled our pawns voluntarily, we've actually gained a little bit more center control because you can't easily just play d5 and push us back. So yeah, I think this is better than the position we were just looking at.
Yeah, I agree. But actually, the game went in a different way because your black just moved the knight to d5, white took c6, and after queen e2, b5 is on the board, and the knight went to e3. So we get this position a bit more stable.
But knight f4 here. I don't like letting my knight into f4.
Oh yeah, that's
and
true.
then bishop b7. And I got tactics up the wazoo here. I'm threatening. I mean, what am I threatening right now? I'm not quite threatening knight g2 because you can play king g2. But it looks really bad, right? Yeah.
Yeah, also knight h3 just to make to smile.
I mean, I was hoping for more than just a positional advantage in the endgame. That's the only thing.
That's true.
But yeah, like I maybe play f6 and then add to the pressure.
Also something crazy like g4, g5, g4, or g5, h5, g4, just trying to remove this important knight from f3.
I like f6 better because I do the same thing without ruining my structure. But yeah, like I think that I just feel like, what are you gonna do when I play f6? Like I'm bringing my rook into the attack now.
Okay, we need to find a move for white. I just make a random move. I like, you're right. This move is so cool. Just bringing the rook into the game, opening the f file. Yeah, it feels so good.
You're on the precipice here is why it's like, and adding one more piece to the attack is going to topple you over, right? It's very typical in chess that, you know, blacks maximize things with the knight and the queen bishop battery, but then just like one little, well, rook is not exactly a little piece, but one more element and you're going to collapse. So let's see if this ends up turning out. By the way, this does look like one of the titled players in the tournament is black, I believe.
Yeah, but sadly, it didn't play the move knight f4, but took the knight on e3. I think this is an important mistake because black could have had a very good position. Is playing for d5. But now after everything is getting close, the bishop on c8 is not looking like a good piece anymore.
No. And by the way, this is a match between Netherlands, Antilles, and Mauritania. And Capella is playing on the Netherlands, Antilles team, and Mauritania. We have Mohammed playing for. By the way, Fabio Mensing, and I think FIDE Master, who used to organize a great series of tournaments in Curacao, is playing first board. So shout out to their
to
team.
See this game then.
Yeah, he's doing quite well actually in the tournament. They're actually in 5th place right now. So very solid result.
Yeah, we have this. This was a London system, yeah. Again, we have d4, then we have bishop c4, knight f3, e3, knight d2, everything pretty typical moves of the London. And the king got castle, and now we have bishop a6, changing the light square bishop. And yeah, arriving in this position where white would probably capture back on d4. Pretty stable position. Maybe white is just a little bit better because he's having a better center. Okay, e take d5, d4. That's interesting. I mostly don't like those kind of position because they are a bit slow for my taste. But they're stable. I mean, they are very solid. White don't need to study much of theory to play this with white. Is just having maybe some ideas, and then he's playing a position. Here maybe a move like h3 might be needed in order to make sure to keep the bishop, the dark color bishop. Do you like those kind of position?
Let's see. I feel like I'd slightly prefer playing white in this position. Seems a little bit easier to come up with the plans. Yeah. Okay. So just to clarify, because I mentioned earlier that Fabio Mensing organized some tournaments in Curacao. It seems like Netherlands Antilles must be a combination of Saint Martin and Curacao combined, and then Aruba is playing separately in Pool D. So perhaps that's why he's playing for the Netherlands Antilles, but Aruba is in a separate section. Aruba crashed in Pool D, so they certainly have the talent to justify splitting up in that manner. But Fabio, I like his position. What about you, Alessia? Whose position would you take?
Well, I would take white just because white is having a bit more space, maybe a bit more opportunity. But still, even it's very hard to come up with a plan for me. I can start just to slowly improve my pieces. I like this knight on d2, maybe bring it to g3. Maybe I like the move f4, creating some chance for a future a5. But it's very hard for me to really find a good plan here. I think I would just, maneuver my pieces around, try to improve them, and see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a little bit easier to play with the white pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You need some practice on the other side of things. And then, by the way, we have CD Boidia from Mauritania, and he's playing against Fabio in this position, and he's an FM as well. So 2 FIDE Masters on board 1 in this matchup.
Yeah, let's go to another position. Maybe we are back on the same position. So maybe I will switch to another board. We want to see many position here. And we have this e4, c5, a close Sicilian. Actually, it looked like an e4, e5 structure. We have is white a pawn? No, same equal material. And white has a very sweet square on d5. That would be a nice destination for the knights. And
absolutely.
Also the pawn on d6 is a bit weak. I like the move f3, trying to, to preserve the knights pair. Let's see. What do you think can white do here to put even more pressure on black?
Good question. And I think one key thing to note about this position is that the d4 square also looks juicy, but note there's a key difference between the d5 square and the d4 square. And that's that when this knight on c3 moves away, the pawn on c2 can play to c3. So that's not really an outpost square in d4. So remember that. And of course, the d6 pawn, also backward pawn, a very backward pawn, is in peril. So yeah, I do like Zuzana Kovakova's position here. And by the way, she is a WFM from Bermuda playing against a WIM, Gabriela Johnson from Trinidad and Tobago. So a pretty important game here. Trinidad and Tobago has had a great tournament so far, seem very likely to capture one of the advancing spots. But Zuzana Kovakova, one of the higher rated players in the event of any gender. She is over 2,000 FIDE and one of the highest rated players in this. I think she might be the highest. She's one of the highest rated players in this pool, period. Yeah.
Amazing. Bishop e6 is played. Of course, black doesn't want white to get control over the d5 square, because as you mentioned before, once the knight get there, white can stably play the move c3, avoiding the knight to get on d4, and then maybe try to play some rooks over the d file. And once the position is very stable for white, even a move like f4 could be a breakthrough in order to open up the lines. And if the white pieces are better plays, I can see that there could be some tactical problem here for black.
I'm trying to figure out how to get two knights to guard d5, and the fastest way I came up with was knight on c to d1. Now I'm not suggesting they actually play this because black would be able to play d5, but just humor me. Knight d1 to e3, and then the other knight to c3 to d5.
Actually, that's a sweet maneuver. Just this knight is helping this one to get to c3 and is finding a better place in order. A very altruist move, I would say. This knight is perfectly praised to jump on d5, but is rather choosing another square in order to give the knight on e2 a possibility. All right, let's switch to another board because we have really lots of interesting positions here. This is probably another team match. And what was this opening? It was a Petrov. Oh, it was a Petrov with knight c3, bishop b4. All right, let's see the current position. What we have here on the board. We have two pieces as equal material. Some weaknesses, I would say, on both sides. This square is juicy, but this pawn structure is not looking good for black. I probably would prefer white here.
St. Lucia, Gabriel Sixtus from St. Lucia versus Mikhail Strosky from Togo. This is the first board matchup.
Yeah. Do you think is white better due to this weak pawn structure?
Yeah, I think I like white here. Although, I mean, g4, h3 creates some weaknesses for black to hammer on as well. But luckily for white, there's no really obvious way for black to attack white or to, like, for instance, get the queen involved. That's what I'm always afraid of when I make weaknesses. Like, can the queen invade? And really the queen doesn't seem very viable for it to, like, get into white's position in any manner. So unless, like, oh God, if I'm black here, I'm thinking, how could I possibly do that? Not easy to come up with a way. But I still think black has a big decision here and that they should avoid the queen trade, because it's true that those pawns on g4 and h3, I don't know how to get my queen in yet, but I still need to keep those queens on the board. So I'd say play queen c8. Okay, knight g6 allows a queen trade, but it's different than doing it yourself. Because now if queen takes b8, rook takes b8, we seize the open file, right? So that's okay for black, but we don't want to voluntarily give away the file ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. Always better to let your opponent trade, because it's also a tempo that your opponent is using in order to trade.
In this case, it's a very elegant example of the importance of an open file, right? So right now it's a shared open file, but if either player blinks and trades, it will become the property of their opponent. So that's why we caution people, don't trade in chess unless You have a good reason for it. Never do it just because instinctually or because you want to relieve tension. Always have a reason.
I like how white is maneuvering the knight here. The knight on f3 was not doing really much. So the knight is going towards the c5 square, I guess, where it would attack the pawn on a6. Also try to play knight d6, maybe forcing the queen to find another spot. It looks like a nice maneuver. Knight is going to smile on c5.
Oh, yeah. Happy. And oh, look at this clock situation too. White has over 10 minutes more than black in this position. So black is really trying to speed up now. Knight to f8 played, looking to, I'm not sure what they're trying to do with that.
Move to this other game.
Oh, what do we got here? A pawn endgame where it looks like white is up a pawn and it's about to get worse. They are going to be able to also invade in on b5.
I'm just curious to see how can white go forward. I mean, because the c5, white got the b5 square to get through. Because I think if white would play the move like b5, this would be a dead draw. Because even if, okay, maybe not even that, because white could try to play an a5. Because if king b7, how is white going through here? It's not easy.
Yeah, but we didn't play b5, right?
No, we didn't play b5.
Oh, thank God.
c4 was played.
You need that, haven't you? That was a very instructive example, though, Leslie. I'm super instructive. I love that. I think that over pushing of the pawns is great. I know a lot of chess training groups, especially adult improvement groups, they do flashcards, right? To like show like positional weaknesses and positional strengths that they made. And I think this would be a really good example of a positional blunder, right? b5. Excellent illustration there. By the way, shout out to Puerto Rico, who's on the white side of this and did not play b5. Oh, wait, am I wrong? No, I'm right. Okay. Jaime Santiago Rodriguez indeed is playing for Puerto Rico with the white pieces against Enfield Bush of the Cayman Islands. Very important battle, Alessia, because remember the Cayman Islands were on the bubble of potentially making the top 3, but this could take them out.
Yeah. This is just the first. Which probably, how many games did we see other games of this match?
I think this is the first one we saw of this match. I know the top board in Puerto Rico playing right now is Diego Irizarry, Zilirello, and Sean Tracy is the top board for Cayman Islands. And it looks like you found it. Excellent. Sean Tracy down a pawn. Can they hold the draw?
This would be very important. We have same core bishop. And also this endgame are not very easy to win. White needs to make a blockade under light square. Keep the king there and then make sure to move the bishop. I think that more pawns are on the board and higher are the chance for black to win here. If black is starting to trade pawns, then it will get always more and more drawish. So it's important for black to make the right push at the right moment. How can black try to create a pass pawn here? King d6, maybe going for e5. Cannot white just stop everything with f4?
Yeah, and then I'm going to try to go like bishop a5 and see if I can invade with my bishop somehow. How do I do that though? Because you can try to, like if I could get my bishop to g1, for instance, and start coming after your pawns.
Yeah, but can black like leave the f6 pawn hanging?
Probably not. So I need to first bring my king to e7.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to put it on the board? You want to play f4 to start?
Yes, let's do it.
So and now I want to play king a7 so that I can release my bishop. Yeah. And that also comes with the threat of king f7. And then when you play bishop h6, king g6 would actually trap your bishop. So
actually, there is the bishop f8 in case, but maybe bishop e7.
Yeah, well, I would have to start after king f7, bishop h6, then bishop e7, right? So like, yeah, make some move, and now king f7, bishop h6, bishop e7 now.
Yeah, covering this square and then, oh.
Yeah. And unfortunately, bishop h8 isn't much better because then I just play king g8 in one move.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and that's the end of that. So f4 actually looks losing because the bishop on g7 is momentarily trapped. So, okay, is that an issue? It's not an issue if you don't play f4, right? Because you can always scuttle back to h6 and then to c1.
Yeah, so white played bishop f8 in order to, to still avoid the move e5. Bishop e7, bishop back, e5 was played.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
And g4.
Oh, okay. Now I'm kind of obsessed with this idea of trapping your bishop. So I'm like looking to see if I can do it. But I could also just play e4 check here, which looks really scary because you can't take it. Because if you take it, I guess you could take it, but it looks very dangerous because now you have to reckon with the fact of your g4 pawn hanging as well. But you do have, if d takes e4, you have king e3. So I don't have time to take on g4, right? Because then I'd lose my more important f4 pawn, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I have no other choice, right? I probably have to play like pawn takes g4 here. What else can I do, right?
And if king take e4?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really want to do that. But what else do I do? Because f5 is hanging. Can I just play king e6 or something? Maybe I can just play king
yeah.
e6. Yeah. Okay, I didn't see that move. I was just looking at king d5. But king e6, I guess, is the trick. Yeah, because now I've got an extra pawn, but more importantly, I'm keeping my eye on the pawn, the money pawn, which is my e4 pawn. And if you play d5 check, by the way, I can just play king e5. I don't even need to take it.
Oh yeah, that's true. And then bishop on c5, and the pawns are advancing together, and this
exactly. Yeah. So it's looking very promising for black.
So let's see how black, how the position went on. So black didn't play e4, but actually changed first on g4 and then played the move e4. King to e3, king e6, bishop h6, bishop to d6, h3, f5. So the pawn got exchanged, and now there are just 3 pawns on the board. How is this position? Is this a winning? Probably because the d4 pawn is also very weak. This should be very good for black. But how to go on? White is down the 30 seconds. So really very few time. Probably white needs to, white cannot just, it's like a Tsatsalashvili, because if you move the king, maybe the bishop is getting to f4, and then black will try to move the bishop away and get with the king on f4 and just advancing. And it was not possible to play any other move in this position. If you push the pawn, the king is just getting in, and if the bishop is moving away, you get a check on f4. So a very tough position. Let's see how it went on. King e2. Yeah, bishop f4, bishop f8, and bishop g5. Exactly the maneuver to get with the king over there.
Look how fast black is playing, by the way. Still has 11 minutes in their clock compared to 20 seconds for Sean Tracy.
Yeah, I like this.
After the h3 pawn, so bishop e7 check will probably be compelled to prevent that. Yeah, king h5 now, though.
And now up to go on. If white is just keeping the bishop on e7.
Yeah, bishop g5 and king h4. That's the problem, right? So now we're going to win that pawn, and then we'll have 2 extra pawns. Yeah, great play by black for Puerto Rico, which continues its excellent result here in the online Olympiad. By the way, we mentioned that it looks like Malawi is going to get that extra bonus spot for the best finishing 4th place team. And I just wanted to mention that Pool B seems to be the one in which there was so much competition and was very tightly contested, right? The reason that the Malawi one is likely to win that spot is because they didn't have one team that was running the table, right? We see that in a lot of the other pools, that there's a team that's just dominating. And in those pools, it's going to be harder to do well in tie breaks, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Instead, Pool B is one of the few pool that was won just by 20 and not 22 points, like Pool C and probably Pool D, maybe. Let's see.
That's right. Well, Suriname has been sweeping in Pool D, so yeah, we'll check out that. But they certainly are winning their pool. By how much will be the question. This is a game we looked at earlier where I mentioned WFM Zuzana Kovakova from Bermuda, one of the highest rated players in this tournament, playing against Gabriella Johnson, who's from Trinidad and Tobago. Fantastic team. Really crushing it. And I like her position also. It seems like it's improved a lot. Remember earlier I was saying that the D4 outpost was nothing too special because White had a C-pawn, but there is no more C-pawn. So that knight is looking beastly. And the only thing I'd say about Gabriella's position is that she is down heavily on the clock. And that could become a big problem.
Yeah, that's true. Even if it's probably very easy for Black to find some moves here, because once the knight is there, the only thing that Black needs to take care is the F5, I would say. The F5 and the pawn on F5. But if like Black can hold the thread there, then it should be a one-sided. Okay, still with 5 seconds, you're right. It's always just tricky and scary.
Yeah, I think she's gonna lose because I just think it's too little time and the position's pretty imbalanced. But yeah, let's get to the situation. G4. I mean, the knight looks great. How do we continue our counterplay here? Maybe E4. Black needs to get really aggressive. Play E4, King E5. Unfortunately, she did not go in that way. She got aggressive in a different way, but it seems like it's given White a lot of time.
Yeah, the problem here, I think, is G6. It's just tactical. The rook on C8 is unprotected. The bishop is looking there. So after G6, if the king moves anywhere, we have F6. Okay, and this is exactly what's on the board. So let's follow the live game. G6, king G7, and F6 check, winning a rook.
There it is. There it is. Yes, that's the thing. Gabriella fought very hard, but it's hard to fight with 10 seconds left on the clock. And that will be a nice win for Bermuda. But I don't think it'll affect Trinidad and Tobago's chances to come in those top 3 teams because they had a little nice cushion. And of course, that's only one game out of the 6.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I think they're still looking good. And in fact, they have won one game on the board as well. Their own Shemalai James women's candidate master has won against Olga Goncharova from Bermuda. So it looks like it's 1-1 at the moment in that match. And this is another game that you've pulled up from that match. Dmitry Goncharov is playing against Dejan Ramsumnar. It seems like we might have some siblings in this event. Makes sense. A lot of famous siblings in chess. My own brother, Greg Shahadi, international master and the founder of the U.S. Chess School. What about you, Alessia? You have a pretty strong chess playing sibling as well.
Yeah, I have 2 sisters. Actually, they were both involved in the chess world. Right now, my young sister is actually starting back to play. She was out of the scenes for a couple of years, but she's back on the scenes. But I think we have lots of sister, brother, sister, lots of siblings, as you said. And of course, the Polgar made history in the chess world, but there were lots of families that are just getting into the chess world and joining as a team all together. Sometimes as a team, sometimes as rivals. How is your relation with your brother? Are you a team together, or there was lots of competition between both of you?
No, we were pretty friendly. Yeah, because I think Greg was always higher rated than me, and in fact, there was a long time where I wasn't really playing, and he was. So I think he once I started playing and getting good, he got kind of excited because we played for the same school team. We started playing for the same family team. So it was kind of exciting. It was unexpected, I would say. It looked like I was maybe not going to take chess too seriously. And then I kind of came back as a surprise. So I think that probably made it much more of like a friendly thing.
That's very nice to hear. Because then you can be very supportive and also helping.
Yeah. And in your case, Claudia is the one who's also very serious, right?
Yeah.
Were you guys bitter rivals as kids, or not so much?
Not really. There are 4 years, so I was always the stronger sister. But I think we managed to, once we arrived both second at an Italian championship, and we both went together to the European. So it was a very sweet experience, without parents for the first time at an European championship. It was really, really nice to spend some time together and play chess together.
That's a very good wink. I love it. Even with your glasses, it's classic. Now, Black here, time trouble is on, and I like this plan by Black. I feel like when White least expects it, they're going to get hit with e4 and queen e5, and something yucky is going to happen to that Black king. Now, h6, nice move. Also, they can kind of tickle that pawn on c4, maybe like a queen f7 move. I'm feeling really good about this position for Black.
Yeah.
Especially in a time scramble. Very, very tough to defend here. Again, this is Trinidad and Tobago, fantastic team playing with Black against Dmitry Goncharov, Bermuda, another great team. And he did get that move in e4, as predicted.
Yeah, the queen is joining on e5, and then maybe eventually on c3, double attacking, maybe some threat on e1 and a pawn on c4. Oh, pawns are getting exchanged in the middle. Now the move queen e4, queen e5 maybe would be not really a move to go. I would like to keep the queen on the boards.
I would. So maybe, but the problem is queen d5 is just a monster queen. Beautiful square for the queen, nicely spotted by Dmitry, trying to get himself back in, because I don't know what to do now as Black exactly. And they did acquiesce to queen e5, but now lots of pawns are hanging. I mean, queen takes c5. Oh, they did queen takes c5. That's risky. No, I don't like that. No,
I also don't.
Queen a1 check. Let's party.
Yeah, then queen c3, queen takes c2.
No.
Pawns are falling.
It's not as practical. The endgame would be a little bit easier to defend in the time scramble. This is very dangerous. Let's see if it pays off, though.
Maybe White is hoping for something like queen f5 and the perpetual.
Yeah, but we could have just traded queens and gone for, I don't know. I think that this still could be complicated, though. I'm not going to lie, because it's not going to be easy to mate that king.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And now the c pawn is also pass pawn. Let's not forget it. And queen f5 is a threat. Oh, this is starting to look scary.
It is a little bit. The reason that queen f5 is scary is that if you play king h8, I have queen f8 winning your bishop. If you play king g8, I play queen d5 winning your bishop. So it's not just about winning that pawn. There is more at stake here. So bishop f6 was played. Black did not want to see their bishop go down, but now White just wins the pawn for free. And I get proven wrong, Alessia, because I thought it was too risky to play in this manner, to play queen takes e5. I thought it was way too risky, but White has proven me wrong and is now going for the W. How unexpected.
Wow, the pawn on the c file is now very important, because basically if White can manage to push it, and manage to avoid many checks, this should be just completely winning. Of course, it's not so easy with the queen still on the board. Many things can still happen. So let's see. But very few time on the clock, a big time travel. So I want to stick on this game because it will be very exciting to see how the player are going on here. let me see if we. Oh no. Okay, it finished. The fun finished way too early. I don't know why. Maybe a strategic team decision because white here asked for a draw and black, of course, took it immediately. So
Of course, that's right. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it did have something to do there. We can check that out. That was the Goncharova game, the Goncharov game, rather. Yeah. Well, Trinidad and Tobago did win 3.5 to 2.5. Huh. So actually, it seems like the opposite. Maybe there was some confusion. But in any case, big save there for Trinidad and Tobago as they, I think, won the match versus Bermuda. And meanwhile, Cayman Islands versus Puerto Rico turned out to be a pretty close match as well. I don't know if we have any games still going on in that. Is the Danitza Macarini Vasquez game still going on against Melinda Sueso?
Like this seems to be the only the last game. So we have in this position we have equal material. I don't know if there was some tactical problem here, because the pawn b2 is hanging. In some cases, we could black could decide to go into a pawn endgame, but I think the king is not too near. If the king would be on g8, maybe it would work. Something like rook take f1, king take f1, and then exchanging the queens and running with the king to grab the pawn, even if g4 can be played. So I'm not really sure about that. Let's see what will happen here. White is under 20 seconds, so it's very hard to be precise here. Which color would you pick, Jen?
Oh boy. Well, I'm just trying to get my hand on the position. I take the side with 2 minutes on the clock as opposed to 7 seconds. I'll take black. By the way, this game is between this is in the match of, I believe, Haiti with black as Kemley Hermano and Loris Natu playing for Guyana. Right now, Haiti is actually looking like they might sweep this match, which would put them in a very good position as they came into this round in clear third place, ready to capture one of those spots into Division 3. And now it looks like I picked well, because not only am I ahead on the clock, but I've also got an extra pawn.
Yeah, and now it's time to push it. Maybe something like just c4. Oh yeah, c4 and a3 is on the board. So is it possible to play queen e5 check and then b5? Just trying to, everything.
They're doing it. They're heeding your advice. Now, of course, you might wonder, well, why not take the pawn on b2? And we should definitely look at it. But we do want to really avoid with all of our heart perpetuals. Now, I have to say, I think we might be able to get away with it because queen takes b2. There's queen e4 check, g6, queen e7 check, queen g7, and no more checks. And this just looks totally winning for black. So, hey, I mean, I think we could go and just gobble gobble, but probably there's many ways to victory here for black.
Oh, what happened? Okay. So here we have the current position. h5, strange move, because it's making the king a bit more weak.
Potentially, indeed, yeah. So maybe they're trying to like create some threats with h4, so that when they play queen e1 check, there's also some nice threats. But yeah, the more I looked at that gobble line, the more I liked it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I've been in that situation too many times where you're like, oh, I'm gonna get a perpetual, and then it's like, queen g7, your fun is done. But they did take the pawn because now the queen is not even doing any checking at all, as it's been distracted, and now black preparing to make a second queen.
I think a very nice way would be queen c1 and then queen f4, giving a check and then covering the only check square on e4. Then just pushing the pawn. I don't like queen b1 because there is no follow-up check, but should be still completely winning.
It should, because now we're threading your same idea, Alessia. Queen f4 check and c1 equals queen. So this is looking frightful for white as Haiti looks like they're going to go for a 6-0 sweep here. Whoa, that would be big. And Trinidad and Tobago, by the way, looks like they got 3.5, 2.5, that match victory we mentioned. I'm still not sure about the result with Puerto Rico and Cayman Islands, which was a big, big match. Oh, there it is. The result is in. 2 queens, by the way, on this board. Puerto Rico did win 4-2. So it's looking like those top 3 are cementing themselves, Alessia. Puerto Rico, Haiti, and Trinidad and Tobago look to be the shining stars in this division.
Yeah, I was looking for other games, but I think that all the games are over. We don't have games in Pool D as well. So yeah, we will come back after a short break with all the results of Pool D, and then we have the last 2 rounds of Pool E. So guys, stay tuned with us. We will come back after a very, very short break.
See you guys soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE Online Olympiad here on Chess TV. I'm Jennifer Shahadi, and I'm here with Alessia Santermo. Wow, what a day it's been so far, Alessia.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and we have lots of important. Today is the final day of Division 4. So finally, in 2 hours, we will have all the team advances to Division 3 that is taking place in a week next weekend. So we have already all the results. Look here at the standings of each pool. Pool D. Officially qualified team are Suriname, Aruba, and Ghana. Sadly for Cape Verde is not managing to get to the best fourth, because as we already mentioned, Malawi is doing so great in Pool B with 16 team points. That's really a lot. But here we are for still 2 more hours of Pool E, where we have Puerto Rico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Haiti doing so great. Do you think, is there any chance for Cayman Islands or Netherlands Antilles to catch the third place?
I don't think the chances are very good because Haiti is such a strong team. In fact, they're just coming off a 6-0 victory. So they would have to fail to score any points. Any match points. And I just don't see that as likely. I mean, look at these matchups that we have right now. Haiti is playing against Bermuda, and Bermuda, a strong team, but not putting on the type of performance that Haiti is. So I do think that they're going to at least get a draw in this match, and then it might decide matters in Pool E. Meanwhile, Trinidad and Tobago with a tough match against the Cayman Islands, but Trinidad and Tobago is already doing so well that they are getting into those top 3. Puerto Rico playing against Bahamas, big matchup as well. So yeah, this is really the big one for Haiti. Can they secure their place advancing to Division 3? And by the way, here we see these pools again. Shout out to Malawi. Look, they're going to get that 4th spot on tiebreak. You know, Malawi actually has a female chess president, Susan Namangali. So they're also part of my cross-cultural initiative. We have several girls from Malawi who come to our sessions. So I was happy to see them do well.
Amazing. Let's see, the game will start in very few seconds. And I'm sure that this is a critical match for Haiti. But generally, every team will keep giving their best in order to, to get a nice spot in the final standings. Let's see how the game are going. Actually, they should start right now. So, Jennifer, I have a general question for you. Do you have a moment in this Olympiad, some maybe nice mate or nice sacrifice that really? Those are generally very hard questions. Do you have something that you really liked?
In this tournament?
Yeah,
there was a really good game yesterday that I tweeted from a player from Ghana. I thought that was a really nice victory. They played against an anti-Sicilian King's Indian attack, and they really played quite well. God, I'm trying to remember the name of the player. I know they were from the Ghana team. I'll try to look that up for you. What about yourself? Oh, I see it now. It's from Invisible Knight on Twitter. And yeah, they're from Kumasi, Ghana.
Amazing. I think I have I really enjoyed how in this game the queen teamed up with a knight to give very nice checkmate. We saw many games already where they were doing very well, and probably we'll keep going to see because the game are starting right now. So let's give a first look at some openings. Here we have a modern defense with g6 and d6. It will look similar to a pairs if the knight is going to f6. Here we have instead, knight f3, knight c6, d4, d5. This is the Zuckerberg variation. Have you ever played the knight on c6 here?
No, I don't like doing that because then I can't move my C pawn. And in order to justify this, you have to really know your theory quite well. Because otherwise just white gets this commanding center that, I don't want anything to do with this. If everybody played this like black, I would play D4 as white.
I agree with you. I'm also a great fan of the center. And look at the position we get here. White is having a brilliant D4, E5, and the only try for black to undermine the center is with Bishop G4. Now E5 has been played. Probably white could just think about pushing the pawn forward, D5, forcing the knight to choose another square, and maybe the bishop could go to B5, but actually didn't happen. What do you think? Did white take on E5?
Oh, that makes some sense though, because well, I guess if queen takes D1, all right, we saw a couple of moves. The problem here is that even though white has some doubled pawns, so you might say, oh, structure, sure, but before structure comes tactics, and there are some tactical issues with black's position here. They can't castle, and knight B5 is a potential move that's going to cause them some issues. Gosh, yeah, right here, knight B5 could be an issue.
Ooh, attacking D6 and also C7. I like this move.
I mean, I'm also looking at the possibility of just throwing in a check with bishop B5, but I don't think that's very good because you didn't really want, you can't play C6 because of, well, you can, but I have rook takes D6, right? And I went up pawn. So that's kind of cool. But, oh, you can take an F3. Sorry, I missed that. But I think that loses because then king E2 and then knight C7 check, king E7. The variation goes on, but it looks very, very dicey. It looks so dicey because don't forget
here,
about bishop E5.
The knight is hanging. Maybe
I meant knight E5.
Oh, sorry.
And then after knight C7 check, king E7. Like I wasn't, but the problem is there's always this pesky bishop C5 move, right? You know, it's not only defends my rook, but also creates plenty of tactics. So yeah, I think that these lines are just so good for white.
Let's see how white played here. Okay, white played move
another, maybe even a better move because now after knight G4, there's E5. And how do you save yourself from just losing material? You can't. So this was the best of all. And now white is just totally winning. So this is the end. I mean, this is going to be a big win for Puerto Rico against Bahamas.
Yeah, also fast victory. Let's see, we have another position. Here we have, this was probably King's Indian, I think. Yes. So the Samish variation, F3 is a very dangerous variation, very aggressive. And here we got this position. Mostly black is attacking white on the king's side, but I feel like white here is on the driving seats. Although white should be careful at move like rook h5, because this queen here might get trapped. I mean, the queen can never go to g4, because then e5 would be really a trap, a queen trap.
This is a game between Antigua and Barbuda, by the way. Matthew Bailey playing against St. Lucia of Gabriel Sixtus of St. Lucia. This looks like it's going to be a really good one, though. Very interesting game. E5, okay, interesting decision. You know, it's like a do or die moment. The problem with E5, okay, so we can't play rook H5 because there is takes on F6 with check. So black has to start with pawn takes E5. But now I assume they want to play queen takes E5. I'm guessing that's the idea. But notice that D5's pawn is potentially weakness now, and that you can continue to hammer on it with rook H5, which is going to oust your queen. That is the problem. You're going to oust your queen, and I think you're going to win that pawn. And that will be very good news for black. Black will be on top.
Yeah, so maybe this queen was a bit too...
I think E5 is a problem because it makes the pawn on B5 weak. So, you know, I mean, if we don't play e5, we can even just retreat the queen. It's not the end of the world, right?
That's true.
I mean, I understand that maybe it's not the happiest news ever, but because I think if I tried to play something like knight f4, that carries its own dangers with even just the simple, is knight h7 winning here? No, I don't think so, because I have knight h5 check among other things, but I just think it would be so funny if I could win the queen with a move like knight h7. But alas, it's not to be. It's not to be. That's okay. You know, I always have like queen e7 or something.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But anyway, queen anywhere. I just think queen e3 or something. But unfortunately, this position, black's pieces are flooding into the position, and on top of that, white's king is now weak.
That's true. I think this will be very tough to protect. Everything, you know, all the position is getting open, and all the pieces are starting to play for black. And it's incredible how many tempos is black winning here, because every move black is improving the position by attack with the queen or now the knight. This is just improving the position for black so much that at one point I think black will collapse. And of course, let's not forget to mention that black is now a full pawn up.
Yeah, nice game though. I mean, I understand people always want to play for aggressive moves like e5, but sometimes they bite back, don't they?
Yeah, here we have another position. It was a very interesting center game with d4 and queen take d4. The queen went back to d1. Most of the time, they like to go back with the queen on e3 just to keep the queen a bit more active. And then they develop the knight, the bishop, and sometimes long castle is happening. So queen d1 is also a possible move.
By the way, this is Ama Edo, a women's candidate master from Togo versus WFM Oriana Aylin Mena from Netherlands Antilles. I really love the format, by the way, Alessia, that there are women on each team and girls and juniors on each team. And I believe the idea of a lot of formats like this, and notice you have 2 open spots, 2 women, at least 1 player under 20 and at least 1 girl under 20 as well. Now they say at least because what if one of the open spots is also occupied by a junior or a girl player, right? So I like how this encourages female participation, but also leaves open the option that they'll be sitting there on board 1. And I think we've seen that in some of these matches, that one of the female or one of the junior players is in board 1 or 2 or something like that. So, and that leaves another spot open. So this is really beautiful for me. I love to see this encouragement and also this understanding that women and men can be playing on the same boards.
Yeah, that's really amazing and also encouraging. Also, for an experience point of view, I can imagine that teams are having a team meeting to decide the strategy, and it's very cool that they're just meeting up all together. In some team, one will advance in the top divisions. We will have grandmaster and junior that maybe are looking at this grandmaster like an example. They will play for the first time in the same team, and this is something that the online Olympiad brought to us for the first time. Okay, last year we had already online Olympiad, but it's really a novelty. I don't think this was ever done in over the board chess. What about this position? Here we have lots of pieces got exchanged and white somehow lost the pawn in the center. Yeah, I think there is something very important to mention here. This is an example why you need to be careful about your pieces. And this queen was moved already many times. The queen went to d1 and then back to d3 to protect a pawn. I don't really like the way white played. As I mentioned before, probably was wiser to just go on e3 with the queen in order to be able to protect the pawn on e4 with knight c3, bishop d3. Maybe if really needed, also f3 you can do, but most of the time it's not needed because you can just play bishop d2 and pinning the knight, and you would have a very good position. I don't like how white was kind of under pressure here since the beginning, because now the knight is pinned and the pawn on e5 is hanging. And so after a few moves, white already reached this endgame where it's just a pawn down, and also the pawn structure is looking very, very bad.
Yeah, that is a problem. I mean, we talk about how doubled pawns can often be good for opening up files, but when they're doubled and they're isolated, rarely are they worth it, right? So yeah, very tricky indeed. But yeah, let's take a look at another game, as this one looks very solid for black.
We have a Sicilian here, and we have an open one with e5 and d6. So is it like a Sveshnikov knight on d5 and c4? I think this looks like a Sveshnikov. Ooh, but what happened?
Well, RIP to the great Sveshnikov. And this, by the way, is another game from that same match between Togo and Netherlands and TS. So this is Togo is one of the countries in Africa that's in this E group, and therefore it must be really late for them. I wonder what time it is there. It's late for you too, Alessia. So thank you for being with us.
It's 8 p.m. here. It's 8 p.m.
Okay, it's not that late. Yeah.
Yeah. But look at this move. I really like white last move. I would think just, okay, I should take on d5 back. But nope. Just going on b5, capturing the pawn, and 2 knights are under attack. So there is no stress. Just the only thing that I'm a bit sad about is that now white had to take back on d5 with a pawn, because mostly you want to take back on d5 with a piece in order to keep the pressure going over the d6 pawn. So here, sadly, the pawn occupies that position, and now black is having a very strong knight on d4.
That is a strong knight. Yes. And that is like a score that we often play for in the Sveshnikov, along with these ideas of playing for like f5 and getting a aggressive play. So yeah, it's a very interesting position that we should keep our eye on. One of my favorite openings is Sicilian. Actually, my favorite opening, one of my favorite lines of it, the Sveshnikov, although I never actually played it for black, I always thought that it was quite dangerous.
Oh.
By the way, I think the reason that Togo and Mauritania are the two countries from Africa in this group, or among the two countries from Africa in this group, are that they're in an earlier time zone than some of the other countries like Kenya. So it's actually only 4 hours ahead, just 6 p.m. So not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too late to play chats.
Absolutely not. Here we have another position. This was also Sicilian. This time a Grand Prix attack with knight c3 and f4. And the current position is a bit simplified. Mostly white here wants to get an attack towards the king. But now that very few pieces are on the board, this knight is very far away from attacking the king. Black is probably doing very well. Look at this strong bishop cutting the king on h1. And the pawns are very pushed, so many lines are going to be open on the queen side, where white is ready to enter with the rooks, with the queen, because white is having a bit more space over there.
Yeah, that's a great point, that the knight on a4 is just not doing anything. God, it really wishes that it could get back into the action, but how? The rook on b8 and the pawn on b4 and the pawn on d6 are single-handedly corralling it. Well, I guess I mentioned 3 pieces and then I said single-handedly. But the thing is, all of these pieces are also performing other useful functions. So yeah, this is a great point. And note, by contrast, the knight on h5 also on the side of the board, but currently attacking that pawn on f4, sometimes has tactical opportunities on g3. Worst case scenario, could enter the fray on f6. So very different. 2 knights on the rim, but not the same. White tries to solve the problem with this last move, Alessia, though. She's playing that he rather is playing knight to c4. And now that attempts to get a knight into b6. But
what
yeah,
is happening if we just
good
capture
point.
the pawn?
just take that pawn. I like it. The queen will be forced to move. And then I guess they thought it was worth it to give up a pawn in order to, get that knight back into the game. Is that the concept here?
Yeah, and everything happened. Here we have knight takes f4, queen f3, knight e6, knight a b6. Yeah, that's what white is doing, trying to bring that knight back on d5.
So that's how big the problem they thought they actually should give it up. Hey, maybe they're right. Maybe Sean Tracy was right here to kind of stay in the action here against FIDE master Joshua Johnson from Trinidad and Tobago.
Strong team there at the top. Pawn. Maybe black could even go with f5 and try to open the f file and enjoy the free.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I like the idea a lot. I just like trying to think about the negatives. I like the idea. I'm just a little worried. I don't want to give my opponent too much counterplay. And then I think looking at my knight on e6 and I'm noticing that when you play f5, you're leaving that knight in pre. So I think it's a good idea. But now that the queen's moved back to d8, the knight is even more vulnerable if you play f5. So maybe black has a different concept in mind.
Yeah, maybe trying to take control over the a file could be another idea.
Or maybe getting rid of the strong knight on d5 with like knight c7. I'm really not a fan of that knight on e6 anymore. I think it gets in the way of us playing e6. It gets in the way of us playing f5 even potentially. And also the knight on d5 protects that c3 pawn. So I like just trying to remove it. And it looks like that is what they played, right?
Yeah, just knight c6, c7. And I like how multitasking this move is, trying to remove the most active piece for white. It's curious that the knight on a4 was a very bad piece, and few moves later is the most active piece. And now also the pawn on c3 is in trouble. Let's move to another game because we have lots of interesting position. What was this? Oh, we need to show this. We need to show this because guys, remember that when there is a pawn on e5, a bishop on d3, a queen on e2, and the knight on f3, you can go for the so-called Greek sacrifice with bishop take h7. And after king goes to h7, you go with the knight on g5. If the king is just going to g8, well, the queen will join the party on h5, threatening mate on h7, and there is just no way to prevent the checkmate. The bishop would have to sacrifice himself somewhere. But even if the bishop goes, probably white could take on f7, give a couple of check, and then a mate should follow. Sometimes, yeah, this should be just mate, actually. Yeah, here we have the mate.
Very nice. Gotta love it. By the way, thank you in the chat, Terrence Lindo, for your comments. Yes, we are rooting here for all the teams, and Trinidad and Tobago. I'll try to continue to get that right. Thank you. Tobago instead of Tobago.
Yeah, I actually, during this Olympiad, I said, okay, before going to sleep, I gotta learn the pronunciation of all the countries in the world because I feel very sorry for mispronouncing many names and I want to get them right. So thank you to chat for giving us feedback about that. By the way, here white is having just completely winning. So this shows that also after knight g5, going with the king on g6 is not really a thing, no? Because also here white is having just too much counterplay.
Too much fun, yeah, because as you mentioned, we're going to win our piece back, and also there's h5 and knight to f7 check, winning the queen on d8. So that
actually, this might be a big upset. Because look, black is a FIDE monster. Instead, Mars Davion is showing up with a rating of 1500. So it's a really big upset for black here, a FIDE monster again.
Well, the game's not over yet, but I agree that it is a big upset on tap. And it's not that surprising because, as we've mentioned in previous broadcasts, this Olympiad is on the heels of a time of unprecedented growth in chess. And a lot of people have been studying, using their training tools, spending more time at home because of the pandemic. And so there's been a lot of growth in strength without necessarily much growth in FIDE rating, right? So we are going to see a lot more of this in the coming years, I think, where people are going to catch up to their actual strength.
I agree. Let's go to another position. We have another FIDE master, also from Tobago. Yeah, it's getting better. And if we get this position where white is also with a FIDE master, Winter Hatwell, Adrian, against Kudak Shinake. And here we get this position. It was also Sicilian. So of course the Sicilian is one of the most popular opening. Oh, and here with C3. Is a gambit? I've never played it, never really seen too much. It looks like a bit as now it reminds a bit the Mora gambit with d4. And eventually the player got to this position. Wow. What is happening here?
All right, well, let's see what to do. Queen E1 was played. Okay, and now there's a lot of threats. What is the biggest threat? Knight C7 check, just winning, gosh, bishop on E6. So what is black to do? Do they have to take on D5? Seems that way. I mean, I think you got to take on D5.
Yeah, but wait a second, because white is already a piece up for 2 pawns.
Oh no, they're already a piece up. On top of that, they've got this massive attack. That's not good. I mean, they do. Well, black does have 2 pawns for it, but I don't think there's much to be happy about here for black in 2 pawns. Or not, you are under some serious pressure here. So what's the best move here for white though? Because I don't really like, I mean, knight c7, they can play bishop takes c4. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, but what if knight c7, bishop takes c4? Yeah, because if we take
f1, bishop takes f1, right?
Yeah.
Seems like it's like black's coming back into the position. So I don't like this. Just trading all of my good pieces for all of your lackluster ones. Not what I wanted. Maybe here, just capture it with the rook. I like that. And then if rook b8, well, we have knight. No, we don't. I was thinking we had knight takes e6, but we have just a simple move, maybe like queen. I just want to play queen d2 and threaten queen d5.
I like it.
What if because the light squares, it's all about the light squares. You don't have a light squared bishop and you can't get onto the light squares with queen e6 because my knight protects that key square. You could try to run away with king g7, but guess what? I'll still put my queen on d5.
Yeah,
I'm still ready to play knight d6.
Might go there.
And now I'm threatening knight a6 as well. Although it kind of pains me to go that direction. I want to go for your king, but just incidentally, I could take a pawn if I was feeling in the mood.
Yeah, that's
I'm more in the mood for checkmate.
Let's see how the position went on. Oh, bishop b3 was the move played. Probably white wants to prepare the move knight c7. Yeah, queen d7 and knight c7. Oh, what an unfortunate move. White moved the rook away from being attacked to another square where the rook is hanging. But white didn't take the rook, but took the bishop. Okay, makes sense because the rook will be pinned. And okay, white is having just such a leading position. Yeah, now white is a 4 rook up for 2 pawns. This should be just very, very, very good. So let's move to another game. We have this end game here, but unfortunately for white, also here things are not going really well because white is in serious trouble. And I was looking at the move like knight e3, but the problem of this that probably after g4, this could run into a quick checkmate.
Critical Critical game, by the way, too, because we talked about this earlier. This Haiti versus Bermuda match, Gabriel Davidson playing second board for Haiti, and having the black pieces here. They are close to clinching one of the spots if they win this match. We'll have to tabulate the result.
Just made?
Yeah. Oh, this is the actual position. Oh, yeah. Wow. There you go. It looks like it's about to be checkmate.
No. It's G4 was played. G4 was played. Yeah.
Okay, but now black's up a rook and white is about to lose on time as well. Don Docres from Bermuda is going to go down, and Haiti's going to get closer to their goal here of qualifying for Division 3.
Yeah, let's see another game where, okay, there is a very nice spin here. This game is between Mohamed Lemin Mohamed. Mohamed. Double name and surname against Nader Laris.
Yeah, that's Kwana versus Mauritania, right? So let's see what's going on here. Big time advantage for Mohamed, who's got a 10 minutes to less than a minute. Ooh, but what about the position? There's some danger going on here for white, right? F2 check, a potential problem of the position. Okay, queen takes F3 has just been played. The rook on C2 is defending some things laterally. It's good.
Yeah, there is a rook that could go to E1, but probably that check will not be such a big thing because after king G2.
Huh. It's surprising. It looks like there should be something good here for black. Bishop takes H2 doesn't really change the situation, does it? Bishop takes H2 check. Just king takes H2 as possible, among other things. So that doesn't really help much. Just trading off into white's happiness. So what to do here for black? Can we kind of do something to increase the pressure? Like, does queen H4 do anything? If you go back? Oh, wait. Is this not the position? Oh, yeah. What about just queen H4 here? I mean, I realize I'm leaving something hanging on C6 though. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I have any ideas here with queen takes H3, threatening rook E1. I don't think that's enough. You just can move your bishop out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad. Oh, wait, here there is probably bishop take H2 or not?
Yeah, then
oh no, the queen is protected by the bishop, of course.
Yeah, and I do have queen takes F3, bishop F3, and rook E3, but my rook's hanging at the end of the variation. So that would be nothing special. Oh, I have rook E3 here, though. Rook E3 here is good.
Oh,
rook
yeah.
takes E3, and now after queen E3, bishop H2 would win the queen, the big one. So you'd have to play king F2 here instead. And that would give me some fun ideas. So, okay, so not so easy. But I think queen H4 was not played. Rook E1 check, it looks, was played. You mentioned this move, king G2, super solid. And now black looks to be totally lost because they've got 3 pieces in take. The rook on E1, the king on G3, and the knight on C6. You know, honestly, I think black had some ideas to make this interesting, but just not enough time to find them.
Yeah, I agree. That's what the problem of being in big time pressure. Because even if you get in a good position, then just there are some positions in chess that are not easy. You cannot just make a move and be better and be fine, but you need to be precise. And when you need to be precise, you need time. And that's very unfortunate for black. Well, let's get back to this position. Oh, actually, yeah, we have few moves. Queen D7, pawn take, he take, H5, king H6, E6. Wow, white is on fire. I've taken E6. And it looks like this knight can jump and give some interesting, interesting discovery check. For example, knight take E6, yeah, king here, and then the pawn on F5 is, but what's happening here? Why the bar
the
is going
computer
so
really
down?
hated this sequence because I guess the king is escaping to H8. Is that why? King H7, queen F5, king H8, and we've kind of escaped a little bit. That must be why. Material will be equal, and suddenly, like, you know, if you were to play knight F8, queen takes F5, so you don't have time for that. Yeah.
Okay, strange. Let's see how the game will go. Okay, king H7 is there. So can be a problem the fact that this knight is pinned.
Exactly. That is the problem. Yeah. Huh. So we shouldn't have gone knight e6 though. Don't take on f5 then, maybe move the knight instead. So after king h7, what if you move the knight back to g5 check or something?
Yeah, but after king h8, still not so easy to get near that king.
No, I mean, actually white is down a pawn here. So whether we have compensation is one thing. I mean, I don't know, but we're certainly not making you resign. Do we have something better in the position with the discovery check? Just out of curiosity, because it was so interesting. I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's not the live position, but the computer hated knight takes e6 so much. I wonder what they wanted there. Was there some knockout blow?
I'm looking at something like queen to g3, just preparing some discovery check with knight g7 and maybe then queen g6.
Brilliant. Love it. Love it. That's a great idea. I love it. Queen g3. Bang. Brilliant. Beautiful. I love this move because the thing is e5, knight f7 is a double check. So, you can't take on f4 and now you're getting mated, right? I mean, you can play king h7 and now we have queen g6, king g8, and h6 mate with a pawn. No, that looks pretty good actually.
Yeah, because if queen take f7, h7,
yeah,
amazing.
It's nice. It's beautiful. Oh, I'd love to see it. What a great move, Alessia, that you found. Queen g3, so elegant. It's a quiet but lethal move.
Yeah, very but nice. Sadly for white, this was not an easy. It's a quiet move, not a check, and sometimes it's hard not to find those moves. But white played this in this knight c7, so it went for the material. And white was trying to grab an exchange. But what's the problem here? Rook e4. Black is going to grab the piece on f4 and queen g3 just now. But after rook f4, what is happening? Why is
the idea is queen f4, bishop d6, right? Nice idea. And they're going to grab two bishops, two razor sharp bishops against the rook. And actually white's in big trouble here unless they have some kind of queen g6 action to keep things juicy, but I don't think so. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, by the way, your move queen g3, I just wanted to say that like it's a hard move to find, but if you are going to find it, it's because the f5 pawn really blocked the queen from being part of the action. So it's like you got to see like, oh, I can't play with my queen anymore, so where do I move it? Bishop d6. What a great idea. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like when the queen's on d3, it's actually locked out of the action because the pawn on f5 stopped me from my queen h7 mate idea. So, you say I can't get in that way. I got to find another way because it's very, very difficult to checkmate without my queen. And there you did. You found the other avenue. It just goes to show you that even when you have the possibility of a discovered check, it doesn't mean you have to give the discovered check. You could keep the tension, right?
Yeah, of course you need to shortly calculate, because if the forcing move is good, why not? But once you see that a king is going to h8, you realize that probably there's not much more there. So you need to search for something better. And queen g3 looks like such a silent but sneaky move. And I love to see those moves happening. Anyway, let's see what happened. I think black is doing just very great with those two bishops. As you said, white tried to do something with queen g6. Oh, rook to e8, changing queen g6. But once the queen got exchanged, here we are in an endgame where two bishops are just way too strong. And it's not just two bishops, it's also two bishops and two pawns. And that's just too much. Black is completely winning here. So let's switch to another.
Too strong, very tough, because we thought we were going to see this upset. But that's the thing about beating higher rated players, that you have to beat them in every stage of the game, right? They are tough. They do not like to get upset. Whew. All right, let's take a look at this one. So you've got Capella Gregory here. This is a game from Netherlands, Antilles versus Togo. We've been looking out in this match a couple of times, and Gregory with the white pieces.
Yeah, black is a pawn up here, And we have knight against bishop.
And the king is very active here for black too, with the connected pass pawns.
Yeah, I think that this actually is the key point of this position, because now the pawn can be pushed, supported by the king. Of course, we need still to be careful about leaving the pawn on e4 hanging, but maybe it could also even be possible. Okay.
Yeah, the knight on c6, I was going to say, is bad because it wasn't really attacking or participating in the action. So I kind of like this because, like, if we get our knight onto a square that protects the e4 pawn and kind of allows us to advance our pawn first, you'll be toast. But it's tricky to do, right? Because if I play to a square that protects e4, then I can't play d4 anymore. So it's a bit of a puzzle, huh?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we could get the knight to c2 or to give some check to the king in order then to push the pawn.
Yeah, that's a great idea, but it's not that easy to get to that square because a3 stops b4 and the bishop and the king are stopping d4. We could try to play king b3, but it looks like your bishop can then just drop back to protect a3. This position looks even more easily winning than it is. Like, you look at it and you're like, oh, black should be winning easily. But you spend a few more seconds and you're like, wait a second, it's not as easy as I thought. Black has to find something clever here.
Yeah, that's so true.
Like you mentioned, Alessia, maybe they have to start calculating some of these ideas with d4, king e4, and like just rushing the pawn down the board.
Yeah, but now there are some new ideas. Now that the pawns are blocked, this pawn on h4 is a new weakness. So if the knight is, for example, knight c5, knight d3, and then knight e1 could be an idea with the double threat of knight c2 check and knight g2 check. That could be an interesting square for the knight.
It looks like black has made a lot of progress here indeed. And then, so you're talking about getting that knight into c5 and then threatening d4. Yeah, smart. I totally agree with what you said about that pawn on h4 also becoming a weakness. And look at this. They did play your move, knight c5 rather.
Yeah, even if the knight here had the possibility to go to d4 and then through maybe f3, d4, f3, very direct towards the pawn on h4. But let's see, I like the move.
Just don't repeat 3 times. You do not want to do that by accident. Sometimes it happens to people. They try to play for the win and they forget how many times they've gone back. Oh my gosh. It's happened to me, to my opponent once. I got a draw because they forgot. Did it 3 times. I couldn't have been more relieved. I mean, like, sometimes it is legitimately a little confusing, especially if you repeat the position once and then you do something else and you get back to it, right? So you got to be careful when you're in the winning side.
Yeah, let's see how black needs to not to go back, but to get some new positions. I think the idea of knight d3 could be interesting.
I like that. And you're trying to get into e1 and then g2 or c2, depending on what they do. Yeah, knight d3.
What is very cool is that once the king is moving, our king can just play d4. Our king on c4 is such a
great point. I love the idea, honestly. I think it's a great idea. This move, on the other hand, is trying to go to e5, which also has some major sting because knight f3, and there it is. I mean, you spotted it right away, Lesia. Your positional understanding that pawn on h4 is going to make it even harder to draw because now black has one more weakness to play at, knight f3, and if you try to protect h4, you're going to lose b3. You're just spread out in too many directions.
Yeah, that's just amazing. There is no way for the bishop to protect both h4 and b3 pawn, and nicer than that is that after king b3 the king cannot get to d4 because the knight on f3 is also controlling that square. So the pawn d5, the pawns d5 and e4 are perfectly safe. This should be just
winning.
Just winning.
Oh, by the way, earlier you mentioned a J file. I have to say, what about the 0 rank? If you could put your bishop on d0, you could somehow protect A3 and H4 at the same time, right? But luckily the board is only 8x8 because I think if the board were like 8x10 or something like that, it would make the bishops too strong, right? Because of the extra space. That's the thing about chess. The bishop and the knight have this nice equilibrium. And it's because the knight have such great tactical ability, such short range ability. The bishops are long range pieces, but if you gave me a 0 rank or a 10th rank, the bishop's going to run all over the knight.
Yeah, that's so true. That's why in 4-player chess is a chess variant of chess.com. Have you ever played it? Have you? There are basically the board is much bigger and you play with 4-player at chess game, and the bishop is valued as the same value of a rook, exactly for what you said, because they are just much more square. The bishop is just so fast to go from one side to another, and so bishops are really, really strong.
And what about the rook? Is the rook better than the bishop? No.
Oh, well, I think the rook is still a bit better than the bishop for the fact that can go on light and dark square at the same time, instead a bishop can just be on one side of the board. But the bishop is really becoming very, very strong.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've seen streams, but I've never tried it myself. But yeah. So here we have black pick up the pawn and ready to start pushing those beautiful mini queens up the board.
Yeah, d4 is coming. This is just going to be a nice victory for black. Also a very nice technique. Finally, this knight was jumping a bit around, not really knowing where to go, but eventually black found a nice idea. So to bring the knight to f3, and now the position is just winning. I think we have some games still going on. I think this one is another game.
Another end game between Fabio and Mikhail. Same match, by the way, Togo versus Netherlands on TS. Very contested match. It looks like this one, black has the superior endgame, up a pawn, but can the knight hold down the position? Maybe, because it's hard for the king to get in. I mean, it's impossible for the king to get in. We can't go into e5. And if we can't get into e5, we can't even think about getting into e4. So what if white just keeps moving their king from g3 to f3? How does black make progress?
Yeah, can black bring the king to h6 and try to play g4?
I don't think so, because we could just keep our king on g3 and f3, and then if you play g4, we would just take the pawn, right?
That's true. Then it looks really throwish here.
I mean, unless you like put your bishop on e5, but then I could just move. I could even move my knight back and forth. I don't think my knight's totally essential in that case. Yeah, so this is a nice little fortress by Mikhail. Very good endgame. And by the way, the bishop can't even move because I have knight takes c5, so I can't even try that. Sorry. Yeah. The problem is the knight is locking down the bishop on that side, but it's also still participating. The knight is just great on d3. I mean, what more is there to say?
And you're right, because this game ended in a draw. And so actually, I think that all the results came in. Probably black, black won and white resigned, and this game was end up in a draw. So we're finished. We have all the game in. So
wow. And what a eventful round, by the way. Puerto Rico did manage to sweep the Bahamas. So well done, as they're certainly showing some extremely strong chess and are going to be a force to be reckoned with when they do advance to Division 3. Again, here's a little reminder of what we're doing here. This is the online Olympiad. So the first weekend of play, this is going to go through September. We're in Division 4 today. It's our last day of Division 4 action. And yeah, it's a contest to try to get into the top 3 teams of your pool in order to get into the next division. But we'll go over all that when we're back. For now, we'll take a quick break and be back for the final round of the online Olympiad Division 4.
See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Jennifer Shahadi. I'm here with Alessa Santeramo, and we've had such a blast today. We are actually in our 6th hour. Alessia, we're going to take a look at the results of the Pool E so far, and we'll see that we've got some great matchups, some great pairings. Cayman Islands versus Haiti, two teams that have been very impressive. Trinidad and Tobago playing against the Bahamas. Trinidad and Tobago has been very impressive, and Puerto Rico crushing throughout this competition, looking to vie for the #1 spot in all of the teams in the division. Now, that is just an unofficial title, but what an unofficial title it is. And what I mean to say is that if they get 5.5 or 6 points, they are actually going to have more points than any team in any pool. So more than even Suriname and Angola. So do you think they can do it, Alessia?
I mean, they're playing against St. Lucia, which is a team that is doing pretty decently right now. 12 is at the 4th place with 12 points. So, to win so straightforward 5.5 or 6 is even for Puerto Rico not so easy, because you need to be balanced on each board.
That's true. Very good point.
I think that they could do it. They have the potential. It's not easy, but if there is a team that can do it, it's Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and I really have had so much fun with this competition, both with you today and also with Grandmaster Roland Brewsters on Friday. I think it's just watching all of these players from all these countries. There's 60 countries participating in Division 4. It's so exciting. It shows how chess can connect us. It shows how strong people have been getting over the last year and a half. And it's been a really exciting opportunity. I can't wait to see the final round of these games. By the way, Alessia, looking at all of these games from all these different countries, is there any place that you're like really jonesing to visit as you've been watching these flags circulate over the last few days?
I already asked my friends from Maldives to invite me over there. that didn't get invitation yet. But of course, there were lots of nice, really. I saw yesterday or before yesterday, some nice comments in the chat that were saying like, "Oh my God, I want to go in all the places, in all this country. They're all amazing holidays places." And I definitely agree. There are really nice places where I would like to go. And one thing that this Olympiad helped me a lot is to discover some very small country that maybe I didn't even know. And that's just amazing to see that chess can bring us so much value. And that's just nice. Just helped me in my life a lot to travel around new languages, discover new culture, and this always adding something up. So I'm really enjoying doing this with Division 4, meeting all these new country. Of course, I already knew Kenya, some people from Kenya, because I also did a collaboration with Pontus, a charity stream. Actually, you joined during that stream. We played together some Random Brain. It was very nice.
Yes. I remember that you were raising money for Black Lives Matter, and we had a stream where we had some very strong players from Kenya. Lucy Wanjuri, she's one of our top boards from Kenya, and she's also an incredible musician. She is so good. You got to look up her YouTube channel. She's fantastic. Gosh, it's not that easy to find. It's on my Twitter somewhere. That might be the easiest way to find it. I'll retweet it again. But she's a fantastic musician, and she's the Kenyan women's chess champion. So just so much talent across all these countries. And that's actually my answer. Kenya would probably be my top choice because I'd love to meet all the people I've been working with over the last year, as well as the organizer of the tournaments there, Judy Karagu. She's so cool. But then I'd also really, really like to go to Bermuda because it's only 2 hours away. So that would be a great place to go. It's only 2 hours away from Philadelphia, something like that. But let's get into the games as we've got Sean Tracy, we've seen a number of their games. They're from the Cayman Islands and they're playing against Haiti right now.
Yeah, here we have another London system with the bishop on f4. The other bishop is going to e2. A bit unconventional. Mostly the bishop is going to d3. But still, probably the bishop went there just as a reply to the bishop on b7, looking directly at the knight on f3. I'm not even sure if it was worth that because the queen was protecting the knight. But okay, that's just a prediction. I just look at, okay, this is everything theory. I just look in the preview at a pawn on h5 and it looked like interesting for me. But this is just a very theoretical line in the Caro-Kann with knight take d4, bishop f5. Now we have h4, h5, and then knight e2. Actually, the main line is with knight f3, but also knight e2 with the idea of bringing the knight towards f4 is an interesting opening choice.
Gabriel Sixtus from St. Lucia. We've seen a number of his games throughout the competition. Now playing a very important game in terms of the fact that they're in fourth place. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they can catapult into third. We looked at that math. It's not going to work out. But still, ending with some positive result against Puerto Rico would certainly be a sweet finish.
I agree. And right now, everything is, of course, open. There are many pieces got exchanged. And every time a piece got exchanged, this is mostly in black favor because black is lacking some space. Mostly, okay, now f5 was played, but mostly black is played on 3 ranks in the Caro-Kann. And less pieces are on the board, easier for black is to go around with all those pieces. Let's move to another one. Here we have probably a board 2, I would guess, of the same match, St. Lucia against Puerto Rico. And here the opening was at d4, c5, but then knight f3. So it hampered in something that reminds us a Sicilian. Well, if the pawn would ever get to e4.
That's right, like a reversed, yeah. And now we've got, I kind of like white in these positions because it can be a little tricky once you finish your development as black, like what to do next. Whereas for white, sometimes it's a little easier, queen d2, rook c1 and d1, and potentially expansions. Black, it's like with our bishop on e6, we're a little stuck.
Yeah.
But they play queen a5, trying to keep it active, not trying to allow us for a super comfortable unraveling. Although I still think we can just play bishop b2, right? There's nothing much to fear.
That's true. Bishop is facing the strong bishop on g7. Otherwise, the rook will be placed. White should be out of danger. Of course, white should try to be careful not to play move like e4 a bit too early when the bishop is still uncontested on that diagonal, because it could get dangerous in some cases. Even if when the bishop is on g2, protecting the pawn e4 is most of the time pretty stable. I think bishop b2 will just come. So let's go to see some more openings. Or would you like to add something about this?
Well, I was wondering if bishop b2, knight e4 right away. Is that any good? Just knight e4 with the idea that if bishop b4, bishop takes c3. I just think it's going to end up being like a big trade, and black might lose even more than white from getting rid of that bishop. On the other hand, white had a space advantage, so trading a bunch of pieces seems like it could be good for black. I'm not sure how to evaluate that exchange, or that series of exchanges. What do you think, Alessia? Is this positive for white or positive for black?
I think mostly as a white player, get rid of that bishop is like a nice thing for white, because all the problems that white might have on the black square, especially when white plays e4 and d4, sometimes black can get control of all the black squares. With the knight on d4, the bishop on g7, it can really get annoying. I would enjoy white position here. Maybe white can slowly play the knight on d5, but you're right on the fact that having less pieces on the board is also helping black because of the lack of fewer space. I think it's more or less equal, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, and in that case, maybe I want to avoid bishop b2, because as white, I'd rather play for like a win. Maybe I should play like a more subtle move. I don't know. But did I have any other options? Like, could I play bishop d2 instead, maybe?
Yeah, bishop d2 was played.
Yeah, because now you don't have that idea. Although my bishop is not as in strong a position, but perhaps I can unravel it later. E4, bishop g4 played f3. Okay. And yeah, I think this makes some sense for white. It's less harmonious, but we've executed fewer trades, which is good when we have that big space advantage. So some really subtle strategic play, some nuanced strategic play here, I think we're seeing in the match between Nathaniel Mathurin and Eliam Harena Rivas, St. Lucia versus Puerto Rico. Two places I'd also really like to visit.
Yeah. And I think all those countries are mostly very close to you and very far away from me.
Yeah, a lot of them are indeed, many. Although you're definitely closer to the African countries, right? Like Togo is in this section, as well as Mauritania. But yeah.
I picked out another position. Here we have a Sicilian with e6, a6. So a kind of variation. Black plays the bishop on d3 and e3. White plays the bishop over there. And black went with the bishop on b4, trying to target the pawn on e4. When I was young, I really enjoyed to play this with black, because mostly lots of ideas are working for black. And what is nice of this is that here white cannot really play the most common plan with bishop e3, queen d2, because black is running into trouble after bishop b4, knight f6, d5. So I see that also those young lady I'm not sure if actually this is the junior board, but it's clear
between
that
Olga Goncharova, because there's also Zuzana Kovakova from Bermuda. I'm not sure which one is the junior board, but I'll try to find out for us.
We got this position where material is balanced. There is now a knight on e5 that can start some trade, but I'm not sure if this knight is a good thing, because bishop f4 looks juicy in order just to pin the knight. I'm not sure. Also, move like knight take. Okay, bishop f4 was played, but now I'm not sure anymore, because after knight take f3, queen take f3, and d6. Jennifer, I need your help. How is this position?
All right, let's see. It is black's move, right?
It's white to move. White played the move bishop f4. That looks interesting, pinning the knight. And maybe, I don't know.
We can just play d6 though. That's an easy way to deal with it. I mean, it's very solid. You don't really want to take on e5, because if you take on e5, it's doubled pawns, but it's actually very strong doubled pawns. It's a really nice outpost on d4 and f4, and I've really cemented that weakness on e4. By the way, I researched your question about Bermuda and the women's board. Actually, the answer is they've got 3 females on the team. So 2 of their regular boards are women boards. And then they've got a junior player, Anne Mae Daniels. So that's what I was talking about, why I really like this system. Because it's not like you have exactly 2 females on the team. It means at least 2, right? So some teams have so much female talent that one of their women players takes a regular board. And that's the case with Bermuda.
Yeah. And thank you so much for this information. Going back to the position, after knight e5, what do you think about a move like a knight take e5?
I like that better.
Queen take e5 and maybe f4 here? Or
I like this idea better in theory than the other one with bishop f4, because I think that that one was just so well met by d6. So yeah, I like this idea better. Let's see. I'm trying to decide whether I want to play f4 right away. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, because even if the check is happening, the king is just moving where he wants to go on each one.
Exactly. And now I want to play like e5 or something. You're probably going to try to prevent that. Play d6 maybe.
Maybe it's still like possible.
That. I don't know. Is it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe you might be right. So e5, pawn takes e5, and you just recapture again. And now notice that I don't have to necessarily move the knight, because queen takes g5 is in the position, but I would be losing my bishop on e7 as well. So I do indeed have to watch out for that, actually. Dangerous position, very dangerous. I'm going to have to do something like knight d5, but I'm very scared because of the all the potential tactics here with like queen h5 coming at me.
Yeah, I'm looking at moves like queen e4 or queen h5, and sometimes even bishop f6 could be an idea.
Or knight e4 is also an idea. Knight e4 just keeping pieces on the board.
Oh, I like knight e4.
Yeah, so this is really good for white. So wait, so how'd that happen? Yeah. So you see this I like so much more. Knight e5. Yeah, go with the pawn. Great idea. So it's white's move now. They've got a
white to move, and we had this critical moment. Bishop f4 was played in the game. It looked like
it was actually played. Okay.
Yeah, it was played.
But it's very tempting. It's so tempting. But bishop d6, is that a good move? I thought I saw a tactic, Alessio. Can I take a quick look at something?
Sure.
The problem with bishop at d6, it's threatening knight takes f3 check. So that's good. So that leaves white with no time to get fancy. I was going to try to do something like, take on b5 or something like that, with the idea that if pawn b5, knight b5, and take on d6 and take on e5, but there's no time for any of that business because what black is threatening right away, knight takes f3, winning a piece.
Yeah.
But it is a pattern that I know because sometimes I might have a knight on d4 and this would all work out in my favor. But in this position, we have to go back and look at what white did. They played bishop g3, removing that potential discovered attack. And so knight g4 play.
That'll be a possibility. Bishop take. b5.
I don't think so because the knight on g4 hangs back and protects the knight on e5 at the end of the day.
Oh yeah.
We would need like a rook on d1 to make that work. But it's not like black. Does black have a threat here? Like knight takes f3 and then knight takes h2. That's a funny one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day. It looks so weird, but it looks like it really is a threat. But after h3, wait a second, can we do it anyway? So knight takes f3. I guess you can play queen takes f3. And now if knight h2 now, you simply played bishop takes h2, right?
Oh, or king take.
Oh, sorry. Of course. Yeah. Excuse me.
Also, then probably also before king.
Yeah. I was hallucinating.
And me too.
Because I was so excited. I never get to see that tactic. I guess I know why I never see it.
Yeah, now we know why we never see it.
Let's see. So h3, knight just had to go back. Oh, that's a bummer. I mean, we could have also taken on f3 and then played like knight e5.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea, just placing the other knight on d5 square because it looks very strong.
It's a good square.
Yeah.
Very strong square. And if you take, then we get the two bishops, which we're very happy with. If you don't take, we'll probably just keep that knight on e5, not take on d3. I don't want to take on d3 right away because the bishop on d3 is pretty weak right now. If I take there, I'll wait for you to force me to take there.
So with f4 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then once the knight gets exchanged for this bishop, then black is getting the bishop here, and probably there are some interesting threats because I don't think that with all those pieces exchange, white can really have an attack with f4, e4 or f5. So let's see how it went on. Actually, after knight f6, white took on e5. Oh, sorry, I flipped the board. After knight f6, the knight got exchanged. Everything got exchanged on e5. Now we get this position. I like it a bit less. I really like the idea when I take f3 and then knight e5.
But in this one, okay, there's some nice pressure on that e4 pawn. But white, of course, is going to try to get an f4 and e5 like we saw in previous variations. Rook d1, a little slow, but maybe it'll work out. What about the move? What about the move knight h5 here? Trying to just bring that knight into the f4 square.
Maybe, no, queen g4 could be an idea to support. We want to push f4. My knight f4 will be met by knight take f4 probably. So why not queen g4 just to prepare it?
Yeah, that's pretty smart. Yeah. Yeah, and I'd probably have to play knight f4 myself, but I don't really have any follow-up there. I just have my knight sitting there, and at some point you could try to oust me with knight e2. Huh. Yeah, this looks adequate. I mean, it seems like black has a decent position, but nothing is really no, it looks like white's also holding the balance. It's just white's pieces aren't very good. Like the bishop on d3 is cut in and the knight on c3 doesn't have a lot of hope. So I feel like somehow black should be a little better, but it's not easy to get a great position.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's take a look at maybe another game as well.
Yeah, of course. Oh, let's see. I don't know if here we have something or no, white is just a piece up here.
It looks like we've got something very good for one side. That's for sure.
And also here. But this is interesting. Wait a second. So here, oh, okay, this is a typical tactic here, partner, because once this knight is protected just by the pawn, we can have this nice combination, knight take h6. Sometimes, mostly actually, it happened to me with the bishop. Bishop take on h6, but then the knight is even stronger because he's with check.
Exactly.
If pawn take g6, we just take on f6, and that's looking amazing. Also, a rook could lift here and help us to give a checkmate. And that's why here black decided to go with the king on f8. But here, at least, white can take on f7. So, very nice position for white here.
Well, great day for Trinidad and Tobago, Joshua Johnson, FIDE master, also seeming to have a really good day as well. Yeah, I thought I saw some really good tournaments in Trinidad and Tobago, maybe a couple years ago before the pandemic. I thought I saw some events there. So it seems like they definitely have a really strong chess team and culture.
Yeah, let's move to another game. Oh, we were already in this game, I think. We go back here. We saw this game, I think, around this moment, with the queen on h5, and a few moves later, the position completely changed and evolved, and now we have some pawns got exchanged. Black managed to play the move f5, but now those pawns they can be weak actually. The pawn on d6, e6. Yes, but it's not so easy how to tag them. Also, b3 is a weakness. Now the bishop is attacked. What happened? Oh, is this really a move? Rook a1, or is maybe a internet problem?
Unless they were doing it on purpose to try to get the dark square control.
Oh, saying, "Oh no, my rook."
I mean, it is interesting. I have to admit, even if this were black's position, it's like, yeah, sure, you take it, but maybe you take back with a knight, not to lose the pawn on b3. And I'm sure black is like technically winning, but hey, I mean, you're gonna have to reckon with the bishop coming on the dark squares, so it won't be over yet.
Yeah, that's true. Something like bishop h6, queen d2, queen g5 looks tempting, looks dangerous. So not so easy. Let's see what it's funny. Black said, no, I don't want it. And white moved the rook again. I'm not sure if it was like a mouse sleep, maybe a mouse sleep. The rook wanted to go to b1 and then just slip to a1.
And maybe black realized that and didn't take it. No, I don't know about that. Although we have seen some moments of great sportsmanship in chess for sure. But I don't think it's like bad sportsmanship not to take advantage of your opponent's slip ups just because it happens to everyone. So it's and you never know, like it could be a blunder. So you got to take your opponent's rooks.
Do you want to see some checkmates?
Yes, I do. Let's see it. Let's see them.
So here we have one.
Oh, nice mate on the board. Look at that. That rook is just cutting off like a knife. I love it.
And they're even better.
Oh, that's an even better one. Checkmate with a pawn. That's every chess player's fantasy.
That's very standard.
Oh yeah, too standard, but still a very nice game by Zuzana Kovakova, who we were talking about earlier from Bermuda.
Oh, do you want to see a nice mate?
Yeah, a really nice
Look
one.
at this.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. How did this game? Oh, we're looking at this game. This is Joshua Johnson of Trinidad and Tobago against Noah Albury. So we're just looking at this. How did it end up in this gorgeous game?
Let's go shortly back. So the knight took on f7, attacking the rook. The rook had to move away. And after bishop e3, the last piece is joining this very sneaky diagonal, looking at the king. And after knight to e7, b5 was played, just freeing the bishop towards this very strong diagonal. And after a take b5, no need to take back the pawn on b5, just knight take e5, beautiful attack. The queen is under attack, and the knight is going towards g6, and after queen d8, the beauty is on the board. Knight g6, checkmate. What a strong knight plus 2 bishops, checkmate. I love it.
Amazing. Beautifully done. Bravo. What a way to lock up that second place spot. What a way to do it.
Yes, big congratulations. Nice checkmate. That's really a checkmate that I do enjoy.
By the way, their top board, FIDE master Ryan Harper also won their game. So looking like a nice match for Trinidad and Tobago.
Very good. Let's see if we get some other boards.
Or some of those Puerto Rico games, as we were again watching that match between St. Lucia.
Yeah. And what is happening here? So white is a pawn up, and the pawn on e4 is a bit weak. Maybe even something like f3 can be a very strong move. Is white to move, so f3 could be an idea, because after e take f3, of course there will be some big trouble for black, because after rook take, bishop take, rook e1, and if rook e7, even bishop c6 is winning a piece, and this would be enough for a win. So of course after f3, black cannot take, but how to protect? Can e3 be possible? But maybe bishop e4.
Yeah, I love that move. And then if bishop, you can't take twice because of rook d8 mating, and you're gonna have to take a timeout.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna be able to take on e3. Exactly. Huh. And then we'll have 2 extra pawns, so that should be an easy win.
Yeah, let's see what black is playing. Okay, wait is thinking. Oh no. Bishop take e4 straight away. Is it working? Oh yeah, it's working.
You could do that too. Yeah, absolutely. That's another way to win a pawn.
Well, that's easier.
Rook e7 should not help. If you play rook e7, we could simply play f3.
Yeah.
Same situation. You still need to make luft, but you can't really make luft easily, because if you make luft, the bishop on g6 just hangs. So you have to take on e4 first, right?
Yeah, but then a lot of rooks are getting exchanged, and white is just 2 pawns up.
Exactly. We're just 2 pawns up. At the end of the day, we'll make a move like h6, and so you'll have time to play rook to d4, protect that pawn, and then bring your king in and usher the game to victory. So yeah, white should be winning this one. Sergey Goncharov for Bermuda against Ghana.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Puerto Rico, and here we have a game of Puerto Rico. Oh no, this is Haiti.
Yeah, that one's Cayman Islands versus Haiti, right? It looks like Tracy is winning that one for Cayman Islands, but I think Haiti already won one of the games in that matchup as well, so it's certainly going to be tightly contested nonetheless. But you wanted to look at some Puerto Rico games, huh?
Yeah, but I don't know if they're okay. So this game ended up in a draw. So let's not forget that Puerto Rico needs to make 5 out of the 6 in order to be the best winner of Division 4. So I know Puerto Rico needs to win all the game. So here we have another board. Okay, here we have another Puerto Rico board. So we can maybe try to follow this one, because
yeah. Nathaniel's doing pretty well though. He's playing for St. Lucia. Although wait, what's going on here? So Nathaniel just snagged a pawn. Well, wait, the bishop just disappeared from the board. What happened? Oh, okay. We're down in exchange. Okay, so he sacrificed an exchange, and now after f4, white has got an extra exchange, and black has these dynamo pawns in the center. What do you think's going on?
The problem is that black can't play e4, I think, because the pawn on d4 is just hanging. So
And then if
this
we play
move
e3, wait, why is that? Knight takes d4. Okay, so this is still wild though. Knight takes d4, e3.
Oh yeah.
But then maybe there's knight takes f5. The story doesn't end. Oh no. This is winning for white because pawn takes f2, knight takes e7 check, and we win the house. I mean, even if we weren't, yeah. I mean, even if we weren't winning the rook, even if you had tried to interpolate rook takes d1. Oh yeah, this is so knight takes f5 is the key. That intermezzo. Can you say it again, Alessia? You say it better.
Intermezzo. But you say it's really great.
Intermezzo. So that intermezzo was too powerful. So black was not able to play the e4 move, which is so enticing. Instead, play bishop h5.
Yeah, and somehow white decided to give back the exchange here. How interesting.
If they can take on d4 at the end of the day, I don't hate it.
Yeah, because those pawns are very strong and fine. Eventually, white would be some pawns up.
Exactly. So yeah, I don't hate this.
So probably white will take on d1 right now. And can black take on e5?
They can take on e5.
F5 is hanging. Probably with the queen.
Maybe take with the queen, yeah.